Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Secretly Trained by Gran Turino? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The wind blew Izuku's hair to the side as he stared down at the concrete below. Tears blurred his eyes, and he did his best to keep them clear. He thought to himself that Kaken would really win in the end, and his feelings of frustration fueled him, but not enough. Clenching his fist, he threw his backpack off of him and back onto the school's roof. He muttered to himself that being quirkless truly was a curse. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and let himself fall limp. But as he prepared for the impact, something crashed into him, knocking him unconscious and sending him back into the building. When Izuku woke up, he was dazed and found himself back on top of his school. A tall, skinny figure stood in front of him, hunched over. He squinted against the sun to see the figure better and asked, "Who are you?" The person responded in a husky voice, asking if he was all right before having a brief coughing fit. Izuku replied that he was fine and bombarded the man with questions about how he ended up back on the roof. The man sighed and explained that he had seen All Might bring Izuku up there after he jumped off. Izuku cringed at the reminder of his actions. "Yeah, I did," he admitted, clenching his fists. "So All Might just left?" The man confirmed that All Might had indeed left, mentioning that the hero's shorter work times were likely due to age. Izuku nodded, staring at the sun as it began to set. The man approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "You need help, kid." Izuku's eyes darted to the man as he replied, "I know. But I don't want to be a burden." He shifted his shoulder out of the man's grip and asked, "Who are you, anyway?" The man sighed and introduced himself as Toshinori, stepping back a bit. Izuku twitched at Toshinori's next question about what was going on that led to his situation. He hesitated before responding, "What's it matter to you?" He brushed his hair out of his eyes. Toshinori hesitated again before explaining that he was a studying psychologist and wanted to know if he could help. Izuku scowled at him, feeling vulnerable. "Well, I'm quirkless, so I'm bullied a lot. I want to be a hero really badly, but the reality is I'll never amount to more than the average person who doesn't want to be one. I'll be even less than them." He chuckled bitterly, looking down. "I really am pathetic, aren't I?" Toshinori offered a glimmer of hope, saying, "If it makes you feel any better, I have connections. I can get you training with a close friend of mine who used to be a pro hero. Quirk or not, you can become a hero. Maybe not one as famous as All Might, but one nonetheless." He extended his hand to Izuku. Izuku felt tears threatening to fall as he grabbed Toshinori's hand. Toshinori pulled him in for a hug, and Izuku finally let his tears flow. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry," he cried, gripping Toshinori's shirt tightly. "Let's get you home, kid," Toshinori said, patting Izuku's back. Izuku nodded, wiping his nose on his sleeve and grabbing his school bag. He looked at his sleeve and shook his head before walking to the door with Toshinori. Together, they left the roof. As they walked down the stairs, a blond boy emerged from behind a small room on the roof. "Deku," he growled, wiping his hands of sweat. "You're lucky I saved you," he whispered to himself. Izuku and Toshinori made their way to Izuku's house. Toshinori mentioned that he would like to meet Izuku's guardian to discuss the training he wanted to put him into. Izuku looked back at him, curious. Where would this training take place? "New York City," Toshinori replied casually. "What?" Izuku exclaimed, shocked. Toshinori tried to explain, saying, "He trained a hero in America. He can train you." His tone suggested he was trying to convince Izuku. Izuku's mind raced with doubts. "Why should I trust you?" he asked, stopping in his tracks to face Toshinori. Toshinori clenched his fists, hesitating before saying, "I have a certain reason you should." He looked around, then stretched a bit, standing tall to counter his previous hunched posture. Suddenly, smoke enveloped him, and Izuku covered his face to avoid inhaling it. "It's because I'm All Might," Toshinori declared, his voice shifting back to the heroic tone Izuku recognized. Izuku opened his eyes, frozen in disbelief. W8. What? Now, young man, do you trust me now? All Might asked with a small smile. Izuku stuttered, trying to process the revelation. How are you? But you were so skinny. You're actually All Might? All Might laughed, confirming, the one and only. The next morning, a short man stood before Izuku, explaining that they would be up at 4:30 every morning. Izuku nodded in response, asking how they would get to the gym. We will run. Well, you will, the man smiled, causing Izuku to sigh. All right, he muttered. It had been a week since Izuku met All Might. During that time, he and his mother had moved to a mansion in New York with financial help from All Might, and he had met his new trainer, Gran Turino, who had trained All Might. Gran Turino, though retired, still had a lot of fight in him. All right, kid, get to bed and make sure your alarm wakes you, he said, pausing to look at Izuku. Or I'll have to. He smiled as he walked into his room and shut the door. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine as he took out his phone to check the time. It was only 9:30, but getting up at 4:30 was a big change for him. Izuku, sweetie? His mother called from the stairs, smiling and waving at him. Hey, Mom. Izuku whispered, walking over to her. Inko hugged Izuku and patted his head, saying, I'm so happy for you. My baby is going to be a hero. Inko started to tear up. Izuku smiled and hugged his mom before stepping back. I should get to sleep. I have to be up at 4:30. He chuckled a bit. All right, honey, I'll see you tomorrow after your first day at your new school. Inko nodded and waltzed back downstairs. Izuku smiled as he turned and walked into his room. He felt slightly nervous about his new school, but he knew decent English, which he had learned while watching old videos of All Might in his early days. He lay down in his bed and dozed off surprisingly quickly. The next morning came fast. He woke up to his alarm, which surprised him. He got up, dressed, and was prepared by 4. He walked downstairs and saw Gran Turino making eggs. Good morning, kid, Gran Turino said without turning away from the stove. Morning, sir, Izuku replied, walking to the table where he saw a glass of milk. Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes, Gran Turino said as he walked over to the refrigerator and took out yogurt. Izuku tapped his feet on the floor, feeling the nerves kick in for school. 2 minutes later, Izuku was served a plate of eggs, with a bowl of yogurt on the side. Don't worry, this isn't a daily thing. Once we get my cooks back, we will have other breakfasts, Gran Turino said casually. Izuku blinked a few times before eating his breakfast. I don't think I'll be able to be surprised more, he thought to himself while drinking his glass of milk. After finishing his breakfast, Izuku put on his school bag. So, now I'll run to the gym, right? He asked to confirm. Yup, I'll run with you today just so you know where it is, but after today, you're on your own. Torino stretched a bit before looking at Izuku. Alright, let's go, kid. Torino walked out of the room, and Izuku followed him into the backyard. A good half a mile away, there was a big building. What's that? Izuku questioned. Torino. The older man turned to him and smiled. That's the gym. Gran Turino grinned and used his quirk to fly to the gym. Izuku felt a buzz and looked down at his phone. You sprint here every morning as a warm-up, then back to push yourself. Leg day is going to be tough, Midoriya, the message read. Izuku sighed and started running. 2 long hours later, Izuku breathed heavily as he walked up to the middle school he now attended. Come on, Izuku, you got this. His thoughts clouded his mind before he was interrupted by the first bell ringing. Oh no! Izuku sprinted into the school and to the main office. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I'm a transfer student from Japan, he exclaimed, but the lady at the desk just stared at him. Oh yeah, I don't speak English, Izuku sighed and looked down. He grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, drawing a rough sketch of America and then Japan, with a small plane and a huge arrow pointing to where New York is. He pointed to himself and then to Japan on his small map. The lady nodded and picked up the phone. A few seconds later, the door opened behind him. Hello, Izuku Midoriya, is it? A girl behind him asked while tapping his shoulder. Hi. Izuku turned to see the girl. She was a bit shorter than him, with a shoulder-length bob cut and brown hair. I'm Ochako Uraraka. I was born in America but moved to Japan when I was very young, so I grew up there. I'm back in America for a few weeks because of family, and this is the perfect time to help someone else out. The girl smiled at him. Thank you so much, Izuku said, bowing, and Uraraka giggled. Come on, I'll bring you to class. Uraraka grabbed Izuku's wrist and walked out of the office. So you live in Japan? What part? Uraraka looked over at Izuku. I'm from Yuzudafu City. I have an apartment with my mom. Izuku tried to smile but ended up looking really uncomfortable. Oh, that's cool. I live in a small apartment not far from there. Uraraka put her hands behind her back. What's your quirk? She asked as they started walking up a set of stairs. Oh, Izuku got quiet. I'm quirkless, he muttered, but Uraraka's expression didn't change. Same, doesn't it? Uraraka sighed a bit but smiled at Izuku afterward. I don't usually find anyone else who's quirkless, so in a way, it's soothing that I have now. Izuku smiled while looking down. Don't sweat it though. Kids here are more accepting of quirkless people, so you'll be okay. Uraraka continued to look at Izuku. That's a relief. Izuku's mind immediately went to Bakugo and his relentless bullying. Anyways, here we are. Uraraka stopped in front of the classroom door. I'm in your class, so I can help you and translate what the teacher tells us to do. I can help with assignments until you get the hang of it. Uraraka grabbed the handle to the door, but Izuku quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. Uraraka looked back at him, confused. Izuku blushed. He had grabbed her hand to tell her something but remembered he could have waited. I just wanted to say I can read some English. I just can't understand when it's spoken, so I should be able to complete papers as long as you explain what is taught by the teacher. He retracted his hand, and Uraraka smiled. Alright, cool, let's go then. Uraraka opened the door, and all eyes darted to them. Izuku's anxiety shot through the roof. This is going to be rough. 10 months went by quickly, and it was almost time to go back to Japan. The girl who taught him some English had left a few weeks after he started school, but Izuku was smart and picked up things relatively quickly. His training had been going well, and he was well built compared to his former skinny self. He became well trained in several styles of fighting. Being quirkless, it was a necessity to know how to fight. Every once in a while, Izuku would think of the girl who helped calm his anxiety when he came to America. He just couldn't remember her name, though. His mentality was much better. He made a lot of friends in this new middle school, and he honestly contemplated not leaving America. That was until All Might let Izuku know something big. All Might was going to recommend Izuku to UA, so he wouldn't have to take the entrance exams. He wouldn't even have to take the recommendation practical exams. It was Izuku's last day of middle school in America. School ended at 3, and it was 2:30. Izuku's friend placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Man, we're going to miss you, Izuku. For real, bro, it's going to be so weird having you gone, another friend added with a laugh. Don't worry about it, guys. I'll keep in touch, plus I'll be back here during the summer, Izuku replied, laughing along with his friends. Man, you're going to UA. That's really cool. One of his friends leaned back onto his desk. Yeah, the same school as All Might, Izuku smiled, remembering All Might's recommendation. I'd love to go to you, a girl said as she walked up to the group. Same, Izuku smiled at her. Their teacher suddenly announced, Class, today a great classmate of ours will be leaving, so I say you guys can have the rest of the day off to hang out with him before he leaves for Japan. Thank you, Izuku, for being a great student. School quickly came to an end, and after an emotional goodbye, Izuku jogged home. Mom, I'm home, he yelled. Welcome home, kid, All Might said as he walked into view, startling Izuku. All Might. It's been a while. Izuku exclaimed, walking over to him with a smile. Inko approached the two. Surprise, Izuku. I knew All Might would be here today but decided to let him surprise you. Izuku walked over to Inko and hugged her. His mood had improved overall since he started therapy. Are you ready to go back to Japan, kid? All Might asked with his signature smile. Izuku smiled back and nodded. I'm ready to be a hero, he declared, clenching his fists in excitement. The next day, Izuku was jolted awake by his mother. Izuku, honey, wake up. He realized he was in the car and looked out the window to see his apartment. "We're home," he shouted, running toward the apartment complex and up the stairs. As he reached his floor, a voice growled at him. "Deku!" Izuku felt his heart drop. He slowly turned around to see Katsuki Bakugo standing there. "Kaken!" Izuku muttered, trembling slightly. "Where were you all this time, and why do you look so different?" Bakugo asked, raising an eyebrow. He spoke unusually quietly, a contrast to his usual yelling. "I went to America. I'm back here for high school, and I've been going to the gym," Izuku replied, standing his ground. "What high school?" Bakugo asked, his tone still calm. "I got recommended by All Might." Izuku responded, bracing himself for an outburst. But that outburst never came. "All Might? How do you have a connection to him?" Katsuki asked, confused. "Coincidence. It's a long story, but he knows I have the heart of a hero, so he said he'd get me in," Izuku explained. Katsuki simply nodded. "Whatever, that. See you at UA." He walked down the stairs at the other side of the building. Izuku stood still for a moment, perplexed by his former bully's actions. "Izuku, you forgot the keys," Inko yelled from the bottom of the apartment complex. Startled, Izuku jumped and then walked down to grab the keys from his mother. "Sorry, Mom. I'll unlock the door, then come and get all of our stuff." He unlocked the door before running back down to the car. After bringing all their bags into the house, he lay in his bed. His phone buzzed in his pocket and he answered it. "Hello, young Midoriya." All Might's voice came through. "Hey, All Might, what's up?" Izuku smiled while sitting up. "I just wanted to ask if you'd like to come with me to UA to meet your teachers." Izuku jumped out of bed. "Sure, when?" he asked as he put on his socks. "Now, of course." All Might replied with a laugh. "Oh, all right," Izuku said, putting on his shoes. "I'm at your door. Come open up." All Might hung up, and Izuku put his phone in his pocket. "Mom, I'm going to UA with All Might. I'll be home later," he called out as he opened the door to find All Might smiling at him. "Bye-bye, Izuku," Inko yelled back. Izuku and All Might arrived at UA and headed to Class 1A, the class Izuku would be in. Originally, he was supposed to be in 1B, but Nisa decided that Izuku could learn better from Eraserhead since both relied heavily on combat skills instead of brute strength. All Might opened the door, and Eraserhead was sitting at his desk with papers in hand. "Eraserhead?" All Might beamed. Eraserhead looked at him and sighed. "Yes, All Might," he answered begrudgingly. "I brought one of your new students," All Might said, pushing Izuku in front of him. Eraserhead looked over at the green-haired boy. "Name?" he asked, standing up. "Izuku Midoriya," Izuku quickly answered. "Quirk." Eraserhead began to walk over to them. "I don't have one," Izuku clenched his fists, anticipating the reaction. "Skills?" Eraserhead examined him. "Karate, Muay Thai, Judo, wrestling, and other fighting styles." Izuku replied, making Eraserhead smirk an eerie smirk. "All right, there will be a quirk apprehension test. Since you don't have one, I won't expel you for getting last. If you don't get last, then that will be better for both of us," Eraserhead said before returning to his desk. Izuku glanced back at All Might, who gave him a thumbs up. "Midoriya here will be at the entrance exams watching his fellow future students," All Might said. "All right," Eraserhead replied as All Might nudged Izuku, and they both left. After Izuku was introduced to all of his teachers, he went home. A week later was the day of the entrance exams. All Might and Izuku were in a room watching the entrance exams. Izuku was amazed by all the quirks and how they were being utilized. He watched Bakugo destroy the robots with a big grin on his face. At least he would know one person at UA. He also spotted a girl who looked very familiar. She punched a robot, destroying it. Sparks flew around her, and she seemed to radiate some sort of energy. Izuku's eyes lit up as he recognized her. He was also confused about one thing. "I thought she said she was quirkless?" he thought while continuing to watch her destroy robots. "Anyone pique your interest?" All Might asked as he walked up to Izuku, who was staring at the monitors. "Yeah, The boy with the engines on his legs reminds me of the hero Ingenium. Also, the girl with a bob cut and brown hair who seems to have a strength quirk. Kind of like you, All Might, Izuku said with a grin as he looked back at his mentor. All Might smiled in return, acknowledging the sentiment. Izuku then turned his attention back to the screens, scanning for more interesting quirks. All Might placed a hand to his forehead, concerned. He thought to himself, they met when she was quirkless, I hope he isn't suspicious. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Oaco Uraraka remained calm as she destroyed robots. One for all, 3%, she thought, feeling the power surge through her as she punched one of the robots, instantly destroying it. She had received one for all a month prior to the entrance exams, and although she had trained for it, the decision for her to inherit the quirk had been last minute. All Might had originally planned to pass down his quirk to someone else, another quirkless person, but Oaco wasn't sure who. Apparently, that person had become skilled enough in other martial arts that her father didn't feel they needed one for all. Part of Oaco felt bitter that she wasn't her father's first choice to inherit his power, but she understood his hesitation. All Might had never been the biggest fan of his daughter wanting to become a hero. She was still his little girl in his eyes. As more and more robots fell to the hands of the exam entrants, the ground began to shake. Before the exams, Present Mike had explained that there were 3 types of robots, one worth 1 point, another worth 2, and a third worth 3. He also mentioned a fourth, but it wasn't worth any points. Suddenly, a huge robot burst from underground, rampaging and destroying everything in its path. Uraraka ran away from it, searching for more robots to destroy for points, but then she heard explosions. Turning around, she saw a blonde-haired boy flying toward the robot. "Dee!" The boy screamed as he blew up the robot's back, causing it to fall forward. Uraraka noticed where it was going to land and saw other heroes in training about to be crushed. Subconsciously activating One for All, she dashed from person to person, throwing them out of the way of the robot. All but one remained, a green-haired girl who was trapped under a piece of rubble. Uraraka felt the power of One for All surge in her legs as she rushed to the girl, quickly throwing the rubble off and lifting her up. She tried to jump out of the way, but the robot was too close. Uraraka dropped the girl and turned to face the robot, delivering a full power punch with One for All. The robot flew back onto its face, rendering both of them safe. However, Uraraka's legs and arm were bruised and purple from the exertion, and she fell to the ground in pain. "Oh no!" the green-haired girl exclaimed, rushing to Uraraka as she faded from consciousness. Izuku watched the monitor, astonished by what he had just witnessed. All Might looked visibly uncomfortable. She just sacrificed her body for that girl, but why did her body get so hurt if it was from her quirk? Izuku wondered aloud. "Some quirks are like that, young Midoriya," All Might replied, patting Izuku on the shoulder. After the exams ended, Izuku returned home, feeling strange in his childhood room. Although it had only been 10 months, it felt like a lifetime. 2 weeks passed, and it was the night before Izuku started at UA. His mother knocked on the door. "You can come in," Izuku called, standing up and getting out of bed. Inko entered the room, smiling at him. "Hey Mom, what's up?" Izuku asked as he walked over. "I'm so proud of you, Inko said, placing her hand on Izuku's cheek as a tear rolled down her face. Izuku cupped her hand and smiled. "I plan to make you prouder, Mom, I promise." He kissed her on the cheek before saying goodnight and heading to bed. The next morning, Izuku woke up faster than ever. He was nervous, yes, but also ecstatic about starting at UA. He ran to the school and straight to Class 1A, knowing where it was from his previous visit with All Might. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately spotted Bakugo, who stared blankly at him, lacking his usual intensity, which confused Izuku. A boy with engine legs approached him. "Hello there, I'm Tenya Ida," the boy said, extending his hand for a handshake. Izuku returned the gesture. "I'm Izuku Midoriya," he replied. Ida smiled as he withdrew his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Ida said before glancing at the door. Izuku turned to look as well and saw the girl with the brown bob cut. A thought crossed his mind, it's her. "Hello there, I'm Tenya Ida." Ida introduced himself to her while extending his hand. Hey, I'm Ochako Uraraka, she replied, shaking Ida's hand. Uraraka then noticed Izuku and walked over. Hey, you're the boy I met in America, right? She asked, pointing to his unmistakable green hair. Yeah, that's me, Izuku smiled. Wait, let me try and remember. Uraraka said, placing her hand on her chin. Mido, she began. Izuku pointed to his hair. Midoriya. Uraraka finished, causing Izuku to chuckle. Yeah, Izuku Midoriya, and you're Ochako Uraraka, right? He said, pretending he hadn't just heard her introduce herself to Ida. Yup, that's me. Uraraka said, smiling and clapping her hands together. Ah, that's such a relief. Someone here I know at least well enough to talk to, she said just as the door opened. If you're here to talk, you can leave now, Mr. Aizawa said as he walked over to his podium. Now for seats. After Aizawa made the seating arrangement, he began an announcement. Usually, you'd be going to orientation right now, but we don't need that here. Get in your gym uniforms, and we will be going to the baseball field for a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa walked out of the room. All the students changed and made their way to the fields. Now, Ochako Uraraka, you scored the highest points in the entrance exams. Please come here, Aizawa said, holding a baseball in his right hand. Uraraka walked up to him. Yes, sir, she asked. Aizawa held out the ball. Throw this as far as you can using your quirk, he instructed, handing her the ball and stepping back. Uraraka blinked a few times before cranking back her arm and activating one for all at 3% before throwing the ball 100 meters. Since it was such a low percentage of her power, it didn't boost her that much. Izuku thought back to when they first met at the middle school in America, wondering, wait, I thought she was quirkless. Aizawa announced that they would be doing tests to pinpoint where everyone was with their quirks, and that the results would likely be used in the future. He grabbed another baseball from a basket, and one by one, the tests were held. Izuku, being quirkless, struggled but managed to hold his own. Aizawa was impressed by his strength, as he secured second place in the grip strength test, only behind Shoji, who had the advantage of a quirk. Once the tests were over, Izuku had placed 10th, exceeding Aizawa's expectations. Uraraka finished in 4th place, just behind Bakugo, Todoroki, and Momo. Aizawa then instructed the class to return to their classroom to collect their syllabi and leave. As Izuku exited the school, he noticed Uraraka in front of him, talking to a green-haired girl, the one she had saved during the entrance exams. The girl bowed and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Uraraka." Uraraka responded, "Please, don't thank me, it's what a hero would do, right?" This made Izuku freeze, and his eyes slowly widened as he thought, she's like me. Uraraka looked over to him and greeted, "Hey Midoriya, what's up?" She waved him over, and he jogged over with a smile. "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya," he introduced himself, glancing at the green-haired girl. "Setsuna Tokage," she replied with a smile. Uraraka then asked, "So what's up, Midoriya? How do you get home?" She adjusted her backpack. Izuku replied, "Oh, I take the train. What about you?" Uraraka laughed a bit and said, "Same, the one to Mizudafu, to be specific." Izuku smiled, realizing, "I guess we're on the same train then." Setsuna interjected, "Not me though, my parents drive me home." She awkwardly laughed, thinking to herself that they had good chemistry before backing away a bit. "Well, Uraraka, thank you again. I'll see you guys around," she said before walking away. Setsuna was part of Class 1B, and some girls from that class had planned a meetup to get to know each other, so she had to leave quickly. Uraraka turned to Izuku and asked, "Well, wanna go to the train now?" He quickly nodded in agreement. The walk to the train was silent, as Izuku was still a bit shy around new people. As they got off the train and walked toward their homes, Izuku asked, Uraraka, I had a question for you." "Yeah, what's up?" she replied, tilting her head slightly. "Well, I remember when we met in America, you told me something," he began. "What did I tell you?" Uraraka asked, confused. "You told me you were quirkless," Izuku finished. "Oh." Uraraka paused, realizing the implication. "I guess you awakened your quirk, huh?" Izuku chuckled lightly. Yeah, Uraraka muttered, feeling a pang of guilt. She had received her quirk after forgetting that Izuku was quirkless when she got one for all. While it wouldn't have stopped her from taking it, she still would have felt better if she had been prepared to see him. Hey, who knows? If your quirk awakened this late, maybe I'll get a chance to, although I'm not sure I need it, Izuku told her. Uraraka glanced at him, surprised. Really? She asked. He nodded. I think it would be great, don't get me wrong, but I'm confident in my martial arts ability. I truly believe I can become a hero. Maybe not one like All Might, but maybe someone like Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka looked at him, even more surprised. You're confident in your ability, even with your disadvantage. I respect that, she said, extending her fist. I wouldn't call it a disadvantage, but thanks. Izuku smiled and bumped her fist with his. Anyways, where do you live? He asked, pulling his fist back to his side as they continued walking. This apartment complex right here. Uraraka pointed to a building about 100 feet away. Izuku was surprised to see that his own apartment complex was right across from where Uraraka pointed. I guess we're neighbors, he stated blankly, still astonished. Oh, wow, Uraraka said, staring at the apartment complexes. Have you always lived here? Izuku looked over at her, who was still gazing at the buildings. No, I moved here a few months ago. My dad wanted me to be at least a little close to you, she explained, looking at Izuku with a peculiar smile. Guess we're neighbors, huh? She continued. Yep. Izuku replied, starting to feel awkward. Well, I better get going, my mom's probably going to get worried if I'm not home soon, he said, turning toward his apartment complex and starting to walk away. Nice to see you again, Uraraka. I'll see you at school tomorrow, he called out as he entered his apartment complex without waiting for a response. Uraraka sighed, walking into her own apartment complex, thinking, how awkward. Izuku walked into his homeroom, where Aizawa stood at the podium and the rest of the class was seated. Now that we're all here, Aizawa began as Izuku took his seat. Today we will be doing a training exercise. You should have received your prototype hero costumes that you designed over the summer. They are right here. He gestured as hidden doors opened on the side of the room. Each costume is by your seat number, so find yours and meet me at the training grounds. Aizawa then walked out of the room. The students got up to find their hero costumes. Uraraka grabbed hers, which was a full-body pink jumpsuit with plenty of padding, especially around the joints. Izuku, on the other hand, had a black and slightly green costume that resembled a ninja. He knew that if he were to be a hero while being quirkless, he needed to be less noticeable, more of a stealth hero, similar to Eraser. Everyone made their way to the training grounds, where Eraser was waiting with All Might. Hello, students. All Might's exaggerated voice made Uraraka cringe a bit. Today we will be splitting you into teams of 2, and it will be 2 versus 2. 1 hero team and 1 villain team, Aizawa announced, causing the class to buzz with excitement about their training. Izuku began to drift into his thoughts, overwhelmed by the moment. He couldn't believe he was finally here, but his reverie was interrupted by All Might's voice. Team D, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka will face Team A, Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, All Might declared. Izuku's stomach dropped at the mention of Bakugo's name. Team D will be the heroes, and Team A will be the villains. Aizawa instructed the 2 groups, and they all nodded in understanding. Villain team, get set up in the building. Heroes will enter in a few minutes, Aizawa said, sending Bakugo and Todoroki off. Uraraka turned to Izuku, her eyes filled with concern. So, what's the plan? Izuku quickly darted his gaze to hers, and she could see the nervousness etched on his face. Are you okay? She asked, moving closer. Yeah, I'm okay. Izuku replied, stepping back slightly. He felt petrified at the thought of facing Bakugo. Despite their last interaction being somewhat better, he couldn't shake off the bad memories. It's just, I have bad experiences with Bakugo, so it can be hard for me, you know, he admitted, causing Uraraka to raise an eyebrow. I'll have to ask more later, she thought, nodding to him. We'll be okay. Just follow my lead, okay? She patted him on the shoulder, and he managed a smile and a nod. Yeah, he said, his voice shaky. Hero team, you may enter, Izuocha instructed, handing them earpieces for communication. They both nodded and walked through the door, putting in the earpieces. All right, Midoriya. Let's do this, Uraraka said, taking a deep breath and waving for him to follow her. As they ascended the stairs, an explosion suddenly blew open a wall next to them. There you are. Bakugo growled, pointing his hands at them. Explosions erupted around them, and Uraraka and Izuku ducked just in time to avoid the blasts. They reached the top of the stairs and faced Bakugo. Watch your back. Todoroki is still here, Uraraka warned, scanning for any sign of him. Izuku's heart raced as he locked eyes with Bakugo, who seemed intent on hurting him. But there was something different about Bakugo's demeanor this time. Bakugo charged at them, using his explosions to maneuver over Uraraka and directly toward Izuku. Izuku braced himself, crossing his arms in front of him to absorb the impact of Bakugo's punch. But Bakugo veered to the side and swung instead. Izuku quickly backed away, and Bakugo flew past him. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku elbowed Bakugo in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. Izuku lunged to put IzuOcha on Bakugo, but Bakugo swatted his hand away and propelled himself off the ground, headbutting Izuku in the chin. Izuku stumbled back, gritting his teeth as he glared at Bakugo. Suddenly, Uraraka threw a punch using 3% of One for All. Bakugo dodged the attack and retaliated with an explosion aimed at her. She was hit and stumbled back. Bakugo smirked, jumping into the air. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine. Uraraka, jump, he shouted just before ice surrounded them both. That must be Todoroki, Izuku thought as he landed on the ice and began to slip. Uraraka managed to keep her balance, activating One for All and stomping down to break some of the ice. Todoroki descended the stairs above them, and Izuku continued to slip, falling onto his back. No, don't lose like this, he urged himself, struggling to get back up. Midoriya, calm down, Uraraka yelled. Izuku closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Calm down. You're okay. He opened his eyes again and jumped toward a wall, grabbing onto a rail. Bakugo leaped at him, but Izuku kicked him down onto the ice. Bakugo's head hit the ice, and he grunted in frustration. Damn it, Deku. Bakugo growled. Uraraka leaped toward Todoroki, attempting to punch him, but he shot ice from his hand. Uraraka quickly countered with One for All, shattering the ice. She grabbed Todoroki's collar and kneed him in the gut, knocking him to the ground. In a swift motion, she chopped him on the neck, rendering him unconscious, and turned back to Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku was clinging to the wall to avoid slipping, while Bakugo was getting back up. Bakugo glanced at the unconscious Todoroki and sighed before turning his attention back to Izuku. Your time to play is done, he said calmly, aiming at Izuku with his gauntlet. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Uraraka rush to him, pushing him out of the way just before the explosion hit her. She fell to the ground, unconscious. Izuku peered over the edge of the building, anger boiling within him. He gritted his teeth, turning back to Bakugo, who remained expressionless. I guess it's you and me, Deku, Bakugo said, preparing himself and charging at Izuku. Izuku felt his body tense as he ran toward Bakugo. Time seemed to slow as Bakugo threw a right hook. Izuku dodged and retaliated with a knee to Bakugo's stomach, causing him to stumble back. You knew that was coming, didn't you? Damn it. Bakugo clenched his fists, then opened his palm to unleash explosions at Izuku. Izuku couldn't evade them all and was knocked back toward the edge of the building. His head hung over the edge as Bakugo approached, HNDCFFS in hand. Give up that. You're not gonna win, Bakugo said, securing one handcuff on Izuku's arm. Izuku glanced to his right and saw Uraraka lying unconscious on the ground below. Fueled by determination, he grabbed Bakugo's arm and kicked his legs up, flipping Bakugo over him and out of the building. Quickly, Izuku got to his feet and dashed toward the staircase, hearing Bakugo's explosions as he flew back up. Nerd! Bakugo shouted. Come back here! Bakugo shouted as he re-entered the building, chasing after Izuku. Izuku reached the top floor and spotted the bomb. All I have to do is touch it, he thought to himself, but before he could act, Bakugo knocked him into the wall to his right. Izuku coughed and fell to the ground, frustration bubbling inside him. "Damn it," he exclaimed. Bakugo grabbed him by the collar, his eyes fierce. "Why won't you give up, Deku?" Izuku looked into Bakugo's eyes, determination shining through. He squeezed Bakugo's wrist. "Don't be stupid, Kaken," he muttered, feeling the life ebb from him. "You know me more than anyone. You know I'm going to be a hero no matter what." Izuku tightened his grip and put his arm around Bakugo's neck, locking him in a hold. Bakugo began to choke, clawing at Izuku's back. "Damn it, Deku, let me go," he shouted, using explosions to try to break free, but Izuku held on. "Go to sleep," Izuku urged, squeezing harder. Bakugo, fading, pointed his palm at Izuku's neck. "I said let me go." With a powerful explosion, he broke free, sending Izuku toward the bomb. Izuku seized the moment and leaped at the bomb, touching it just as Bakugo tried to interfere. A loud buzzer rang out, signaling the end of the training. "I did it," Izuku thought, collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily. He felt the ground vibrate and looked over to see Bakugo approaching him. "Deku," Bakugo said, staring down at him. "I won." Izuku smiled, tears streaming down his face. Bakugo extended his hand. "Come on, let's go back to the rest of the class after we get Todoroki and Uraraka." Izuku was confused. Bakugo was oddly nice. Bakugo helped Izuku up, and the two walked to Todoroki, waking him up. Bakugo supported him as they made their way out of the building. Izuku quickly jumped down the rubble where Bakugo had blown it up, shaking Oaco gently. She stirred and looked at him. "What happened?" Uraraka asked, her confusion evident. "We won," Izuku replied, his smile unwavering despite the tears. Uraraka smiled back, content with their victory, questions for later. She stood up, wincing slightly. "Ouch, my back," she thought, cracking it. "You okay?" Izuku asked, watching her rub her back. "Yeah, I'll be all right," she assured him with a nod. "Come on, Deku, let's go," Bakugo called, already heading toward the rest of the class. "All right." Izuku extended his hand to Uraraka, who accepted it. He wrapped her arm around his shoulder, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. "Are you sure you're fine?" he asked again. Yes, I'm fine, Midoriya," Uraraka chuckled, and together they walked to their classmates. Uraraka and Todoroki were taken to the infirmary for recovery girls' care, while Bakugo and Izuku rejoined the class to watch the remaining training matches. Later that day, both Todoroki and Uraraka were fully recovered. They left school at the same time, and Uraraka began to follow Todoroki. "So, Todoroki, right?" Uraraka asked the quiet boy. He nodded. "So you're his son, right?" Uraraka's tone became serious. Todoroki's expression shifted slightly, then he nodded. "Then why didn't you use fire earlier?" Uraraka inquired, glancing at him. He raised his right hand to the sky. "I refuse to use his power. I'll become a hero with only my mother's quirk." He clenched his fist and lowered it to his side. "Aha," Uraraka said, looking back toward the road. A black limo pulled up beside them. "Is this your ride?" she asked. Todoroki nodded. "Well, Todoroki, good fight today," she said, extending her hand for a handshake. He nodded and shook her hand before getting into the car and leaving. What an odd boy, Uraraka thought as she turned and walked toward the train station. Once she was in her town, Uraraka walked home and spotted Izuku heading toward his apartment with a bag in hand. She noticed burn marks on him from their earlier fight. Jogging up to him, she tapped Izuku on the shoulder, causing him to jolt. "Oh, hey, Uraraka," he said, quickly calming down and smiling. "How are you feeling?" he asked, scanning her for injuries. "Well, Recovery Girl had me covered, but her quirk makes you really tired, so I slept at school for a bit. Besides that, I'm completely fine," Uraraka replied, spinning around with a smile. "That's great," Izuku said, smiling back. "Yeah, anyway, how did you end up winning against Bakugo, especially with so little injury?" she asked, touching the burn marks on his neck. Izuku blushed slightly. "Honestly, I countered him as much as I could, and at one point he blew me toward the bomb, and I managed to hit it before he got to me. He laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, you won nonetheless, so good job. IzuOcha patted him on the shoulder. Thanks, Izuku chuckled, looking up to see the sun beginning to set. Well, I better go. My mom's waiting for the groceries to make dinner, he said, looking down at his feet. I'll see you tomorrow then, Midoriya, IzuOcha said, turning to walk away toward her apartment complex. Hey, wait, Izuku called, grabbing her bag. What's up? She asked, looking back. Do you want to have dinner with us? I feel like I owe you for helping me back in America, he offered, releasing her bag. IzuOcha smiled brightly. Yeah, sure. She walked up and stood next to him. Lead the way, Midoriya, she said, holding her book bag straps close. Izuku nodded and started walking up the stairs to his apartment. So, who do you live with, family-wise? IzuOcha asked as they approached the door. Oh, it's just me and my mom, but she's very sweet, so she won't mind a guest, Izuku replied, reaching for the door. Wait, IzuOcha said, stopping him. What's up? He asked, confused. Well, it just crossed my mind. You said you and Bakugo had a bad past, right? Would you care to elaborate, or is that too personal? IzuOcha stepped back slightly. Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll explain after dinner if that's all right, Izuku reassured her. He opened the door, revealing a short, slender woman. Welcome back, Izuku. Inko paused, noticing IzuOcha. Oh my! Who's this? Inko looked at IzuOcha with wide eyes. I'm Ochako IzuOcha, IzuOcha replied, bowing slightly. No need to be so formal. Inko waved her hand dismissively while smiling. I'm Inko Midoriya, but just call me Inko, she said, returning the smile. Then just call me Ochako. Ochako exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Sorry for being so loud, she added, nervously scratching the back of her neck. Don't worry about it, come on in. Inko moved aside, allowing Ochako and Izuku to enter the home. So, Ochako, you're at UA as well. What's your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? Inko inquired. Oh, it's a strength enhancement quirk, Ochako said, glancing around the apartment with a hint of nervousness. That's great. I bet you're really strong then, Inko replied, noticing that Izuku seemed lost in thought. A girl in my house, Izuku thought to himself. Well, I'm going to make dinner. Izuku, why don't you find something to do while I cook? We don't want our guests to be bored. Inko tapped Izuku on the shoulder, jolting him back to reality. Oh, IzuOcha, follow me, Izuku said as he stood up and walked toward his room. Okay, Ochako responded, getting up to follow him. Izuku hesitated at his door, a mental image of his room filled with All Might posters and figures flashing in his mind. I'm a complete fanboy, he thought, hesitating to open the door. So, Ochako stood next to him awkwardly. Before we go in, I'd just like to say I was a fanboy growing up, Izuku admitted, avoiding eye contact as he opened the door. He walked in and sat on his bed, clearly embarrassed. Ochako entered and looked around. You weren't kidding, she giggled. Izuku covered his face with his arms, feeling the heat of embarrassment wash over him while Ochako stood in the middle of the room, taking it all in. Shaking his head, Izuku got up and brought the chair from his desk into the middle of the room. Here, sit down, he offered, and Ochako nodded, taking a seat. She looked at Izuku, who sat on his bed. So, how are you liking UA? He asked awkwardly. He had gotten used to speaking to people in America, but he found Ochako very attractive, which intimidated him, especially in his All Might-themed room. Never mind that, Midoriya. Can we talk about Bakugo? She said, changing the subject. Oh, yeah, Izuku let out a nervous laugh, wishing they could have waited until after dinner to discuss it. Well, long story short, he was my childhood bully, he explained, fiddling with his hands. So I was right, I kind of got that memo. Ochako frowned at Izuku. Yeah, he bullies me because I'm quirkless. He calls me Deku to signify my uselessness, Izuku said, trying to laugh it off but ending up frowning again. You shouldn't let his words get to you, Midoriya. You should take the name Deku and make it your own. Ochako clenched her fists and smiled at him. Izuku looked at her in surprise. Make the name Deku the name of a real hero. Oaco said, placing her fist on Izuku's chest. You may not have a quirk, but you're strong, and you can prove that to him. Izuku smiled and nodded. Yeah, that sounds great. He felt tears threaten to escape his eyes. So, what else can we do? Oaco muttered after a moment of silence. Do you read manga? Izuku asked. The two ended up talking for a while, and after about 20 minutes, Izuku heard a knock on the door. Kids, the food's ready. Inko called from the other side. We'll be right there. Izuku yelled back before standing up. Oaco also stood, and Izuku returned the chair to his desk. They walked into the dining room and sat down. Izuku, I made your favorite katsudon. Inko said, patting him on the back. I hope that's okay with you, Oaco, Inko added, looking over at her. Of course it is. I'm grateful you even offered to have me for dinner, Oaco replied, raising her hands to show she meant no offense. Of course. It's great to meet one of Izuku's friends. Inko clapped her hands together, clearly excited. Izuku sighed. I would have invited you to America, but the language barrier would have been a lot for you. Even I struggled some when I was there, he explained. Oh, I know, baby. Still, it's really nice now though, Inko giggled, pinching Izuku's cheek before sitting down at the head of the table. I guess. The trio enjoyed their meal, and as Oaco was about to leave, Inko smiled and hugged her. So, it was great meeting you, Oaco. Nice to meet you too, Mrs. Midoriya. Oaco hugged her back, smiling. Izuku, walk her home, would you? Inko asked, glancing at Izuku, who seemed a bit lost in thought. Oh, okay, sure, Izuku replied, putting on his shoes. The two left and walked down the stairs. Thanks for inviting me tonight. Oaco broke the silence between them. Of course. It was a thank you, you know? Izuku replied as they crossed the property line to Oaco's apartment building. Yeah, Oaco smiled. They walked up the stairs to her front door. Well, thank you again. I'll see you tomorrow, Deku. Oaco said, extending her hand. Izuku stared at her. Why'd you call me Deku? He asked, cringing slightly. Well, we established earlier that it's going to be the name of a real hero, right? So why not? Plus, you need to be called it in a positive way, otherwise, you'll never get used to it. Oaco explained, raising a finger in the air. Izuku smiled. Thank you, IzuOcha. He shook her hand. I'll see you in the morning. Izuku turned away and walked down the stairwell. Oaco smiled and turned to her door, opening it and going inside. Izuku arrived home a few minutes later and opened the door. He sat on the living room couch with a smile on his face. Inko walked over and sat next to him, turning on the TV. So, she began. Izuku looked over at her. Oaco's cute, don't you think? Inko said with a mischievous smile. Mom. Izuku complained, feeling his face heat up. Inko laughed, and the two ended the night watching hero highlights, which had always been Izuku's favorite. Class, we will be going to the unforeseen simulation joint tomorrow, IzuOcha announced as the students began to pack up. We will be training with fake villains, so be prepared. IzuOcha's gaze landed on Izuku, who had a determined look on his face. Yes, sir. The class responded in unison. You are dismissed then. Izuku threw his bag over his shoulder and started toward the door when he was stopped by Oaco. Hey, Deku, do you want to walk to the station together? She asked, grabbing his shoulders with a smile. Yeah, sure. Izuku replied, feeling a bit flustered but nodding in agreement. It had been a week since Oaco had dinner at the Midoriya household. Oaco and Izuku had become good friends by this point. However, that didn't mean they were excluded from the rest of the class. Oaco had made friends with all the girls, and Izuku had also connected with many of them, though he found the boys surprisingly intimidating. As they walked out of the school and toward the station, Oaco turned to Izuku, who was smiling. So, are you excited to train tomorrow? She asked. He nodded, rubbing his nose slightly. Yeah, I wonder what the day has in store for us. Suddenly, Mina Ashido ran up behind them and jumped onto their shoulders. Hey guys, she exclaimed. Whoa, Both Izuku and Ochako shouted, nearly toppling over. Mina, you can't just jump on us. Ochako scolded, though Mina only giggled in response. Hello, you two, Momo said as she approached with Tsuyu and Jiro. Oh hey guys. Ochako perked up, smiling. Izuku waved in greeting. Would you mind if we went to the station with you? We don't want to interrupt. Mina winked at Ochako, who rolled her eyes. Yeah, sure, why not? Izuku shrugged. They all began walking to the station, chatting about what they thought the training would be like the next day. When they arrived, Momo suddenly stopped in the road. Momo, are you okay? Ochako asked, turning to her. Yeah, my ride's here. See you guys tomorrow. Momo said as she walked over to a black car and got in. I forgot she's rich, Mina remarked as they watched the car leave. Yeah, she just followed us so she could talk, Jiro said, turning back toward the train station. What an interesting girl, Izuku chuckled, drawing curious looks from the others. What? He exclaimed, noticing their gazes. Let's go, we don't want to miss the train. Ochako said, jogging toward the station. They all rode the train and got off at their respective stops. Izuku and Ochako walked toward their apartments. Well, Deku, it's been fun, Ochako said as they neared their apartment complexes. Izuku smiled. That it has, Mrs. Uraraka, he replied, cupping his chin playfully. Ochako laughed a bit before shaking her head. You know what? Are you free right now? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Yeah, I am. What's up? Izuku replied, putting his hands in his uniform pockets. Do you want to hang out somewhere? Maybe we can do homework or something, she suggested. Izuku smiled and nodded. Yeah, that sounds fun. How about we change out of our uniforms and meet up here afterward, he proposed, and Ochako nodded with a huge grin. The two went into their apartments. Hey, Mom. Izuku called as he threw his bag onto the couch. Welcome home, sweetie, Inko said, walking out of her room and seeing Izuku dash toward his own room. What's got you in a rush? She asked as he slammed his door. I'm changing, then I'm going to hang out with you, Raraka, and do homework. Izuku replied, pulling on his casual pants and taking off his shirt. Oh, is it a date? Inko called through the door. Izuku froze. No, he shouted, quickly putting on his shirt. He opened the door, and Inko laughed. All right, well, have fun, okay? She said as he dashed to the couch to grab his backpack. Turning back to Inko with a huge smile, he replied, I will, and ran out of the apartment. Inko smiled to herself. I'm happy that you're happy, Izuku, she thought before returning to her room. Izuku arrived at their meeting spot and sat down, excited to hang out with a friend with whom he had no language barrier. In America, he had hung out with friends, but sometimes he felt confused due to his limited understanding of English. One thing he enjoyed was English music, which had helped him learn some of the language. Hey, Deku, Ochako said as she walked up and sat next to him. Hey, so what do you want to work on first? I know that present Mike gave us. Come on, Deku, let's just walk around for a little while, then we can do homework. We just got out of school after all, and I don't feel like going straight back to studies, Ochako interrupted, standing up. Izuku blinked a few times. Yeah, I guess you have a point, he said, shrugging as he stood up as well. Lead the way, Uraraka, he smiled. Ochako giggled and started walking toward the more central parts of the city, where there were more things to do. As they passed stores, Ochako spotted a clothing shop she wanted to enter. Hey, Deku, can we stop in here? She pointed to the store's sign. That's a women's store. I'll wait out here if you don't mind, Izuku said with an awkward smile. But who's going to tell me if the clothes I try on look good or not? Ochako puffed her cheeks. One of the employees. Izuku muttered. Ochako shot him a glare. Fine, I'll follow you, he sighed. The two entered the store, and Ochako jogged over to the dresses. Oh, this one's so pretty, she exclaimed, grabbing a dress and looking at Izuku, whose face was slightly red. Imachim. He nodded vigorously. Dude, you're that uncomfortable? Ochako frowned a bit and sighed. Wait outside, I'll come get you when I have all the things I'm going to try on. She patted his shoulder, and he nodded. Yes, ma'am, he said, bolting out of the store. Oaco shook her head and began shuffling through dresses. Meanwhile, Izuku stood outside, hands on his face. Dude, what the hell? Can't even go into a women's shop without being immature, he thought, reflecting on all the clothing. Stupid Izuku, he shook his head. Okay, Deku, I'm ready. Oaco peeked her head out of the door. All right, Izuku said as he walked in with her to the back near the changing rooms. Oaco grabbed the pile of clothes she planned to try on and walked into the changing room. Izuku stood outside, staring at the ceiling. Please, no one show up that I know, he thought to himself. Oaco peeked out of the curtain and poked Izuku on the shoulder, making him yelp a bit, which caused her to giggle. Hey, I'm in the first one. Ready? She asked, a huge grin on her face. Izuku nodded. She jumped out, striking a pose reminiscent of All Might. What do you think, Deku? She spun around, looking him right in the eyes. Whoa, he whispered to himself. I think that means you like it, right? Oaco giggled, hearing him whisper. Izuku nodded. You look great, he said, staring at her. You can stop staring now, she said, side-eyeing him as she walked back through the curtain. One by one, Oaco showed Izuku each outfit she had picked out. And one by one, Izuku adored each of them. He looked over to Oaco, who was carrying bags filled with almost every piece of clothing she had tried on. I love your sense of style, he exclaimed. Thanks, Deku, she smiled at him before feeling the bags leave her hands. I'll hold them, Izuku offered, and she nodded appreciatively. Thank you, what a gentleman, Oaco said with a playful snicker, making Izuku blush a bit and roll his eyes. Where to next? He asked as he adjusted his grip on the bag handles. Wanna go eat? I was busy during lunch today at school, so I didn't eat, she replied, pulling out her phone to look up nearby restaurants. Yeah, let's do it. I'm hungry again anyway, he said. Oaco found a cafe close to them, and they headed there. It wasn't too fancy, but it wasn't cheap either. This place is really nice. We should go somewhere a little cheaper. I don't have that much money with me, Izuku said, turning to leave, but Oaco grabbed his shoulder. We're going here and I'll pay for us, she insisted, dragging him inside where they sat down. Izuku sighed. I really don't want you to pay for me, Uraraka, he protested. Oaco just glared at him. Fine, he muttered. They ordered their food and enjoyed their meal, with Oaco paying just as she had promised. After leaving the cafe, Oaco rubbed her stomach and exclaimed, Ah, that was good. Izuku laughed and nodded in agreement. I agree. We should go out to eat a lot. I want to try more places around here since I only moved recently, she said, stretching her arms back over her head. That sounds fun, Izuku replied with a smile. It's getting late, we should go home, Oaco said, glancing at the setting sun. Oh, hold on, follow me, she said, grabbing Izuku's hand and starting to run. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a beach. Oaco took off her shoes and walked up to the water, dipping her feet in while Izuku watched. She turned around and beckoned him. Come on, Deku, she called, waving her hand. Izuku put the bags down in the sand and took off his shoes before running up next to her. The water was very cold, it was barely spring, so it made sense. Oaco walked closer to the water, watching the sunset with a smile. It's beautiful, isn't it? She said, pushing her hair out of her face. Yeah. It is, Izuku replied, spacing out as he watched her. His heart raced, but he wasn't watching the sunset at all. He was watching her. Izuku woke up and smacked his alarm off. He got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, he stared at himself in the mirror, remembering back to last night, and blushed. The sun had finished setting, and he and Oaco were walking home. Ah, that was so fun. She grinned from ear to ear as they neared the apartment complex. I had a great time, Izuku replied, not looking at her. No way. Why do I like her smile so much? He thought, feeling his heart still beating fast. We should do it again sometime soon, find more cafes maybe? Today was really good, but I think we can find better. Oaco said, putting her hand on her chin while thinking out loud. Wait a minute, Izuku said, stopping in his tracks. What? Oaco asked, turning to look at him. We forgot to do our homework, he face-bombed. The two sat in silence for a moment. "Well, I guess we both know what we're doing tonight then. Want to get on a phone call and do it together?" Oaco suggested, taking out her phone. Yeah, sure." Izuku responded while digging through his pockets for his phone. They exchanged numbers right then and stayed up late doing homework, even falling asleep on the phone. "Ugh, I'm so tired," Izuku said as he got dressed for UA. Today was the day they'd take a trip to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. He tied his shoes and adjusted his backpack as he walked toward the front door. "Have a good day, Mom," he yelled out before leaving the house. He walked to the station and got on the train. Usually, he would see Oaco, but he assumed she was already at school since she was typically earlier than him. "I wonder if Uraraka and I could partner up in today's training exercise," he thought while walking off the train and toward UA. He arrived at school and walked to class, where, as expected, Oaco was sitting alone. She was always the first to arrive. "Hey, Deku," she waved at him. "Good morning, Uraraka." He smiled as he walked to his seat. "Aren't you excited? We get to go on a trip this early in the school year," she exclaimed, leaning on his desk. Izuku smiled at her and nodded. "I think it's cool, but it is still training, so I'm prepared to work," he said, rubbing his arm. "Yeah, it'll be fun though. I love training," she replied enthusiastically. "Very energetic this morning, I see," IzuOcha said as he emerged from his sleeping bag. Oaco flinched a bit. "I forgot you're here all the time," she said, walking back to her seat. Once the class was full, they all boarded the bus and were transported to the USJ. "Alright, so today we will be doing villain training. There are robots similar to the entrance exams," IzuOcha began to explain. "The difference is, these robots have much more combat prowess," the hero Midnight added with a grin. "And they will also be smart enough to use teamwork, so don't think singling them out will work the whole time," the hero 13 said through their mask. Izuku looked over to Oaco, who seemed a bit worried. "Hey, Uraraka, are you okay?" he asked her. She didn't answer, her thoughts clouded with concern. A loud crash echoed across the USJ, and the teachers immediately became alert. "What was that?" Bakugo asked IzuOcha. "Those aren't part of the training," IzuOcha said, gripping his scarf. Oaco snapped back to reality as purple portals opened up around the students, spreading them all out. She found herself on a boat with Tsuyu Azui and Minor Mineta. "These are real villains," Oaco said, watching the water around them as villains swam closer, attempting to board the boat. "What are we going to do?" she wondered, her heart racing. "We're going to die," Mineta screamed while running in circles. Tsu smacked him with her tongue, silencing him. "Calm down," Tsu yelled at the small boy. Oaco was deep in thought, trying her best not to panic. She considered using her full cowl to jump out but wondered if she could carry both of them. "Tsu, your tongue is really strong, right?" Oaco asked, turning to the green-haired girl. "Yes, it is," Tsu replied. "Okay, here's the plan." Izuku found himself transported to a field filled with training robots that they would have been fighting in their training exercise. He was alone with Bakugo. "They clearly didn't take into account where they teleported us," Bakugo said as the robots turned toward them and began to attack. "What the hell?" Bakugo yelled, blowing one of the robots up. Izuku dodged a punch from another robot, which hit the ground and created a small crater. "Kaken, they're not acting right. Be careful," Izuku warned as he jumped onto one of the robots and ripped out its wiring. "Yeah, I got that much," Bakugo replied, continuing to blow up more robots. As Bakugo destroyed more robots, the remaining ones began to avoid the explosions. "They're learning from his patterns," Izuku thought. "Kaken, give me one of your gauntlets," Izuku called out, holding out his arms. Bakugo threw one of his gauntlets, and Izuku caught it. "Throw me up," Izuku said, jumping at Bakugo and landing on his hands. Bakugo catapulted Izuku into the air. "Die!" Izuku screamed, getting into character while pulling the pin, causing a huge explosion. "Go!" Oaco yelled as she jumped using her full cowl. In one arm, she carried Tsu, who was using her tongue to carry Mineta. Oaco turned back to the water and flicked her finger, using one for all to create a whirlpool that trapped all the villains. Hold on. Oaco cradled Sue and landed back first on the ground. The fall knocked the wind out of her, and she was immediately knocked unconscious. Izuku was falling after the explosion from the gauntlet, but Bakugo flew into the air using his quirk and caught him. Thanks, Kaken. Izuku muttered, wiping dust off his face. Don't mention it. Let's go, we need to help the others, Bakugo said, starting to walk away with Izuku following closely behind. They ran over to find Oaco on the ground, unconscious, while Mineta and Tsu were breathing heavily. Is everyone okay? Bakugo asked, looking around as Izuku rushed to Ochako's side. She's just unconscious, she'll be alright, Tsu reassured him, noticing Izuku's worried expression. Izuku nodded, still staring at her. Where's All Might? A man emerged through another portal with a purple figure and a large mutant-like creature. He's not here. Bakugo yelled at the villains. I guess his students will have to do until he gets here, the man said with a devilish grin, pointing at the kids. Nomu, kill them. The creature, now called Nomu, charged at Bakugo but was suddenly stopped. To kill my students, I'd have to be dead, IzuOcha said as he landed on the ground, using his scarf to restrain Nomu. The creature turned around, and IzuOcha activated his quirk on it. Erase your head, you're so cool, the man controlling Nomu said. Izuku felt sweat drip down his face. What's that guy's quirk? I can't go after him if I don't know, he thought while Bakugo gritted his teeth. Dimenu! Bakugo yelled, shooting himself at the man. Shigaraki, would you like me to teleport you away? The purple figure next to the man asked. No, Kurogiri, I can handle this, Shigaraki replied, holding out his hand at Bakugo and smiling. Kaken! Izuku shouted, running after Bakugo. Bakugo saw Shigaraki's hand and boosted himself to the right using his quirk. Shigaraki's grin disappeared as he was hit with an explosion right to the face, knocking him over. Damn it! Shigaraki shouted, standing back up and looking at Izuku. I haven't seen you use a quirk. You must be the quirkless one. Shigaraki said, glancing at Kurogiri. Suddenly, Shigaraki's hand was teleported right in front of Izuku's face. Without time to react, Izuku closed his eyes. Texas Smash! All Might's voice echoed through the air. Oaco woke up to the sound and shot up off the ground. Are you guys okay? She asked, looking at Tsu and Mineta, who both nodded. Turning around, she saw All Might starting to fight Nomu. What the hell is that? Oaco thought as she began to run over. She noticed Izuku on the ground, injured, and Bakugo holding down the purple figure. That must be the person who teleported us, she thought. Bakugo, what's the situation? She asked while rushing to Izuku. IzuOcha made the big creature quirkless, and now All Might needs to defeat it. Bakugo yelled. All right, she responded, kneeling down to see Izuku, who had a serious injury where his right eye should have been. Oaco's eyes widened. Deku, she yelled, picking him up. I'm fine. Izuku muttered, trying to push Oaco off of him. Help All Might, he said, finally managing to free himself from her grip. Oaco glanced over at All Might, then back to Izuku. Rage flowed through her as she activated One for All and ran at Nomu. Dad doesn't have much time left, I need to help. Izuku lay on the ground, his head pulsing with pain, knowing he had lost an eye. Tears flowed down his remaining cheek, and despite the pain, he was alive. He stood up, stumbling slightly before focusing on All Might and Oaco, who were both attacking Nomu with powerful punches. Izuku felt like he was going to pass out but refused to let himself. He knew that if he lost consciousness, he might never wake up again. He looked at Bakugo, who was staring back at him. Deku, Bakugo said simply. Izuku tried to smile, but tears continued to stream down his face. I need to protect them, he thought, the memory of the previous night flashing through his mind, her smile on the beach. Suddenly, he felt a ringing in his ears, and everything around him became clearer. His heart raced as sweat drenched his entire body. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Suddenly, he heard popping sounds reminiscent of Bakugo's explosions and opened his eyes to see his own sweat bursting into small explosions. He glanced at Bakugo, who looked utterly baffled. A smile spread across Izuku's face as he turned to Shigaraki, who was charging at Aizawa. Izuku extended his hands, feeling something click in his head. Explosions erupted from his hands and feet, propelling him toward Shigaraki. Die! He shouted as an explosion sent Shigaraki flying away from the fight. Bakugo watched in awe as his childhood friend awakened a quirk strikingly similar to his own. However, Izuku felt strange. While he had indeed awakened a quirk, he sensed a shift in his personality. He felt exhilarated, almost too good for the dire situation, but as the explosions ceased, that arrogance faded away. He turned back to see All Might and Oaco still battling the Nomu. Kaken, put that guy to sleep, and let's finish off Shigaraki. Izuku activated his explosions again and soared toward Shigaraki, who had been thrown far from the fight. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the air. Izuku looked back to see Oaco with her arm broken. Panic surged through him as he propelled himself back toward the Nomu, All Might, and Oaco. Just as the Nomu was about to crush her, Izuku swooped in and caught her. Deku! How? Oaco exclaimed as he flew with her. I have no clue. Izuku replied, feeling the pain return. They landed behind a rock, and Oaco bit her sleeve to stifle a scream. Meanwhile, Izuku fought to stay conscious, slapping himself awake. Peeking over the rock, he saw All Might and the Nomu exchanging powerful blows. One final strike sent the Nomu crashing through the ceiling of the USA. All Might stood tall, but Izuku's relief was short-lived. He jumped out of hiding and rushed toward Bakugo, who lay unconscious after being caught off guard by Kurogiri. Get us out of here, Kurogiri, Shigaraki ordered, and both of them vanished in an instant. All Might sighed and fell to one knee, exhausted. Oaco and Izuku emerged from their hiding spot, surveying the devastation. Aizawa was severely injured, All Might was barely holding on, and Bakugo, along with Mineta and Tsuyu, had been knocked out. As the adrenaline faded, Izuku stumbled backward and collapsed. Deku! Oaco knelt beside him as he breathed heavily. I'll be okay, he reassured her, closing his remaining eye. Sirens wailed in the distance as Izuku finally lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself surrounded by people in a hospital bed. Breathing was difficult, and his vision was dimming. He coughed, and Oaco leaned over the bed, her expression filled with concern. Deku, you're going to be all right, she exclaimed, grabbing his hand. He squeezed it weakly to show he was awake, though he couldn't speak due to his dry throat. IVs were attached to his arm, and he noticed Oaco had a cast on her left arm, the one injured by the Nomu. Izuku stared at the ceiling, feeling as though everything had been going well until this moment. He tightened his grip on Oaco's hand, and a tear rolled down his cheek. His breathing quickened until everything faded to black. Doctors flooded the room, and Oaco was ushered out. She stood with All Might, who was in his smaller form, unrecognizable to most. Oaco, is he doing okay? All Might asked, concern etched on his face as Oaco hugged him tightly. Dad, I'm scared, she murmured into his chest. I know. All Might comforted her, rubbing her head gently. Do you mind if I join the hug? Inko asked, approaching after recognizing Oaco. Oh, Inko. I'm so sorry this is happening, Oaco said, embracing Inko as they both cried together. Meanwhile, Bakugo sat in the corner, wearing a hoodie, filled with questions for Izuku when he woke up. I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, Inko said, wiping her tears while speaking with All Might. Toshinori Yagi, I am Oaco's father. It's great to meet you, and I'm truly sorry about all of this, All Might said, bowing slightly. Inko found this gesture odd, but Oaco understood it as her father expressing regret for not arriving at the USJ sooner. I think it's time we go home, Oaco. It's getting late, All Might said, patting her shoulder. She nodded in agreement. Inko. Oaco hesitated. Yes, dear. Inko replied. Can I have your number? If you wouldn't mind, I'd love updates on Izuku's condition while I'm at school, Oaco asked, smiling awkwardly. Inko smiled and nodded. Of course. She pulled out her phone, and they exchanged numbers. It's so nice that Izuku has friends who care for him so much, Inko said, smiling at Oaco, who returned the gesture. Alright, we better get going, All Might said, turning toward the door. Oaco nodded and waved goodbye to Inko as they left. Inko settled into a chair and glanced at Bakugo. Katsuki, how long are you going to stay? She asked, catching him off guard. Figures she knew, Bakugo thought, smiling to himself. I'm going to head out soon. My mom is coming by to visit, so she'll keep you company, he said, sitting next to Inko and giving her a hug. Thank you, Katsuki, Inko replied with a smile. Well, I'm going to go now. I'll see you around, Auntie, Bakugo said, standing up and glancing into Izuku's hospital room. There he lay, eyes closed and connected to various machines. Bakugo cringed at the sight before walking away. A week passed quickly, and classes resumed at UA. The only reason they hadn't returned sooner was due to the backlash from the news. Recovery Girl had healed Ochako's arm, but nothing more could be done for Izuku. His eye had not returned, but he was more stable than before. Still, he had not woken up. Oaco entered the classroom and took her seat. Well, class, now that we're back in session, let's prepare for the sports festival, Izuocha announced, prompting murmurs from the students. I'm surprised. I thought they'd cancel it because of what happened at the USJ, Oaco thought to herself. The only reason we aren't canceling the sports festival is that we can't show weakness, Izuocha continued, eliciting more murmurs from the class. Oaco sighed, wishing for Izuku's presence. Please wake up, Deku. I don't like school without you, she thought as classes began. The day passed quickly, and Oaco made her way to the train station to go home, having recently signed up for a gym membership nearby to train. The gym also permits quirk usage, making it an ideal place for Oaco to train without her classmates. However, there was one exception, Bakugo. The two of them rarely spoke, and for good reason. Oaco was aware of Bakugo's past behavior toward Izuku, bullying him for being quirkless. Now that Izuku had awakened his quirk, which resembled Bakugo's, she was uncertain about how Bakugo would treat him. As she entered the gym, Oaco and Bakugo exchanged brief glances before going their separate ways. Midway through her workout, Bakugo approached her and asked how many more sets she had left on the inclined bench press. Only one more set of 12, she replied, not bothering to look at him. The tension in the air was palpable. Bakugo nodded and walked over to the weights. After completing her last set, Oaco stood up and wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel. It's all yours, she said, stepping aside a few feet. Their eyes finally met again. Thanks, Bakugo said quietly before sitting down on the bench press. Yeah, no problem, Oaco replied, turning away to head to her next machine. As she settled into the press fly machine, she thought to herself that she should talk to him about Deku. She glanced over at Bakugo, who was focused on his sets. Taking a deep breath, she got up and walked over to him. Bakugo, can we talk? She asked, but he ignored her at first. After finishing his set, he sat up and looked at her. About? He inquired, rubbing his hands together. Deku. He told me some things and I want to know more. Who better to ask than the source of the issues he faced? Oaco's voice began to rise with frustration. Bakugo looked down. How much did he tell you? He asked, still avoiding her gaze. All he told me was that you bullied him and that you call him Deku to make him feel useless, she said, clenching her fists. And how much do you want to know? Bakugo replied, finally looking up at her with a blank expression. I want to know everything, the full story and what you did to him, Oaco insisted, her gaze unwavering. Bakugo sighed. Are you sure he'd want you to know that? There's probably a reason he didn't tell you everything, he said, standing up to grab his water bottle. Oaco hesitated. He doesn't have to know that you told me, she said, her uncertainty growing. Bakugo sighed again. I know you would regret saying that if I told you everything. Some things I don't have the right to share. He thought back to the time he saved Izuku from danger. But I will tell you that I hurt him a lot. I bullied him all the time, but not just for being quirkless. That was merely an excuse for my behavior. He began to walk away. You didn't finish your set, Oaco pointed out, and Bakugo chuckled slightly. I'm done for now. But remember, you can hate me for what I did to Deku. I know you're trying to make the name Deku a better thing. Otherwise, you wouldn't call him that. If you can reverse the damage I did to him. Bakugo paused. I'd be forever grateful. And with that he left. Oaco was left to ponder his words. Why wouldn't he apologize to Izuku himself? Why leave it to her to fix things? The gym closes in 10 minutes. I repeat, the gym closes in 10 minutes, announced someone over the loudspeakers. Sighing, Oaco realized she had to cut her workout short. After finishing her final set, she gathered her things and made her way home. I'm home, she called out as she entered. Welcome home, Oaco, her mother replied, walking out of the bedroom. Hey, Mom, is Dad sleeping here tonight or at the other house? Oaco asked, placing her bag on the couch and heading toward the bathroom. The other house. He needed to do some paperwork regarding the USJ, her mother said, setting her cup of tea down on the kitchen counter. All right, Oaco said as she walked into the bathroom. I'm going to shower, she yelled through the door. And that she did. Time felt slow for her ever since Izuku fell into a coma. She had distanced herself from her other friends, feeling partly responsible for his injury. If she had been there to help, maybe he would have been okay. After her shower, she emerged in her pajamas and joined her mother in the living room, snuggling up close to her. Is everything okay, Oaco? Her mother asked, gently patting her head. Oaco remained silent, simply snuggling closer. I'll be okay, she mumbled. After a few minutes, Oaco's mother felt her lean fully against her. Looking down, she saw that Oaco had fallen asleep. Smiling, she held her daughter closer. The last week of training would be intense, but Oaco was as ready as she could be. Izuku found himself standing in a white landscape, nothing in sight. He looked down to see his hands covered in what appeared to be clouds. Izuku Midoriya, a loud voice called out, and Izuku looked around, his vision clear once more. Hello, he responded aloud. I thought you were a failure, but now, prove me wrong, the voice boomed before Izuku's eyes shot open. He was back in the hospital, breathing steadily. Izuku! Inko's voice rang out. His eyes darted to her, and he began to breathe heavily. Mom, he muttered. Oh, Izuku, my baby! Inko exclaimed, rushing to him. Mom! Izuku started to cry, realizing his eye was still gone. I'm sorry I wasn't stronger, he sobbed. It's okay, you don't have to be sorry for anything, my sweet boy, Inko reassured him, embracing her son as doctors surrounded them. Meanwhile, Oaco stood atop her home. She had traveled back to her mansion the night before and would be leaving that evening to ensure she arrived in time for the sports festival the next day. Oaco, how are you feeling? All Might asked, approaching his daughter and placing a hand on her shoulder. I'm fine, Dad, just thinking. Oaco replied, gazing off into the skyline. The sun was rising, signaling the start of a new day. All Might asked while backing up, are we going to spar? Oaco nodded in response. Yeah, sometime later. She leaned off the railing, taking in the beauty of the morning. It's beautiful out, All Might remarked, feeling the cool breeze around them. The weather was pleasant, a reminder that spring was still holding on before summer arrived. Yeah, Oaco said, pushing her hair behind her ear. You miss him, don't you? All Might blurted out. Oaco chuckled softly. I guess. It was just nice having someone who could relate to me. I mean, since you gave me one for all, I haven't been quirkless, but when I met him in America, it was comforting to share that experience. 2 quirkless kids. You know. She frowned slightly. Now neither of you are quirkless, All Might reminded her, referring to Izuku's quirk awakening. I don't get that. Was he really a late bloomer? I don't think he'd lie about having a quirk, Oaco questioned, resting her chin on her hand. No, he wouldn't lie. I know that boy well enough, All Might replied, standing next to her. What do you mean? Oaco asked, looking over at him. Before you, Oaco, I was going to give one for all to Midoriya, All Might revealed, making Oaco's eyes widen. So he was the one. Oaco thought to herself, turning her gaze back to the rising sun. I was wondering who it was. I'm honestly not sure how I feel about it, though, she muttered. What do you mean? All Might asked, a bit taken aback. I mean, maybe if you had given Deku one for all, none of this would have happened. Ochako's voice broke slightly. All Might frowned and wrapped an arm around her, pulling her into a hug. Ochako, what happened at the USJ was no one's fault. Izuku is going to wake up, and things are going to go back to normal, he tried to reassure her. No, Dad. He lost an eye. He'll never get that back. And if I was stronger, maybe I could have helped him. But no, I was useless. I couldn't even help you beat the Nomu. Ochako broke down in tears. All Might remained silent, simply holding her close. I'm sorry, Ochako, he said quietly. Ochako cried into her father's arms as the sun fully rose above the horizon. Once she calmed down, she went back inside, determined. I will never let him get hurt like that again. I'll get stronger. And I'll protect Deku, she thought to herself while activating full cowl. It needs to become second nature to me, and if I keep it active, it should do just that. Meanwhile, Izuku slowly got out of the hospital bed, blinking a few times. We can get a prosthetic eye soon, but for now we can't do much, a doctor informed him. He nodded, grateful. Thank you for your help. He bowed slightly, thanking all of the doctors. He and his mother were permitted to leave the hospital right then and there. Once home, Izuku sat down on the couch with Inko. Izuku, I'm not sure I want you to go back to you, Inko said, placing a hand on his shoulder. I understand that. Izuku mumbled, touching the spot where his eye was missing. But I still want to be a hero, Mom. I really do. Tears threatened to spill from his remaining. Please let me go back. I'll never let anything like this happen again, I swear. Inko stared at her son, contemplating. One more shot. If anything like this happens again, I'm pulling you out of you, she declared, standing up. I never want to see you this hurt again, you hear me? Izuku nodded, a smile breaking through. He turned on his phone, greeted by hundreds of messages from family, friends, and her. He opened his messages with Ochako and saw her apologies. He frowned, thinking of her. Ochako was drying her hair after a shower. Once she finished, she got dressed and walked to her room. Suddenly, her phone rang. She sighed, picking it up from her desk, and saw who was calling. Quickly, she answered, Deku. Hey, Uraraka. Izuku replied. Deku, you're awake. Oh my god. When did you wake up? Ochako asked urgently. A few hours ago. I'm home now. Are you busy? Izuku inquired. Ochako took the towel off her hair. Not at all. I just got out of the shower, but... Wait, why do you ask? Well, do you want to meet up? I kind of want a rundown of what's going on in school before I come back. I've missed quite a bit, Izuku chuckled lightly. Ochako frowned. Well, I'm not in town right now, but I can be there in like an hour or two if you still want to meet up. She put Izuku on speaker while checking her messages with all might. It's fine if you can't. No, I want to. Ochako interrupted, quickly blushing. I can get driven down there now. You want to meet at the apartments? If that's fine with you, then yeah, sure. Izuku smiled while sitting down on his bed. Alright, I'll be down soon. Meet me there in like an hour, okay? Ochako said, rushing into the living room where her dad was. Yeah, alright, see you then, Izuku replied before putting the phone back to his ear. See ya, Ochako said before hanging up. Izuku put his phone back in his pocket. Well, I guess you'll be going out in a little while, Inko said from behind him, making him jump. Yeah, I am, Izuku laughed a bit. Ochako was very worried about you. She even had me give her my number so I could update her, Inko said with a laugh. Really? Izuku was surprised. Yeah, when you first went into your coma. I was horrified and she was as well. You found a good friend, Izuku. Don't let anything happen to her, Inko insisted. Izuku smiled and nodded. I'll get stronger, and I won't let anything happen. He clenched his fists, accidentally letting off a small explosion from his hand. The two stared at each other in surprise. I guess I should learn to control my quirk more. Izuku muttered, feeling a bit embarrassed. Inko laughed. Yeah, probably need to work on that. Izuku awkwardly laughed in return. I honestly forgot I awakened a quirk. I'm also questioning why. Hey, Dad's quirk was fire-breathing, right? He looked at his hands. It was. Your explosions don't have much relation to either of our quirks, Inko explained. Izuku side-eyed his mom. And I am your and Dad's kid, right? Inko burst out laughing. Yes, Izuku, you are. I'm not sure why your quirk is so similar to Katsuki's, but I can promise you two aren't brothers, that's for sure, Inko said, shaking her head while laughing. That's good at least, Izuku replied with a laugh. Well, I'm going to go shower. See you later. Izuku walked away. Inko smiled to herself, thinking, that boy's going to go far. As she walked to the couch and turned on the TV. Izuku showered and got ready, stepping out to meet Bakugo about 20 minutes earlier than they had planned. He was surprised to see someone he didn't expect. Deku. Bakugo stared at him. Hey, Kaken. Izuku stood his ground as Bakugo approached. Izuku squinted his eyes shut, expecting Bakugo to hit him, but instead he was met with a hug. Izuku opened his eyes and stared at Bakugo. I'm glad you're awake, nerd. For a while I thought you wouldn't wake up, Bakugo said, not letting go of the hug. Izuku slowly hugged back. Kaken, what's up with you? Ever since I left for America, you've been different, he said, slowly backing away from Bakugo. Bakugo smiled, making Izuku uncomfortable. Nah, that's a story for a different time, Deku. For now, I need an explanation for that quirk of yours. Bakugo grabbed Izuku into a small headlock and ruffled his hair like an older brother would. Izuku pushed himself out of the headlock. I don't know what's with the quirk. I asked my mom, and she doesn't have any idea either. We aren't brothers, so it doesn't make sense to me why my quirk is basically a carbon copy of yours. He popped explosions in his hand. Bakugo mimicked him. I mean, my explosions are from my sweat. Are we sure yours are the same? He asked, popping explosions as well. Yup, from what I've gathered at least. I will be going to a quirk doctor, though, just to get the full details. Izuku suddenly made an explosion on his foot, boosting himself off the ground. I can't do that, Bakugo laughed. Well, I guess I can. Izuku boosted himself up more using both feet this time. Bakugo face-bombed. Illegal quirk use, he pointed out, making Izuku flustered. Well, Izuku froze. Bakugo laughed. Nerd, I'm messing with you. He punched Izuku's shoulder. Izuku felt embarrassed. When are you going to tell me what changed your attitude? He asked, changing the subject. Whenever I feel like it, Dech. The time's not right, and like I said, it's a story for a different time. Bakugo rolled his eyes. A car drove up to the apartment buildings, and Oaco hopped out. Deku, she yelled as she sprinted toward the two. You Rarika? Bakugo stepped away from Izuku. Rarika, hey, Izuku said before getting tackled into a hug. I'm so happy you're okay, she said, snuggling up to his chest, and he smiled. He looked over at Bakugo, who smirked before turning around and walking away. Izuku patted Ochako's back as she backed away from him. It's so good to see you awake, Oaco said, putting a hand on his face and cupping his cheek. Izuku blushed a bit and smiled. Yeah, it was scary at the USJ. I'm just happy you're okay too. He placed his hand on Ochako's hand that was on his face. Oaco hugged Izuku again. So, what's the plan for school? Izuku chuckled a bit while fully hugging Oaco back this time. Well, you missed a lot of work, but I can help you with that. Also, the sports festival is tomorrow, Oaco said before Izuku quickly pulled away from the hug. Tomorrow? Izuku yelled, startling Oaco. Oaco laughed and nodded. I doubt IzuOcha will let you participate, to be honest. I mean, you've been in a coma for over 2 weeks, she continued laughing. Oh, how wrong she was. Izuku stood at the starting line of the sports festival's first event. It was a race into the stadium, but with obstacles in the way. He had little experience with his quirk, but during the USJ he used it to fly, so he planned to do the same here. Go! Present Mike yelled, officially starting the race. Izuku sprinted over the start line and around the corner, where 0 pointers from the entrance exams automatically locked onto all of the students. He ran under them and then used his explosions to propel himself on top of one of them. He blew up the wiring, sending the robot to the floor, blocking anyone who couldn't jump high or fly. Oaco wasn't one of those people. She jumped over the robot Izuku knocked over using One for All. She was able to use 10% of One for All after her training since the USJ. All of the students ended up at a canyon-like field. Ropes in the middle were the only way across if you didn't use your quirk. This quirk really was well-timed. Izuku thought while flying over the abyss. Oaco used One for All to jump from rock to rock. The final obstacle was a minefield and a long stretch run into the stadium. The students were all walking slowly, trying not to activate any of the mines. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku were all fighting for first place, but Oaco, on the other hand, used One for All to propel herself into the air. Unbeknownst to the three fighting for the lead, they were all behind Oaco, not by much though. "I am not gonna lose this." Bakugo screamed at Todoroki and Izuku while turning his hand toward both of them. Todoroki stayed silent, but Izuku smirked. "I am not either," he screamed back at Bakugo while pointing his hand at him as well. Todoroki, being in between the two, put ice up to his sides, stopping the impending explosions. Izuku caught something in the corner of his eye. He looked over and saw Oaco in front of them. "Damn it," he thought to himself while using his explosions to go even faster, attempting to catch up to the One for All user. "Oh no you don't." Bakugo jumped up to Izuku's blind spot and grabbed his collar, choking him. "Demon you." Izuku turned over and put his hand on Bakugo's face. "Die." Izuku yelled while blowing Bakugo back into Todoroki. The two fell onto the mines, causing a massive explosion that catapulted Izuku forward, crashing into Oaco and making them both fall onto the ground. More mines were activated, and the whole field of them started to explode. Holy! Izuku was interrupted by Bakugo flying through all of the explosions with Todoroki right behind him. Bakugo punched Izuku in the face, and Izuku growled to himself. He got up and looked at Oaco, who was already running after Bakugo and Todoroki. He wiped the sweat off his face and began using his explosions to fly after them. It was the final stretch now, just a couple 100 feet away from the finish line, and the four were almost neck and neck. Oaco thought to herself that he was fast while pumping One for All up to 12%. Her joints ached, but her speed increased even more. She sped past Bakugo and Todoroki, taking the lead. Izuku felt a surge of competitive spirit as he activated his quirk, and the change in his demeanor was evident. He pushed his explosions further, leaving craters in the ground as he zoomed past everyone and crossed the finish line. Izuku Midoriya wins with a huge display of skill using his newly awakened quirk. Present Mic announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Oaco placed second, Bakugo third, and Todoroki came in a close fourth. Izuku deactivated his quirk and fell to the ground, breathing heavily. He thought to himself that he was so tired while trying to catch his breath. Oaco approached him and extended her hand. "Congrats, Deku, you won the race," she said. Izuku smiled and took her hand. "Thanks, it was really close," he replied as Oaco helped him up off the ground. Next was the cavalry battle, where Izuku's team, consisting of himself, Oaco, Tokoyami, and a girl named Hatsum, ended up winning because Izuku was able to fly using his explosions, with Bakugo being the only one to come close to him. The tournament was set, and Izuku's first match was against Momo. Oaco's first match was against someone named Shinso from General Studies. The order of the first round of the tournament was as follows: Izuku vs. Momo, Bakugo vs. Tokoyami, Kirishima vs. Tetsu, Ashido vs. Aoyama, Uraraka vs. Shinso, Todoroki vs. Siro, Kaminari vs. Shiosaki, Hatsum vs. Ida. Izuku's match was the first of the entire tournament. Present Mic introduced him, announcing, "First from Class 1A. The winner of the race earlier today, Izuku Midoriya." As he walked out onto the battlefield, he looked around the crowd and felt a small pit in his stomach. He smacked himself in the face to pump himself up. And also from Class 1A. The girl who can create anything she knows the components of. Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike yelled as Momo walked out to the battlefield, visibly nervous. Match start. Midnight, the referee waved a flag down. Both Izuku and Momo stood still, staring at one another. Momo began to create something, and Izuku pounced at her, using his explosions to knock her over. He didn't want to hurt her, but he also felt that she wouldn't appreciate it if he went easy on her. She finished making something and fell to the ground. It was a staff, but Izuku had no idea what it was made of. Izuku used explosions from his feet, blowing off his shoes. He flew at Momo and threw a punch, but she blocked it with her staff. Izuku felt his knuckles almost crack, and he retracted his hand, using his explosions to propel himself away. He thought to himself about what the staff could be made of while holding his hand to his chest and hissing in pain. His mind raced as he strategized on how to beat Momo. He remembered that she had also entered through recommendations and had participated in the recommendation exams, unlike him. She was experienced and skilled. Shaking his hand to ignore the pain, he dashed at Momo and grabbed the staff from her hand. They began a tug-of-war, but Momo threw herself at Izuku. The staff bounced off his nose, but he ignored the pain and pulled her closer. They were face to face as Izuku began to fly up using his explosions. A few feet in the air, he let go of the staff and pointed his foot back toward the crowd before unleashing a powerful explosion, propelling him into a backflip. His foot crashed into Momo's chin, sending her flying upward. Once Izuku realigned himself, he looked up at Momo, who was falling toward him. She had the staff in her hands and aimed for Izuku. Before he could dodge, she smacked him in the face with the staff. Momo landed on him, and they began to fall to the ground. Izuku grabbed her shoulder and twisted her around so that she would take the brunt of the impact. He then raised a hand to the sky. "I'm not gonna lose," he shouted, surprising Momo before he made a huge explosion, sending them both crashing into the ground. Momo passed out, and Izuku lay on the ground next to her, breathing heavily. Izuku Midoriya wins in very controversial ways, but he won. Present Mike announced as the crowd was almost silent, with only a few cheers. Izuku stayed on the ground for a few seconds before looking over at Momo. Guilt washed over him as he saw her completely unconscious. He stumbled to his feet and looked at her as she slowly regained consciousness. She groaned in pain while opening her eyes to see Izuku with his hand extended. She took it, and he helped her stand up. "Good fight, you really surprised me." Izuku tried to compliment her, though he felt nervous. "Your quirk really does affect your personality heavily, doesn't it?" Momo laughed a bit while putting her hands back to her sides. "It was a good fight though," she added as they were pushed off the battlefield. Back in the boys' locker room, Izuku heard Bakugo's voice from behind him. "I see you aren't pulling your punches, huh?" Bakugo said, and Izuku quickly turned to him. "I'm not going to underestimate anyone," Izuku shyly responded. Bakugo smirked. "Good. Then don't underestimate me either," he said before walking out of the locker room. It was Bakugo's match next, and he faced Tokoyami. To say it was one-sided would be an understatement, as Tokoyami's weakness was light, making Bakugo's explosions easily overpower him. Next was Kirishima versus Tetsu, which was almost a draw, but Kirishima barely won. Ashido quickly made a fool of Aoyama, causing his pants to fall down mid-match, leading him to forfeit afterward. Then it was Ochako's match against Shinso. Oaco walked out of the girls' locker room and saw Ojiro standing there. "Hi," Oaco said, confused. "Hey, Uraraka. I know we don't talk much, but that Shinso kid you're going against, his quirk is brainwashing. He only needs you to answer a question for it to activate, so just don't answer him, okay?" Ojiro insisted. Oaco nodded. "Thanks," she said before walking out to the battlefield. First from Class 1A. The runner-up of the race earlier today, the brunette badass. "Oaco Uraraka." Present Mike yells, and the crowd erupts in excitement. Oaco blushes at the comment and glances up at the glass windows where the teachers are watching. She spots All Mike giving her a thumbs up. Of course he'd give Present Mike the go-ahead for something like that, she thinks to herself as Shinso is introduced. Match start. Midnight announces, signaling the beginning of the duel. Shinso smirks at her. So you're another blessed person with a great quirk, right? He says, leaving Oaco slightly confused. Oaco activates One for All at 10% and charges at Shinso. Same with that Deepening Midoriya. He braces himself for a punch, but it never connects. When he opens his eyes, he sees Oaco frozen in front of him, her expression filled with anger. Did I hit a soft spot? Shinso smiles before delivering a punch to Oaco's gut. She coughs and falls to the ground but quickly rolls backward and springs back to her feet. That loser awakened his quirk while half dead. And he still couldn't save himself. Shinso taunts, crossing a line. Instinctively, Oaco activates One for All at 20%, and surprisingly, she feels no pain. Shut up, she shouts, punching him back, but her mind goes blank as she freezes again. Shinso grins and stands back up. Walk out, he commands. Oaco feels her body moving against her will. No, I can't lose like this. Damn it, she thinks as she walks toward the edge of the battlefield. She glances at the entrance and sees blank faces staring back at her. Who are they? She wonders before feeling One for All activate in her fingers. It surges to 100%, breaking her fingers but also breaking Shinso's control over her. Dust fills the battlefield as Oaco breathes heavily, her ears ringing. Suddenly, something shoots out from her wrists, a black substance with pink outlines. It swirls around her, blowing the dust away. What the hell? She thinks as Shinso watches her, surprised. How the hell are you doing that? He yells, noticing the fear in her eyes. Help me, Oaco manages to say. Shinso immediately activates his quirk, and Oaco's face goes blank once more. This time, she finds herself in a black landscape. She opens her eyes to see a tall man in front of her. She tries to speak but realizes she doesn't have a mouth. Looking down, she sees her abs but no legs. Where the hell am I? She thinks as the man sighs. Come on, kid. You can't panic like that, he says, face-palming. Listen, that black stuff, it's my quirk. It's called Black Whip. He demonstrates, and his version has green outlines. I know mine is greener, but it's still the same quirk. You've had One for All for a while now, and it's getting closer to the core of the quirk, finally bursting out with power, he explains. I'm Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All, he says with a smile. This is finally the time for One for All to flourish, Oaco Uraraka, daughter of the 8th user. Banjo places a hand on her shoulder. Control your emotions. Do not let them take hold of you. Use them to your advantage, he advises before her vision returns to the sports festival. Once again, she breaks free from the trance and locks eyes with Shinso. She points her wrists at him, but nothing comes out. Control your emotions, she reminds herself. A small amount of Black Whip emerges, and the crowd falls silent. Embarrassing, she thinks before charging at Shinso using One for All at 10%. Oaco grabs Shinso and pushes him toward the edge of the battlefield. What the hell are you? He exclaims, punching her in the face, but she continues to drag him out. Finally, she manages to push him out of the battlefield. The winner, Oaco Uraraka, who seems to have had a quirk awakening. Present Mike announces, and the crowd goes wild. Oaco looks at her wrists and then up at All Might in the teacher's window. All Might stares back at her. What just happened? She wonders while helping Shinso up off the ground. What the hell was that about? Shinso growls at her. I don't even know. Oaco replies, looking down. Shinso rolls his eyes and walks to the back. Oaco follows him and meets Izuku at the door. Uraraka, are you okay? Izuku asks, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her slightly. Oaco awkwardly laughs. I'm fine. I guess I awakened a new quirk, though, she says, glancing at her hands. I need to go talk to someone, she adds, shaking her head and walking past Izuku. She heads straight to the teacher's lounge and pulls out her phone to call her dad. Oaco, where are you? All Might answers through the phone. I'm on my way. Wait outside the lounge, she replies before hanging up. Her mind races with thoughts about the quirk awakening. Was there going to be more quirks? Would people find out about One for All? She struggles to keep it together. The next match is Todoroki vs. Zero. Todoroki dominates, freezing Zero to the ground before he even has a chance to move. Oaco arrives at the teacher's lounge and sees All Might in his smaller form. She immediately hugs him. "Why didn't you tell me this would happen?" she asks, almost in tears. "I didn't know it would. I thought you awakened your own quirk. Does it have to do with your quirk?" All Might asks, hugging his daughter. "Listen, I'll explain it later. I just need a hug right now." Oaco buries her face in his chest, and he pats her back. "You'll be okay, Oaco. You made it through to round 2. Now you have to focus. We can talk about the quirk afterward." All Might reassures her. "I'll win it. I'm confident I will," Oaco declares, putting her fist out. All Might fist bumps her, and she turns to walk back to the students. "Uraraka, where'd you go?" Izuku calls, running up to her. "I had to use the bathroom, sorry," she replies, awkwardly rubbing the back of her neck. "The bathrooms are the other way." Izuku thinks to himself as he watches Oaco walk over to the students sitting down. The next 2 matches of the tournament are Shiozaki vs. Kaminari, which results in Shiozaki winning, and then Hatsum vs. Ida, where Hatsum treats the match more like an advertisement for her inventions, ultimately leading to Ida winning. Round 2 of the tournament is set up in this order: Izuku vs. Ishido, Bakugo vs. Kirishima, Todoroki vs. Shiozaki, and Oaco vs. Ida. "I'm up first," Izuku says to Oaco as they stand near the entrance to the battlefield. "Good luck, Deku," she replies. "I know you'll do great." Oaco smiled at him, and Izuku nodded in response. "Yeah," he replied enthusiastically. And from Class 1A returning to the battlefield after his hard-fought victory in the first round, Izuku Midoriya. "Present," Mike announced, his voice booming through the arena. Izuku took one last glance at Oaco, who smiled and waved at him. Turning away, smirked to himself and stepped onto the battlefield as midnight signaled the start of the match. "Midoriya, let's have a good fight," Mina called out, her excitement palpable. Izuku smiled and nodded. "Let's do it." He activated his quirk, using explosions to propel himself toward Mina. Mina quickly utilized her quirk to create a path of acid, sliding effortlessly along it thanks to her resistance. Izuku was impressed by her ingenuity. It was this creativity that had earned her a spot at IzuOcha. Even though her quirk was dangerous, she had found ways to use it for rescue missions and combat. She slid toward Izuku and threw a punch, but he used an explosion from his right hand to dodge, then aimed an explosion at her torso. Mina jumped to avoid it, but Izuku's fist connected with her stomach, sending her crashing into the ground. Mina immediately backed off, strategizing her next move. Izuku smirked at her. "Come on, Ishido, let's show them a real fight." He felt his personality shift slightly with each use of his quirk, becoming more like Bakugo. Mina noticed Izuku's closed eye and decided to take advantage of his blind spot. She darted in and threw a hook, landing a punch on his nose. "Maybe you didn't know," Mina began, covering the ground around Izuku with acid. "But I can control the acidity of my acid," she declared, also splattering some on his torso. Izuku winced in pain. "This is just enough to hurt, not enough to take you out, though," Mina said, sliding around him and intensifying the acidity. Izuku struggled to keep track of her movements, his blind spot making it difficult. He closed his eye, trying to focus. The crowd was buzzing with confusion. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Mina swung at him, but Izuku managed to catch her fist. He squeezed, and she winced in discomfort. "Don't underestimate me," he warned, grabbing her wrist and delivering a quick punch to her face, leaving a bruise. Mina used her free hand to shoot acid at Izuku's chest, burning through his shirt. He felt his eye twitch as he pressed his hand against her face. "Get off me," he shouted, using an explosion to push her back, nearly sending her out of the battlefield. Mina coughed, struggling to her feet, her face marked by the explosion's impact. She laughed lightly. "You're really strong, Midoriya," she said, taking a step toward him. Izuku smiled. "I've gotten better with this quirk of mine." He approached her as well. Mina stumbled, her head resting against Izuku's chest, still catching her breath. He placed his hand on her stomach, preparing for another explosion. "This was a good fight, Ishido. You're very tough," he said, chuckling a little before Mina unexpectedly punched him in the stomach. He tightened his abs and stepped back, wincing. "Who said it was over?" Mina grinned, and Izuku returned her smile. "I did." He punched her in the stomach again, keeping his hand there as he unleashed an explosion that sent her crashing into the wall of the stadium, knocking her out cold. "Izuku Midoriya wins," Present Mike announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku fell to one knee, breathing heavily. Just what I'd expect from UA students, he thought to himself, feeling exhaustion wash over him. He soon passed out. Midnight carried both him and Mina to the infirmary. While Kirishima and Bakugo were battling, Oaco decided to check on Izuku. "Deku, are you awake?" she called as she entered the infirmary. "Yeah, I'm up," Izuku yawned, glancing at her. "Good. Are you feeling all right?" Oaco asked, sitting beside him. "Yeah, I was just really tired. Ishido put up a really good fight." He looked over at Mina, who was sleeping peacefully after Recovery Girl had healed her. "Yeah, she's really strong, but that's true for all of us. There's a reason we're at you," Oaco said with a laugh, and Izuku nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'm excited to find out who I'll be facing in the semifinals, although I have a feeling I know who it will be." He glanced at the TV, which was showing the battle between Kirishima and Bakugo. Bakugo overwhelmed Kirishima, using his explosions to send him flying out of the arena, nearly into the crowd. "Wow," Oaco remarked, hearing the crowd go wild on the TV and throughout the stadium. "That's Kaken for you." Izuku smiled, shaking his head in disbelief. He recalled the surprising hug Bakugo had given him the night before. While he wasn't sure if their relationship could be repaired, it seemed Bakugo was making an effort. They both watched as Todoroki and Shiozaki entered the battlefield. Todoroki quickly dominated the match, encasing Shiozaki in ice and rendering her unable to continue. "Well, that was quick," Oaco mumbled. Izuku laughed. "Guess it's your turn." "Good luck, Uraraka," he said, beaming at her. "I've got this," Oaco declared, clenching her fist as she marched out of the room. "You guys are cute together," Mina said, startling Izuku. "You're awake?" he exclaimed, turning to her. "Yeah, I woke up a few minutes ago." "I'm really happy you woke up, Midoriya." Oaco was worried sick, Mina said, her smile bright. Izuku smiled back. "Great fight, by the way. I'm really pleased with how I performed. If I had fought you before training for the sports festival, I wouldn't have stood a chance." Mina swung her legs off the infirmary bed, letting them dangle. "Yeah, it was a great fight. You exceeded my expectations. I never knew you could control the acidity of your acid. That's so cool," Izuku said, slightly fanboying over her quirk. Mina giggled. "Before this week, I didn't know I could either. Only I could handle the acid because of my natural resistance. Now I can use it to fight, which is great," she exclaimed, throwing her hands up in excitement. Izuku laughed and turned to the monitor showing the stadium. First from Class 1A after her triumph against Shinso from General Studies is back on the field. "Oaco Uraraka." Present Mike introduced Oaco again as she walked onto the pitch. And also from Class 1A, the personal advertisement of Mei Hatsum, Tenya Ida. Present Mike announced Ida, who stepped onto the battlefield with a determined glare. "Fight!" Midnight yelled, but was interrupted. "I forfeit," Ida said, backing up and stepping out of the battlefield. Oaco was stunned. Ida turned away and walked to the back, met with boos from the crowd. "What the?" Oaco thought to herself. "Oaco Uraraka wins." Present Mike yelled after the awkward silence mixed with boos from the crowd. Oaco watched as Ida entered the back and started to jog to catch up with him. "Ida, why'd you do that?" Oaco raised her voice while following him. "I have personal matters I must attend to. Please do not take this as disrespect, but mind your own business," Ida snapped back before turning away again. Oaco clenched her fist. "How can I not take that as disrespect?" she thought to herself before Izuku walked past Ida and approached her. Well, that was anticlimactic, Izuku said, watching Ida walk away. Ochako nodded in agreement. I'll interrogate him later, she thought. Well, I'm all good now and my match is up next, Izuku said, just as an explosion echoed behind him. Remember what I told you, Deku, don't underestimate me, Bakugo interjected, walking toward the two. He brushed past them, bumping into Izuku's shoulder. I might be changing my attitude toward you, but when we're in a fight, don't expect me to be nice, Bakugo said before heading to the entrance of the arena. First from Class 1A. The dominant performance in both of his previous matches, the explosive Katsuki Bakugo. Present, Mike announced. Before Bakugo walked out, he turned to Deku. May the best man win, he said before stepping onto the battlefield. Well, Deku, you've got a fight on your hands, Ochako said, watching Bakugo leave. Yeah. And second, also from Class 1A, after two tough bouts with two tough individuals, the also explosive Izuku Midoriya. Present, Mike announced as Izuku walked to the entrance and looked back at Ochako. Kaken and I have had a rough past, but last night he seemed to have some sort of respect for me. Now, I'll make him respect me, Izuku said confidently. Ochako smiled at him and nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Izuku walked out and took his position on the battlefield. Fight! Midnight yelled, starting the match. The two stared at each other, the crowd's loud cheers slowly fading into murmurs. Izuku smirked. Kaken, finally, a one-on-one. You must be excited, right? He said, laughing a bit. Bakugo smirked back. I finally get to beat you, he shouted, dashing at Izuku. Izuku ran toward Bakugo, and the two clashed fists, ignoring the pain as they both launched explosions, sending each other back. You might have a quirk similar to mine, but you'll never have the experience I do, Bakugo shouted as he propelled himself to the right of Izuku. Izuku threw a punch, but Bakugo evaded, pushing himself above Izuku and using his explosions to slam Izuku into the ground. Izuku quickly got back up and shot himself toward the edge of the battlefield. Damn it. He's not wrong and I hate that, he thought before running at Bakugo and throwing a right hook. Bakugo dodged, but Izuku took advantage of the explosions, using them to boost his elbow into Bakugo's chin. Bakugo stumbled but retaliated with explosions to keep Izuku at bay. Izuku dodged and jumped into the air, using explosions from his feet to fly up. Bakugo boosted himself back, trying to evade, but Izuku flung himself at Bakugo, grabbing his hands and clenching them closed. Our explosions are similar, yes, but I can use them without my hands, Izuku declared, using his explosions from his stomach this time. The blast hit Bakugo, causing him to cough. Die! Izuku yelled, head-butting Bakugo and gripping his face, using an explosion to send him into the ground. Izuku landed on top of Bakugo as the smoke cleared, revealing Bakugo smiling. That's my line, he whispered before swinging and smacking Izuku in the face, quickly turning the slap into a powerful blast that sent Izuku flying off him. Bakugo got to his feet and walked toward Izuku, who was holding his face in pain. Didn't I say not to underestimate me? Bakugo laughed, landing a punch on Izuku's nose. Izuku felt the bone crack, and his eyes widened. I'll always be stronger than you, Bakugo shouted, his face twisted in determination as he cranked back both arms, activating his explosions and sending his fists down toward Izuku. Izuku took the hit right to the mouth, feeling blood fill his mouth before spitting it out. He stared at Bakugo, both of them bloodied and battered but still filled with fighting spirit. You might have been stronger than me when we were kids, Kaken. I'd even say until I awaken my quirk, Izuku said, smirking at Bakugo while closing his eyes. He opened them again. But now, I can beat you, he yelled, shooting himself at Bakugo. Bakugo growled and shot himself at Izuku. The two bashed their heads together and fell back, wobbling as they threw punches. A right hook, a left jab. It was almost even, but Izuku had the advantage. He grabbed Bakugo's head and delivered an uppercut, using an explosion in his elbow to make it faster. The punch drew blood from Bakugo's chin, and he fell onto his back, coughing up blood and rolling to his side. It was a grudge match, where willpower would win over strength. Both of their ears rang from the explosions. Izuku coughed up blood and fell onto his knees, seeing Bakugo on his side, blood dripping from his mouth. He crawled over, attempting to grab Bakugo, but Bakugo shot an explosion at Izuku, knocking him back. Using sheer willpower, Bakugo got back up and limped over to Izuku. "I told you, Deku, I won't lose," he said, extending both hands toward Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, only staring at Bakugo. "Die, damn it!" Bakugo screamed, unleashing point-blank explosions at Izuku's head. Smoke filled the battlefield, and the crowd fell silent. Once the smoke cleared, Bakugo stood tall in front of Izuku, who was knocked out. Bakugo breathed heavily, wiping blood from his face and nose. Quickly, the adrenaline wore off, and he fell onto the floor, passing out. Present Mike announced, "Katsuki Bakugo wins in our most even battle yet." Midnight went to pick up both boys. Oaco watched as they were brought into the infirmary while standing at the entrance to the battlefield. She wanted to check on Izuku, but her match was next. For our last semifinals match. Introducing first from Class 1A after a questionable win in the second round. Oaco Uraraka. Present Mike announced, and Oaco hesitantly walked out to the battlefield. And her opponent, the Ice King himself, who has easily advanced to this stage in the tournament. Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki walked out and made his way to the battlefield. Fight. Midnight instructed the two. Todoroki instantly shot a huge wall of ice at Oaco, trying to trap her, but she flicked 15% of one for all at it, completely destroying it. Todoroki seemed annoyed, but the crowd went wild. "Don't think I'll go down as easily as the others, Todoroki." Oaco smiled at him, but he did not respond or reciprocate her smile. Todoroki began to unleash ice attacks, all of which were countered by Oaco's flicks of one for all. "I need to get in close," she thought while running toward the outskirts of the field. There, she spotted the number 2 hero, Endeavor, Todoroki's father. Her mind immediately flashed back to their conversation on the first day of training. He would only use his mother's quirk and not his fireside. Oaco noticed Endeavor watching Shoto with a fierce intensity. "Shoto, destroy her!" Endeavor yelled. Oaco looked at Todoroki, who grimaced and stopped using his quirk. She ran up to him and punched him in the face without using one for all. Todoroki barely flinched but was pushed back a few steps. "Todoroki, don't think I can't beat you. Fight me for real," Oaco challenged, smacking him in the face. "I refuse to use his quirk." Todoroki finally spoke while shooting ice at her. Oaco jumped over it using one for all. "Show me your real power," she urged, charging one for all to 5% and punching Todoroki in the stomach, sending him flying toward the edge of the battlefield. He stopped himself with his ice. "I won't use his quirk," Todoroki yelled, anger rising as he shot a huge ice wall towering over the entire stadium. Oaco found herself encapsulated in the ice. She punched with 10% of one for all, but nothing broke. "This isn't how it's gonna end," she thought before charging 100% of one for all and punching. All of the ice shattered and fell down. Todoroki stared at Oaco with a surprised expression. His confidence dwindled as he saw her still standing, even with a shattered arm. "I can't use his quirk," Todoroki thought to himself, looking at his hand and breathing heavily. "You can't do much more with your ice, can you?" Oaco said with a stern look on her face. "You need to thaw out? Or you'll slow down, then you'll be an easy fight." She continued while Todoroki breathed even heavier. "This isn't a handicap, Todoroki. Use your fire," Oaco ordered while shooting a 20% smash at him, spraining her other arm. "I can't use his quirk. I refuse." "It's your quirk, not his," Oaco screamed at him. This literally and figuratively lit a fire in Todoroki as his right side exploded into flames. Oaco smiled at him and he smiled back, but it seemed to be a crazed smile. "Uraraka, you know you can't win now," Todoroki stated as he thawed out. "I wouldn't speak too soon." Oaco fired up one for all full cowling at 30%, completely shattering her previous limits. At the same time, she extended her hands toward Todoroki. "Control your emotions," she thought before Black Whip shot out at him. She pulled him close as he unleashed a massive blast of fire and ice at her. She charged a 100% punch in her sprained arm and struck him in the gut just as she was hit by the ice and fire. Steam filled the arena, and a huge crash echoed. Oaco lay on the ground, barely conscious, and Todoroki was in the same state. But there was one difference: Todoroki was out of bounds. Oaco Uraraka wins in an amazing battle. Present Mike yelled. Oaco smiled to herself as she breathed heavily. She stumbled to her feet, and the crowd cheered. She looked up to her dad in the teacher's lounge and smiled. She walked over to Todoroki and held out her hand. Todoroki, you did it. You used your quirk. Oaco winced in pain but kept smiling, even though her arms were bruised. Todoroki grabbed her hand and let her help him up. Uraraka, he said, gaining her attention. Yes. Oaco replied as they walked toward the entrance. Todoroki smiled and looked down at the ground, thinking of his mother. Thank you. Oaco smiled back. Of course. Your finals are decided. Present Mike announced. The final match and grand final of this year's sports festival will be Oaco Uraraka versus Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd went wild. Oaco and Todoroki were placed in the infirmary and healed by Recovery Girl. Bakugo and Izuku looked at the two. I told you I'd win, Deku, Bakugo said as he turned away and walked out of the room. Izuku followed him. It was close, but you beat me this time, Izuku admitted defeat. I didn't underestimate you, Deku, and honestly if I did. Bakugo paused. I would have lost, he shyly admitted. Izuku laughed. Well, good thing you didn't then, he continued, still laughing. Bakugo just shook his head. I am very impressed though. Being able to use your explosions anywhere in your body seems like it would backfire, but you utilized it great, Bakugo told Izuku, who was surprised by the compliment. Thanks. Izuku awkwardly responded. I gotta go get ready for the finals. Bakugo walked away but stopped before he was completely gone. Don't worry, I won't go easy on your little girlfriend, he smirked and walked out. Izuku rolled his eyes with a small blush and walked back into the infirmary. He entered and saw Oaco and Todoroki. Hey guys, that was a great match, Izuku told them. Todoroki smiled and nodded. Thank you, Deku. Oaco replied with a huge smile. They had both been healed, and Oaco was now standing up, warming up for the final fight. Well, now Uraraka, it's your time to shine, right? Izuku smiled at her as they left the room, waving at Todoroki. Yeah, I've been looking forward to the sports festival for a while now, so it's great that I've done so well. Not going to lie, though, I was hoping to face you in the finals. Oaco giggled as the two walked toward the entrance to the battlefield. It's time for our finals. Present Mick's voice echoed throughout the stadium, and Oaco looked over to Izuku. Well, here goes nothing. Oaco smiled and hugged Izuku. Uraraka? Izuku questioned as she let go and walked toward the entrance. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. She laughed a bit, but her anxiety was evident. You've got this, Uraraka. You'll win, Izuku encouraged her. Introducing first. After her close bout with the son of Endeavor, ultimately coming out on top, the one and only Oaco Uraraka. Present Mike announced, and the crowd began to cheer. See you afterward, Oaco said, looking away from Izuku. Go get him, Uraraka. Izuku smiled at her as he watched her leave. Like I said before, I won't be going easy on her, Bakugo said as he walked up behind Izuku. Yeah, I know, but I'm confident in her ability, just as much as I am in yours. Put on a show, Kaken, Izuku replied with a smile. Bakugo scoffed, a small smile forming on his face. And now, after a huge display of skill in the semifinals, the more explosive of the two explosive quirks. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo started to walk out and looked at Oaco, who maintained eye contact. Oaco recalled when she saw him in the gym and asked him about Izuku. Fight. Midnight declared, starting the match. Bakugo ran toward Oaco, and she activated One for All at 15%. Bakugo punched Oaco in the face, but she absorbed the hit and punched him right back. Bakugo fell onto his backside and scoffed. Oaco took the offensive, running at Bakugo and punching him again, knocking him back. He rolled and got back onto his feet, wiping a bit of blood from his mouth as he dashed at her. She threw a punch, but he dodged to the right and punched her in the gut. She turned and grabbed his arm. He shot explosions in her face, but she began to spin around, keeping him in the air. "Let me go!" Bakugo yelled as she continued to spin. She subconsciously boosted 1 for all to 20%, trying to throw Bakugo out of the arena. Before he hit the ground, he flew back in. He grinned at her. "Not gonna happen," he shouted, shooting himself into the air. Oaco put her hands out. Black Whip. The black tendrils shot out from her wrists toward Bakugo. He quickly reacted, shooting himself back down to avoid them. "You and the nerd awakening quirks. What the hell is up with that?" Bakugo began building up explosions while watching Oaco struggle to maintain Black Whip. "DMN it." Oaco thought to herself as Black Whip retracted. "I'm gonna win this fight. Right now." Bakugo jumped into the air and started to spin. Hundreds of explosions went off around him, and smoke surrounded him almost completely. "DMN it." Oaco stood there, unsure of what to do. She tried again for Black Whip, wanting to get closer so he couldn't finish his attack. She shot out Black Whip again and grabbed the ground, pulling back and catapulting herself toward Bakugo. Bakugo smiled. "Howitzer impact," he screamed while attacking Oaco. Smoke filled the arena for the 5th time that day. When it cleared, both Oaco and Bakugo were still standing. Ochako's gym uniform was burned but intact, while Bakugo's was partially destroyed, the top half completely gone. Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw Oaco still standing. She had used Black Whip to shield herself from the explosions, but some had gotten through. How? Bakugo couldn't take his eyes off her. Oaco breathed heavily as Black Whip completely retracted, looking down at the ground. What the hell? Bakugo thought while watching her. She lifted her hand and beckoned Bakugo to attack. "Come at me with all you've got, Bakugo," she smiled, glaring up at him. A shiver went down Bakugo's spine, but he quickly became enraged. "Demon you," he shouted, running at her. Oaco quickly grabbed him with Black Whip, raising him into the air and slamming him back into the ground. She leapt up and stomped him even further into the ground, creating a small crater in the battlefield. Bakugo spat blood as he lay in the small crater with Oaco on top of him. "Go to sleep, Bakugo. I don't want to hurt you even more." Oaco punched Bakugo in the cheek, making his face bash into the ground. He coughed and more blood poured from his mouth. He raised a hand to Oaco and she stared at it. Bakugo started. "I won't give up that easily," he shouted, quickly grabbing Ochako's face and using an explosion to send her flying off of him. He sat up and coughed out more blood, slowly standing as Oaco blinked at the sky. Those explosions aren't a joke, she thought, feeling the tender burns on her face. She attempted to wipe off the dust that had accumulated on her face, leaving a gray hue, but to no avail. She sat up and saw Bakugo standing, slightly wobbly but still on his feet. Oaco tried to do the same but stumbled onto one knee. Her vision began to blur, but unbeknownst to her, Bakugo's had almost completely faded. He was running on adrenaline and started to walk toward her. Oaco noticed him and finally got herself onto her feet. "You've got more resilience than I knew about," she told him, but he didn't respond. Bakugo sped up a bit and threw a hook at her. It was slower than all his other attacks, leaving him wide open for a counter. She uppercut him in the chin using a 10% smash, and he barely stayed upright. He looked at her, and she noticed the lack of thought in his eyes. His running off instinct, she realized. Bakugo threw another punch, and Oaco easily dodged. She frowned at him, then swept his legs out from under him. He fell to the ground with a thud. Oaco was about to look at Midnight but felt a tug on her pants. "Don't you dare underestimate me." Bakugo used his explosions to shoot himself up, bashing his head into Ochako's chin. She screamed in pain. Oaco looked at him, and he was once again barely conscious. Even the crowd began to feel uncomfortable. "I can't knock him out. I have to get him out of the arena," Oaco thought as Bakugo swung unnaturally slow. He swung once more, and Oaco charged up a 100% smash, punching him in the gut. He was flung out of the arena and into the crowd, but before he could land on the ground he used his explosions to fly. Taco was baffled. Bakugo started to fly back toward the arena, but before he could arrive, the adrenaline wore off, and he fell to the ground. The crowd was silent. Not even Present Mike spoke. Oaco Uraraka wins, Present Mike announced. There was no reaction from the crowd as Midnight walked over to Bakugo and picked him up. Can you walk? Midnight asked Oaco while still holding Bakugo. Oaco nodded weakly. She thought to herself, I won. But it doesn't feel like I did, as she limped back to the entrance. Before she made it, the crowd started to clap. Cheers roared throughout the stadium. All Might showed up in the entranceway and looked at his daughter receiving the applause and cheers that he still did to this day. Oaco turned to the entrance and saw him. She let out a soft smile and walked toward him. Get yourself patched up, then you'll come back out to the podium, All Might told her. She just nodded and walked past him. Izuku stood watching Oaco, but she didn't notice him since he was behind All Might. He would be receiving the third-place reward. She's amazing. Izuku mumbled and All Might laughed. That's quite a compliment, young Midoriya. But I have to agree, All Might continued to laugh a bit. Once Oaco and Bakugo got patched up, they both walked toward the entrance. A silence hung between the two as Oaco walked a few feet in front of Bakugo. Uraraka, Bakugo broke the silence and stopped. Oaco turned to him, also stopping. Yeah. She questioned why he would stop so suddenly. You might be stronger than me now, Bakugo started while walking toward her. Oaco felt nervous about what he'd say next. But someday, Bakugo stopped a good 3 feet in front of her, someday I'll be stronger than you, and I'll become the #1 hero. He put out a fist and Oaco looked at him, surprised. She smiled and fist bumped him. I'll be looking forward to it, Bakugo, she said before the two continued to walk to the entrance. There, Izuku and All Might stood waiting for them as production staff put up a podium in the arena. Ready, you three? All Might asked the trio, and they all nodded. They walked out and got onto the podium. In third place, the explosive Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike screamed, and the crowd cheered for Izuku as All Might walked up and put a medal around his neck. Good job, young Midoriya. You showed a display of skill that will get you far in this hero society. All Might smiled at Izuku, who smiled back, trying not to cry at the comments from his idol. In second place, the unrelenting master of explosions, Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike announced, with cheers following. Young Bakugo, you've impressed me. With that quirk and that amount of skill, you truly can become the #1 hero someday. All Might put a medal around Bakugo's neck. You better believe that I'll become #1. I'll be even better than you ever were. Bakugo smirked at All Might, who just laughed. And in first place, the conqueror of explosions, the icebreaker and fire extinguisher. The best of them all, Oaco Uraraka. Present Mike passionately announced while dancing around the announcer's room. The crowd erupted into cheers, louder than ever before. Oaco smiled at her father, who walked up to her. You had a quirk awakening, and I understand that must have been scary for you, young Uraraka. All Might began while putting the medal around her neck. Besides that, you have surpassed my expectations, and I'm very proud of you. He smiled at his daughter, and Oaco smiled back with tears in her eyes. Oaco looked to Izuku, who was just smiling at her. Then she glanced over to Bakugo, who was reluctantly doing the same. She threw her hands up in celebration and jumped up and down, running around the battlefield and giving high fives to people. I did it. She yelled while running back to Izuku, who was at the entrance to the area, and jumped onto his back. I did it. She peeked over his shoulder and yelled in his face. Izuku laughed and nodded. Oaco fell off his back and turned him toward her before hugging him. I'm so happy, Deku. She continued to hug him. All Might watched awkwardly as Izuku patted Oaco on the back. Izuku nervously smiled at All Might, unsure how his teacher would feel about him and a girl since, to his knowledge, All Might never got married or had a child. I'm happy for you, Uraraka. You did great. He looked back at Oaco, who smiled in response. Oaco dashed to the stairs and ran toward the other students. I guess you two get along, All Might said to Izuku as they watched her leave. She's a really good friend of mine. I actually met her back in America. She was the first to teach me some English so that I could be better off in an American school. Izuku laughed a bit while All Might smiled at the boy. I raised my daughter right, that's for sure, especially if young Midoriya is the type of friend she attracts, All Might thought, proud of his and his wife's parenting. I'm happy to hear you're making friends well here, Midoriya. All Might smiled at the boy before patting his head. Let's go, we gotta get outta here. All Might called for him as he walked to the stairs. The sports festival was finally over. It was eventful, to say the least, but Oaco had won it all, and Izuku came in third, which was better than he expected. It was an overall successful day for the two of them. But the day wasn't over. Later that night, after the sports festival, Izuku walked outside. He had seen his mom, and she cried for a good hour. Seeing her baby so hurt horrified her, but knowing he was protected in the end was what kept her from immediately pulling him out of UA. Deku! Izuku turned around and saw Oaco taking out the garbage. Hey, Uraraka! Izuku waved at her and smiled. She jogged over to him. What are you doing out here this late? Oaco asked while standing a few feet away from him. Just came out here to clear my mind. A lot has been going on lately, wouldn't you agree? Izuku started to walk over to a bench, and Oaco followed close behind. Yeah, it has been a lot. Oaco thought to herself, recalling everything with Black Whip and the USA. I can't believe I have a quirk. It's really insane to think about. Izuku Midoriya gazed up at the starry sky, reflecting on his quirkless past. I was quirkless my whole life, and suddenly it just happened. Oaco Uraraka, sitting beside him, turned her gaze toward him. You would know as well, since you also awakened a quirk in the past few months, right? She quickly looked away, feeling a pang of guilt for not being honest about her own quirk. Today was great, Uraraka. I'm so happy you won, you really deserve it, Izuku said, smiling at her. Oaco felt her heart flutter at his words. Deku, don't flatter me, she replied, blushing and covering her face. Izuku blinked a few times, unsure of how to respond. Sorry? He said awkwardly, and Oaco giggled, shaking her head. No need to apologize, I'm just being weird, she admitted, still hiding her blush. An awkward silence settled between them. It's so pretty out at this time of night, especially with all of the stars, Oaco remarked, looking up at the sky. Yeah, I agree, Izuku replied, also gazing upward. After a moment he turned to her. Hey, I wanted to ask about something that happened earlier. Is that okay? Yeah, what's up? She responded, meeting his gaze. You told me you went to the bathroom, but you were obviously lying. Is there a reason you lied? Izuku asked, keeping his eyes on the stars. Oaco opened her mouth, but no words came out. I can trust him, she thought to herself before standing up and bowing. I'm very sorry for lying to you, Deku, she said, disappointment evident in her voice. Izuku looked down at her, surprised. He hadn't expected her to apologize. Listen, it's a long story. But my quirk. It isn't mine. Oaco remained bowed, her voice trembling. Izuku squinted, confused. What do you mean? He asked, standing up from the bench. It's my dad's quirk. He passed it on to me, she admitted, still bowed. Passed on? Izuku echoed, clearly puzzled. My dad. He's All Might, Oaco revealed, looking up to see Izuku freeze in place. Wait. Izuku took a step back, processing her words. I'm sorry for lying, Deku, but if things go wrong, I could get into trouble. There's a villain called All for One, and he's after my power. If he finds me before I can control it fully, then I'm as good as dead. Not even Dad could beat him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she saw Izuku's reaction. So, All Might's your dad. I'm sorry, Uraraka, but I need time to think. This is even more. Wait, if you got your dad's quirk and your dad is All Might, then what was with those black tendrils earlier? Izuku quickly changed the subject. That's the fifth user's original quirk. It's a lot of stuff I'm just figuring out as well, so please bear with me. Oaco started to cry, and Izuku frowned. I'm sorry, Dad. I really hope it doesn't make you think any differently of me. I'm still the same girl you've come to know, she said, fully breaking down in tears. Izuku walked up to her and wrapped her in a hug. I don't like that you lied to me, but I see why you did it. I'll keep your secret between us, okay? He reassured her. Oaco nodded, hugging him back, sniffling and wiping her tears away. I'll try my best not to lie to you anymore, okay? She promised. Yeah. Still, this really is a lot to take in, especially since All Might is the person who saved me. And him being your dad makes me kind of conflicted. Did he tell you what happened to me? Izuku asked, not letting go of her. Dad saved you? What do you mean? Oaco questioned, concern etched on her face. I fell off a building and he saved me. I told him I was quirkless, and he said he could get me training in America. So that's why I was in America in the first place, Izuku explained, leaving out the darker details. Oh. Oaco pulled away from the hug, noticing the shame on Izuku's face. Listen, I can tell you're lying a bit. But for a good reason. If you're ever ready to tell me what happened, I'm all ears, okay? She said, gently squeezing his cheek, making him chuckle. He nodded, looking down. Just a bit hard to bring up for me. Izuku admitted, rubbing his arm. Oaco recalled her conversation with Bakugo, where he had told her it wasn't his place to tell her anything. Don't tell me, she thought, grabbing Izuku's arms to check for marks. She found nothing but a few scars from burns. What are you doing? Izuku asked, pulling his arm back. I thought I saw explosion marks and got curious. Sorry, she began. No, I didn't cut myself, Izuku interrupted, causing her face to pale. Oh. Oaco muttered as Izuku turned away. Listen, IzuOcha, like I said, it's hard for me to talk about, so please just give me time, he told her before starting to walk back toward his apartment. Oaco clenched her fists as she watched him go. Did I make the right decision? As Izuku walked, he pulled out his phone and typed a message to Oaco. I tried to jump off my school, and your dad saved me. He hesitated, wondering if she would judge him. He glanced over the railing of the apartment building and saw Oaco sitting there, on the brink of tears. Later, Izuku noticed his name in the top 2 rankings and was slightly surprised since he hadn't even been the runner-up in the sports festival. Deku! Oaco approached him, playfully punching his shoulder. Good job, you got top 2. Also, can you come with me during lunch? She asked. He nodded immediately. Sure, is there something you wanted to talk about? Izuku questioned, noting that their usual lunch together made her request seem unusual. Let's save it for when the time comes, Oaco smiled at him before walking back to her seat. Izuku stood there, confused, until Bakugo walked up to him. Deku. How'd you get more offers than me when I beat you? Bakugo glared before rolling his eyes. Next time, you won't get more offers than me. He walked away, full of bravado. Izuku chuckled quietly. Now, hero agencies that offered to you will be listed in an email. Check at your own leisure, but you must choose one before this Friday, Aizawa announced as he settled back down. Who to pick? Izuku thought, pulling out his phone to check the list of offers. When lunch arrived, Izuku approached Oaco again. So what did you need me for? If you wanted to eat together, there was no need to ask. They already ate every day, Izuku chuckled. Oaco stared at him with a nervous look on her face. Come with me, she said, standing up and grabbing his hand, dragging him out of the room. Oaco, where are you taking me? He exclaimed as she ran through the halls, and he had to sprint to keep up. She was fast. Suddenly, she took a hard right into a closet. What are you doing? Izuku asked as she closed the door and sighed. She turned on the light, revealing All Might in the corner. All Might. Oaco quickly clasped her hands over Izuku's mouth. Listen. We need to talk, she told him before releasing his mouth. You know you could text me instead of basically kidnapping me, Izuku whispered, while All Might struggled to hold back a laugh. That's beside the point. Dad, you had something to talk to us about? Oaco looked over to All Might, who nodded. Yes, you too. Midoriya, as you know, when I was your age, I was trained by my master. After her passing, her closest friend trained me, Gran Turino. All Might began. Oh, Gran Torino. How is he? Izuku interjected, and All Might smiled. He's doing just fine. He watched both of your performances at the sports festival and is actually very interested in taking you both for an internship, All Might continued, causing Ochako's eyes to widen. I'll finally get to meet the man who trained you, she exclaimed, giddy with excitement. Yes, that is if you choose to go, All Might concluded, and both Izuku and Ochaco exchanged glances. Of course we'll go, they said in unison, prompting a smile from All Might. All right then, I'll let him know. With that, All Might left the room, leaving Ochaco and Izuku alone. Well, we should wait a bit. If anyone sees us leave the closet together, they might get suspicious. Ochaco said, glancing at Izuku, who nodded in agreement. That wouldn't be a good look, not right now, he laughed a little. After a few minutes, Izuku walked out, heading to the bathroom so he wouldn't return at the same time as Ochaco. She walked out and headed straight to the lunchroom, where she sat alone at the only remaining table. Soon after, Izuku joined her. It had been like that since school started. They were friends with others, but everyone had different friends they sat with. Luckily, no one asked any questions, and the day went by smoothly. As Izuku and Ochaco got off the train to walk home, All Might accompanied them. So, you guys can pack, and we will be traveling to Hosu City tomorrow, All Might informed them. Wait, I thought we had until Friday to decide? That's what IzuOcha said, Izuku questioned. Well, you two get special passes because of yours truly, All Might said, pointing to himself with a grin. Ochaco giggled, while Izuku face-bombed. Well, I don't mind. I get to see Gran Torino sooner. Izuku said, shaking his head and smiling. You guys got along pretty well, didn't you? All Might asked, and Izuku nodded. I never really got a proper goodbye because he came back to Japan a few weeks before I left America. So it'll be nice to see him, Izuku replied, and All Might smiled at him. I'll be happy to finally meet him, Ochaco said, much to Izuku's dismay. I still can't believe you never met Gran Torino, especially since you were in America when he was as well, Izuku remarked, looking at Ochaco, who simply shrugged. Guess we just never crossed paths. All Might looked at his daughter. You know, we've talked about you a lot. He even held you when you were a baby. So you've met, just not at any times you'd remember. All Might laughed and Ochaco stared at him in surprise. Well, here's where we part ways, Izuku said, glancing over at his apartment building. Yep, we'll be leaving first thing in the morning. We won't even be going to school, so just come out here packed at the normal time you'd leave for school. I'll have a car here to pick us up, All Might instructed, mostly directing his words toward Izuku. Yes, sir, they both replied, and Ochaco giggled. See you tomorrow, Deku. Ochaco turned to Izuku, hesitated for a moment, then hugged him. He smiled but then nervously glanced at All Might. Now that he knew Ochaco was his daughter, it felt a bit weirder, but he half-hugged her back, patting her on the back. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, Izuku said before Ochaco let go, and he waved at both of them as he walked to his apartment complex. You really have it bad for that boy, Ochaco, All Might teased, making her blush. It's not that bad, she insisted, while All Might laughed as they both walked to their apartment complex. Izuku walked out of his apartment building with his usual backpack filled with clothes for the next few days, along with a string bag containing essentials like a toothbrush. He saw a black car in front of his building, and the back window rolled down. Come on, Deku, get in. Ochaco called out to him. Izuku smiled and walked over to the car, opening the back door and sitting inside. Good morning, Deku, Ochaco said, giddy with excitement. Calm down, Tuko. You don't want to use all your energy, Izuku replied, feeling his heart sink as he looked in front of him and saw a woman with brunette hair, the same as Ochaco's. Her mom? He thought to himself while looking at All Might. Morning, young Midoriya, All Might snickered as he started to drive. Good morning, All Might, Izuku said, now feeling very nervous. So, Midoriya. I've heard a lot about you, Ochaco's mom said, glancing at Izuku, who looked over at Ochaco with an awkward smile. Is that right? Izuku asked, still staring at Ochaco. It is. I've heard about your quirk awakening, your training, a bunch of stuff like that, Ochaco's mom continued, chuckling lightly. Ah, yeah, It's been an eventful year, to say the least, Oaco replied, laughing along with Izuku. And it's only just the start, she added, leaning against the window with a groan. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I've wanted to go to you since I was really little, she said, her excitement evident. Why did you want to go to UA specifically? Ochako's mom asked, causing Oaco to giggle, knowing the answer. Izuku blushed slightly. Because All Might went there, he admitted shyly, covering his face. Ah, Ochako's mom giggled. Did you hear that, Toshi? You really are inspiring the next generation of heroes. She lightly tapped All Might's arm, and he chuckled in response. I guess so, All Might said, glancing in the rearview mirror at Izuku, who had a faint blush on his face as he looked out the window. After about an hour or two, they arrived at a small apartment. Well, here it is. All Might pointed at the building. Good luck, you guys. Ochako's mom waved at the two. Wait, you aren't coming with us? Oaco asked her parents. Nope. We're going to the estate. We'll come pick you up in a few days. Bye-bye. All Might said before driving away. Oaco and Izuku watched as the car disappeared. Oh, I guess we go in, Izuku said, turning to Oaco, who looked clearly upset. He thought to himself. Oaco turned to the door and walked toward it before quickly knocking. IzuOcha, we'll be okay. It's just A few days later, Izuku tried to reassure her, but she turned to him and glared. Deku, do you notice something different about us right now? Choose your words wisely, Oaco said with a growl. Izuku remained silent. Look at your hands. He looked down and saw his luggage. His eyes widened. Oh, did I get it? He said, still looking down. The door opened in front of them, and Gran Turino stood there. Midoriya and IzuOcha. Get in here, he told the two while moving out of the way. Oaco looked at Izuku, surprised by the man's short stature. Is this him? She whispered. Izuku nodded with a chuckle. They both walked in, and it was an abnormally normal home for a hero. So this is where you live, Torino. Izuku looked around and nodded a bit. It's homey to say the least. Oaco also looked around. Yeah, my place in New. Torino looked over at Oaco, who nodded slowly in response. He emphasized the importance of sharpening their senses, especially after Midoriya had lost his eye. He turned to IzuOcha, reminding her that she needed to be prepared in case her quirk went out of control again during a real battle. Taking another sip of his coffee, he addressed the group. So I shouldn't use one for all at all? IzuOcha asked, causing Torino to nearly spit out his drink. He knows? The short man asked Oaco, who nodded in response. It's a long story. Both Izuku and Oaco felt a blush creep onto their faces as they recalled that eventful night. Torino noticed their reaction but chose to ignore it. Well then, yes, I would prefer if you didn't use one for all this time. I've seen you use it and you seem efficient with it, but you're clearly not strong enough to use 100% without injuring yourself. So, along with your heightened senses here, I'll have you do weight training to try and become physically stronger so that you can increase your maximum percentage. Torino set his coffee down again. Midoriya, you'll be solely focusing on your senses because you don't need to get stronger physically, he said, much to Izuku's dismay. But I want to work on my strength. I enjoy weight training, it's what got me to where I am in the first place. Izuku insisted. Plus, I can teach IzuOcha the ropes, you know? Torino rolled his eyes. The whole point is for me to teach you guys, but if you insist, I know you well enough to know you won't give up on it anyway. He mumbled the last part, and Izuku celebrated quietly. Alright, let's do this, Torino said, smirking at the two. After a long day of work, they finally finished. Later that night, Torino had gone to bed. So, I guess we're sleeping out here, Izuku said as the lights went off. Oaco replied nervously. Izuku laid out his futon and settled down. Today was a good day, I'd say. He placed his hands behind his head. I agree, although I didn't expect it to be so challenging. I see how he ended up training Dad, Oaco sighed as she laid out her futon on the opposite side of the room. I'm lucky that I'm used to his level of training by now. Just to think I went through this daily for months. Izuku chuckled while glancing over at Oaco. I don't know how you do it, she said, shaking her head. A small silence fell between them, making the atmosphere awkward even in the spacious room. What are you going to do about clothes? Since your parents drove off with them, Izuku asked, prompting a sigh from Oaco. I can't really do anything but go out and shop. But I don't even know if I have my debit card with me. She frowned and buried her head in her pillow. I have some extra clothes if you want to. Borrow them. Izuku nervously offered. Oaco didn't respond for a few seconds, her head still buried in her pillow. It's fine if you don't want to, I completely understand. I will, I guess, she said, popping her head up to look at Izuku. He felt a blush rise to his cheeks and nodded. All right then, want me to put some out for you for the morning? He asked while standing up. Oaco nodded, and Izuku went to his bag, grabbing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Hopefully, this is fine, he thought as he showed her the clothes he was going to leave for her. She nodded in approval. That'll be fine. I'll probably go out tomorrow to buy clothes. If I explain to Torino, then it should be fine. Oaco laid back down and stared at the ceiling. Hey, Deku, I'm kind of nervous, she admitted, continuing to gaze at the ceiling. Why is that? Izuku asked, rolling onto his futon to look at her. Just everything. It's scary, Being the inheritor of One for All. My fated battle with All for One. It's just scary, Oaco said with a frown. The USJ incident had taken a toll on her, especially seeing Izuku in such a vulnerable state, along with her father barely managing to defeat the Nomu. The horror of it all haunted her, especially at night. I couldn't imagine that, Izuku replied, looking away from her. He thought back to when he woke up in the white mind space, recalling the booming voice that had told him he would prove it wrong. What did it mean? I wish there was a TV to watch or something. Get my mind off of it, Oaco complained, picking her phone up off the floor. Can't you watch a show on your phone? Izuku asked, and Oaco nodded. I don't know, I don't want to disrupt your sleep, she said, turning off her phone. Maybe I can watch with you then? Izuku suggested nervously. Oaco got up from her futon and walked to the couch. Sure, come on, she said, patting the couch next to her with a smile. Izuku got up and walked over, sitting down beside her. They didn't know what they were going to watch, they were just happy to be close. By this point, Izuku fully recognized his feelings for her, but he hesitated to act on them. They picked a movie and sat in silence. Torino watched from the other room and smiled. Nana, the ninth has people with her who will assure her victory, he thought before turning back to his room to sleep. Izuku and Oaco eventually nodded off, falling asleep on the couch. In the morning, Oaco woke up and looked to her right, seeing Izuku's chest. She looked up at him, finding him fast asleep, and smiled as she snuggled up to him. I guess I can get a few extra minutes of sleep, she thought, closing her eyes again. Wake up. Oaco's eyes darted open at the sound of Torino's voice, and she turned to see him staring at the two of them. Izuku groaned. Morning, Torino, he replied, as if this was a normal occurrence, which it was. He opened his eyes and looked down at Oaco. Morning, he awkwardly said while standing up, leaving Oaco on the couch. Let's get started. Izuku yelled as he dashed to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Oaco sighed and shook her head, grabbing the clothes Izuku had set out for her. The next 4 days were challenging for Oaco. Torino didn't hold back on either of them, but Izuku was used to the intensity of Torino's training. Oaco had started lifting weights with Izuku and quickly got the hang of it. Although she couldn't do as much as Izuku, it was expected due to his experience. They were also tasked with fighting with their eyes closed, which heightened their awareness of their surroundings. Not relying on One for All took some adjustment for Oaco, but for Izuku, not using his quirk was second nature, given his extensive experience without it. Training his senses helped him adapt to the lack of an eye. He now wore an eye patch to protect his eye socket. Izuku and Oaco sat on the couch, both exhausted. Man, I'm beat. Oaco groaned, throwing her hands in the air. Well, don't get used to sitting down, we're going on patrol tonight, Torino informed them. Really? Izuku and Oaco exclaimed in unison, Izuku sounding excited while Oaco expressed annoyance. Yup, Get ready and put on your hero costumes. Tonight's the real deal. Torino said as he walked into his room to change. I guess this is happening, Oaco sighed, grabbing her hero costume. Good thing you came here in your hero costume. It would have been bad if your parents took that too, Izuku chuckled. Yeah, for real that would have been bad. Oaco said as she walked toward the bathroom. I'm going to get changed, be right back. She closed the bathroom door, leaving Izuku standing there, already in his hero costume because he liked how it looked. Torino walked out of his room in his hero costume. All right, once she's out, we'll head to the train station. I want to get closer to the middle of the city, there are more crimes around there. Remember, stay close to me and don't fight anyone. You don't have a hero's license yet, you're just there to watch, Torino insisted, and Izuku nodded in response. Got it. Oaco burst out of the bathroom with a huge grin on her face. Check me out. I got some upgrades while you were in your coma. She showed off her new small gauntlets on her wrists. These help me aim with my Air Force. Before, I had to wing it, but now I can really aim when I flick. She made a flicking motion. That's a great idea. Who made them? Izuku asked, stepping closer to examine them. Mei Hatsum, the girl from the support course, Oaco replied. Oh, the girl who made Ida an advertisement? Izuku recalled, remembering the pink-haired girl from the sports festival. She's really good at these things, although it did take a few tries, Oaco laughed. Izuku thought to himself that he would have to ask her about making him an eye. He wanted to see if he could get a cybernetic eye implanted that could take in information, with a chip installed so he could see what the eye saw. He had no idea if this was possible, but it sounded feasible with the technology available. All right, you two, let's go. Torino called as he walked to the door. Deku and Oaco, your first patrols, he announced, using their hero names, which they had decided a few days prior and sent to Aizawa via email. They all walked to the train station and hopped on. On the other side of the city, Shigaraki stood atop a water tower. So you won't work with us, he growled at the man in front of him. No, you kill for no reason, I kill for justice, the hero killer replied, turning away. I should kill you right here, but I won't, the hero killer said as he jumped away. Shigaraki itched his neck in frustration. Damn it, he complained. Kurogyri, Shigaraki called, turning his head to the monster-like figure beside him. Yes, master? Kurogyri replied, and Shigaraki smiled at him. Send in the Nomu, Shigaraki ordered with a manic grin. Yes, master. Portals opened around them, and multiple Nomu appeared, some flying and others resembling those from the USJ incident. Shigaraki smiled at the chaos unfolding around him. Cause mayhem, he ordered the Nomu, which then dispersed into the city. He giggled, watching as the Nomu began to tear the city apart. Ida walked beside his internship leader, who was trying to keep everyone focused amidst the chaos. Ingenium! Pay attention! The hero urged as flames began to spread throughout the city. Ida snapped back to reality, thoughts of his brother flooding his mind. His brother had recently been hospitalized after an encounter with the hero killer, leaving him paralyzed. Ida was a righteous man, but all he could think about was getting revenge on Stain. Now, however, he faced a different crisis as the Nomu attacked civilians in the streets. Ingenium! This is an emergency. I need you to fight with me, his internship leader insisted. Ida nodded and ran to his side. Meanwhile, Izuku and Oaco were half asleep on the train as the sun set. Oh, how it is to be young, Torino remarked with a chuckle. Suddenly, Oaco woke up, holding her head. A voice echoed in her mind, urging her to be prepared. Torino, something happened, she started, but was cut off by a massive explosion in the train car. A Nomu stood there, roaring loudly. Izuku jolted awake, looking around in confusion. Torino quickly glanced into the adjacent car and saw another Nomu tearing through it. Kids, this isn't a drill. Forget what I said earlier. You're fighting for real, he shouted, breaking down the train door and jumping into the car with the Nomu. Izuku and Oaco stood up and ran after him. Gran Turino kicked the Nomu into the wall, causing it to scream. Get this thing out of here, he ordered Izuku and Oaco, who nodded in agreement. They charged toward the Nomu, and Oaco activated 20% of One for All, using Black Whip to restrain the Nomu's wings. Die! Izuku yelled, unleashing explosions at the Nomu's head. The creature screamed in pain, retaliating by punching Izuku back into the train car. Izuku winced but quickly got back up. The Nomu broke free from Oaco's Black Whip and began to fly away. "Oh no, you don't!" Oaco shouted, attaching Black Whip to its back and jumping out of the train. "Uraraka!" Izuku called after her as she and the Nomu soared into the sky. "I'll be fine, Protect the civilians," she yelled back while climbing onto the Nomu's back. "You heard her, Protect the civilians," Torino urged as he leaped into another car, the train losing control and threatening to derail. Izuku focused on helping the people on board, but panic surged through him. "I can't do anything," he thought as multiple civilians clung to him. "I'm going to stop the train," Izuku declared, jumping onto the roof, only to be met by another Nomu. "Damn it," he thought as he dodged the creature's charge, which smashed down onto the train's roof. "Get out of here," he screamed, releasing a massive explosion from his arms and hands. The Nomu was knocked back but quickly regained its footing. "It's no use. I'll have to use it to my advantage," Izuku thought as he leaped into the air, using his explosions to propel himself toward the front of the train. Just as he reached it, the Nomu grabbed his leg and threw him back onto the roof. Blood trickled down the back of his head as he blinked in shock. "God, I wish metal was soft," Izuku muttered to himself as he sat up. He used explosions from his legs to propel himself back up, focusing on the Nomu. "Hey, idiot! Follow me," he shouted, running toward the front of the train. The Nomu clawed at him, but he skillfully maneuvered out of the way. Reaching the front, he glanced down at the tracks. "Wow, we're moving fast," he thought before dodging another punch from the Nomu. "Echui," he yelled, using an explosion to blind it. "Do me a favor." Izuku jumped forward, spotting a small station ahead. If they continued, they would crash into another train. He climbed into the front car, throwing the conductor into the back. The Nomu clawed at the car, and Izuku smirked. He jumped out and latched onto the Nomu's back. "Stop this for me," he screamed, using his entire body as an explosive force, sending the Nomu forward. He blasted himself after it, then blew it back toward the train. The conductor's car came to a halt, completely destroyed by the Nomu, causing a massive crash. Izuku breathed heavily, coughing up blood as he looked down at his hand. "Getting crashed into a train doesn't help much, does it?" he said to himself before creating explosions and heading toward the back cars. There, Gran Turino was evacuating civilians, and miraculously, there were minimal injuries. Izuku sighed, glancing out at the city. "Oh no," he thought as he saw the flames engulfing the streets, infested with Nomu. Ida ran through the city, supporting his internship leader until he spotted a familiar red and black costume. The hero killer, he thought as he saw Stain preparing to attack a hero. He dashed down an alley, leaving his internship leader behind. "Hero killer," Ida yelled, drawing Stain's attention. "Another fake." Stain replied, provoking Ida's anger. "You paralyzed my brother. You'll pay." Ida shouted, revving up his engines and speeding toward Stain. "Foolish," Stain muttered. "Down, boy." Oaco commanded the Nomu she was riding as she struck it with 25% of One for All, using Black Whip to cover its eyes. She crashed it into a building, knocking it unconscious. Phew. Now what? She thought, running through the city. As she passed an alleyway, she spotted Ida, face down on the ground with tears in his eyes, Stain looming over him with a blade to his neck. Oaco's heart sank. Activating One for All at 20%, she dashed at Stain, knocking him back. Stain, surprised, wiped blood from his mouth and laughed. "You're strong," he said, charging at Oaco. She evaded his slash and punched him in the gut, attempting to grab his blade with Black Whip. Stain growled, punching Oaco in the face and slashing her cheek with his blade. She backed away, glancing at Ida. "What is his quirk?" she asked. "It doesn't matter. Get away," Ida urged, desperate to protect her. "This isn't your fight," Ida insisted, his voice firm. Oaco scoffed, determined to handle things on her own. She thought to herself that she would figure it out. Backing up, she pulled out her phone and sent a signal of her location to the rest of the class. But deep down, she knew she couldn't do it alone. She glanced at Ida and then at the other hero, Stain. "You're not very talkative, not like the others," Stain remarked, liking his blade. Oaco felt a wave of fear wash over her, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground, struggling to move. "What the hell?" she thought, panic rising within her. Just then she saw Ida begin to move. Ida stood up stealthily while Stain approached Oaco. "I told you you'll pay," he shouted, throwing a punch at Stain. Stain reacted quickly, slicing Ida's hand, and blood gushed out as Ida screamed in pain. Suddenly, ice shot between Stain and Ida. "I got your message, Oaco," Todoroki called out, using her hero name. "Shoto!" Oaco exclaimed in relief. Shoto unleashed fire at Stain, forcing him to dodge and scale a nearby building. "This world is filled with fake heroes like you," Stain yelled, still focused on Ida. He jumped down, pointing his blade at Ida's spine. "I'll leave you just like I did your brother," he screamed, leaving Oaco and Shoto confused. Shoto sprang into action, flinging a wall of ice at Stain. Stain stabbed into it and growled in frustration. "Fine. I'll just kill you too," he declared, turning to Shoto and leaping at him. Shoto activated his fire, forcing Stain to retreat. It became a stalemate. Oaco felt her fingers begin to move. Whatever his quirk is, it's losing its effect on me faster than it did on Ida, she thought as she stood up. She shot Black Whip at Stain, grabbing his blade. "You!" Stain glared at her, causing her to freeze momentarily. He lunged at her, slashing toward her neck. "Oaco!" Ida shouted, but she was pushed out of the way just in time, hearing the slash as she fell to the ground. Stain's blade went deep, twisting to ensure the damage was done. "I don't know who you are, but maybe you're a real hero," Stain laughed as he ripped the blade out. Oaco watched in horror as Izuku stood there, blood gushing from his stomach. "Deku!" Oaco yelled, watching Izuku fall onto his back, struggling to breathe. "Your friend sacrificed himself for you. You're a fake. Maybe if you had been a real hero, he wouldn't have died." Stain taunted her. Oaco continued to stare at Izuku, her mind racing. No, she thought, recalling the USJ incident, his body nearly lifeless. Not again. Rage consumed her as Black Whip surged out of control. She felt a ringing in her ears and suddenly floated into the air, grabbing Stain and lifting him with her. "Demon you!" Oaco shouted as she propelled herself at him with a 50% smash, fracturing her arm in the process. Adrenaline dulled the pain, and her mind went blank. She had unlocked a new quirk. Stain was tossed around like he was nothing. Ida and Todoroki watched in awe as Oaco dismantled him. She threw him to the ground, and he lay unconscious. Falling to her knees on top of Stain, flashes of Izuku's dying face filled her mind, fueling her anger further. Tears streamed down her face as she relentlessly punched Stain. "I hate you!" Oaco screamed, continuing her assault. Ida and Todoroki stood frozen, unable to intervene. Oaco kept punching until Stain's face was swollen, but she still felt unsatisfied. Grabbing Stain's blade from his hand, she pointed it at his neck. For a moment, she hesitated, but a final flash of Izuku's lifeless body pushed her over the edge. "Die!" Oaco swung the blade down, but it was stopped. "Don't do it," Izuku said weakly, holding the blade back from Stain. Oaco turned to see Izuku behind her. "Deku!" she gasped, dropping the blade. Stain lay completely unconscious, nearly dead. "Oaco, don't fall to his level, please," Izuku pleaded, barely standing. "How, I thought I lost you." Oaco stammered as Izuku collapsed next to her. "I'm not quite sure," Izuku chuckled, coughing up blood. He was barely conscious, certain that the blade had pierced a vital organ, yet somehow he felt healed. "Deku, what's happening to you?" Oaco asked, concern etched on her face. Izuku opened his eyes, feeling as if all his pain was vanishing. The ringing in his ears returned. He felt his eyes widen as he checked for the hole made by the blade. The hole! It's gone! Izuku exclaimed, sitting up. I feel great, he declared, standing up. Ida and Todoroki approached him. I'm glad you're safe, Todoroki said, concern evident in his voice. Ida looked down, tears in his eyes. This is all my fault, he said, starting to cry. Oaco smacked him in the face, surprising both Izuku and Todoroki. You're right, it is your fault. You wanted revenge, didn't you? For what he did to your brother, Oaco said, her voice firm. Ida nodded. Well, it almost got us killed. I understand why you did that. Please, though, don't be so rash, Oaco pleaded, and Ida nodded again. Why did you help me so fast? I really don't understand, Ida questioned. Oaco scoffed lightly. Fighting when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero, she replied, a laugh escaping her lips. On the ground, Stain lay laughing. You have the spirit of a real hero, yet you did this. You're very confusing. As for Deku, you are a real hero. Stain exclaimed before passing out again. The four of them fell silent. So, Deku, how did you heal like that? Oaco asked, turning back to Izuku. I awakened a new quirk, he said, causing the others' eyes to widen. IzuOcha, you got that ringing in your ears when you first awakened Black Whip, right? Izuku continued. Well, I got the same thing when I awakened my explosions. And just now, when my wounds were healed, he explained, while Oaco nodded in agreement. Maybe having two quirks isn't so special after all. Todoroki muttered to himself. Speaking of, I felt that ringing when I fought Stain. Oaco said before suddenly floating again. It's the seventh, she thought, looking at Izuku. So you have a third? Todoroki asked, astonished. Before she could respond, a huge crash echoed around them, reminding the four of the state of the city. We gotta go. Let's split up and take out the Nomu. Oaco called out to the others. They all nodded and began to run into the flames. What new quirk did you get? Izuku asked, running alongside Oaco. I can float, she replied, determination in her voice. It's the seventh. Oaco grabs Izuku with Black Whip and flings him at a Nomu in front of them. Izuku uses his explosions to blow the Nomu's head off. Oaco exclaims in surprise, as she rarely swears. Izuku watches as the Nomu's body falls to the ground, feeling a small pit in his stomach. He didn't know what the Nomu were, he assumed they were just mindless monsters. But what if? There wasn't time to think as another Nomu landed next to Izuku. He turns to face the Nomu as it throws its fists at him. Oaco uses Black Whip to stop its fists. Deku, get him, she urges, struggling to hold the Nomu back from Izuku. He hesitates, putting his hands out. What if it's not a monster? Izuku charges up a huge explosion, shaking his head. It's suffering. I have to put it out of its misery. He blows the Nomu up completely. Looking back at Oaco, he sees that she can tell he's a bit distraught. Deku, they're monsters, even if they were once human. They're not anymore. Oaco grabs Izuku with Black Whip as a group of Nomu is about to tackle him. He doesn't break eye contact with her. Deku, focus on saving the people who are alive. Oaco pulls Izuku toward her, causing him to blush. Wake up, she shouts, bashing their heads together, and Izuku snaps out of his trance. I'm sorry, he exclaims, starting to use explosions to fly. Oaco rubs her forehead and releases him from Black Whip. Izuku struggles to keep himself in the air, using explosions from his hands as well, finally balancing himself out. Deku, I get what you're thinking. But these things are going to harm innocent people. Oaco looks at Izuku, and he nods in agreement. All right, he replies, putting on a smile as they return to attacking the Nomu. Oaco lands on the ground but suddenly feels a pain in her head, sensing that she needs to move. She looks to the left and sees a Nomu jumping at her. Jumping backward, she punches the Nomu straight down. What the hell? She thinks to herself. IzuOcha. Izuku calls out, noticing that he is being punched in the stomach. Oaco snaps back to reality and starts floating, grabbing the Nomu that was on Izuku with Black Whip and smashing it into the floor. Thanks, Izuku says, holding his stomach, but quickly regenerating back to health. Yeah, this is definitely a regeneration quirk, but it takes a bit to activate. Izuku jumps up toward Oaco over her shoulder and explodes a Nomu that was behind her. I guess that sense of yours is flawed, he yells at her with a grin. The personalities from his quirks must have been mixing. The regeneration was more of a mellow personality while his explosions were, well, explosive. Izuku could tell Oaco was acting differently and deduced that it was indeed a new quirk. He could only tell it was some sort of sense because of her inhuman reactions to the Nomu. Listen, I know that we trained with our eyes closed, but no amount of training could react to that. He laughs, blowing up another Nomu with little effort. I can't say you're wrong. But I don't know which users it is. Oaco yells back at him. As she floated up, Oaco clashed two Nomu's heads together using her black whip. Just then, Izuku was about to be hit by a Nomu before it was kicked away, flying into a building. Gran Turino looked up at Oaco, who awkwardly laughed. You seem to talk about it very lightly, he remarked. I guess, she replied, floating down to the ground. Torino smiled to himself, thinking about Nana's quirk. We're getting things under control. The hero killer Stain has been captured after being found unconscious. I have a feeling you two had something to do with that. He glanced at Izuku, who nodded in response. I got stabbed through my stomach. Izuku exclaimed, smiling and pointing to himself. Torino stared at him, surprised. And you're fine? He asked. I have some sort of new quirk. I can heal now. Izuku jumped up and down a bit while adjusting his shoulders. I feel good as new. He shadowboxed, explosions erupting from his fists as he did so. Torino sighed, shaking his head. You're something else, kid, he told Izuku. By now, the Nomu had all been taken care of. Oaco breathed heavily as she looked around the city, seeing heroes evacuating people. Are we all good now? She asked. We should be okay. I'll help the other heroes. You guys are no longer needed, so don't use your quirks. Torino instructed, pointing at the two of them. They nodded in agreement. Can I go shopping? Oaco asked, pulling out a debit card. Izuku stared at her incredulously. Dude, the city we're in is in shambles. Where the heck are we going to shop? He smirked at her. We can figure that out. Let's go, Oaco said, grabbing Izuku's hand. See you. It had been a week since the Stain incident. Izuku shrugged and said, okay, why not? We took him out, shouldn't we get paid our dues? Oaco questioned, with Todoroki nodding in agreement. Just because we don't have hero licenses doesn't mean we were going to sit by and watch people die, Todoroki added. The mayor responded, well, it still is illegal. According to the stories in the paper, it will say that Endeavor was the one who defeated him. The mayor turned on a screen, displaying the newspaper with Endeavor on the front page. Todoroki gritted his teeth in frustration. He couldn't understand why Endeavor should receive credit for the victory. Why should he get credit for it? Who cares if we used our quirks illegally? Just say you gave us a slap on the wrist. Todoroki stood up, raising his voice in anger. If you don't calm down, I'll give you more than a slap on the wrist, the mayor growled, startling Todoroki. Listen, Oaco interjected, I don't know about us getting credit for Stain, but can Deku at least get credit for the train incident? All of those people could have died, and he stopped it along with the Nomu attacking it, all on his own. The mayor considered her words, realizing the weight of the situation they were discussing. In that situation, we had little choice. The number of people who witnessed the event, combined with the fact that the explosions made it hard to give Gran Turino credit, left the mayor with no choice but to acknowledge him. The mayor looked down, placing his hands behind his back. Todoroki sat quietly, then spoke up. I think it's unfair to give credit to someone who wasn't there when Midoriya almost died. He glanced at his hands. If he hadn't awakened a new quirk, he'd be dead right now. He looked back up, frustration evident in his expression. Izuku, it's fine. I'm really okay, Izuku reassured him, walking over to pat Todoroki on the shoulder. That's not the point though. Todoroki clenched his fists, clearly upset. Ida sat in the corner of the room, silent in his chair. Todoroki turned to him and slowly nodded. Well, aside from all that, I'd like to thank you all for your help out there, the mayor said, bowing slightly. Todoroki rolled his eyes. Could have said that beforehand, he mumbled to himself. The others simply nodded in agreement. Ida, still quiet, stood up. Ida. Oaco looked over at him, concerned. I'm so sorry. Ida bowed deeply, tears welling in his eyes. The mayor was taken aback but accepted the apology. Ida glared up at the mayor, surprising him. I'm not apologizing to you, he growled, catching everyone off guard. I put you all in danger because of my own selfish desire for revenge. Ida bowed his head again. I sincerely apologize, and I swear nothing like this will ever happen again. Shoto, Izuku, and Oaco exchanged glances. Listen, I get it. Wanting revenge makes sense. Seeing someone hurt someone you love is painful, Oaco said, trying to comfort him. Memories of her father in the hospital flashed through her mind. She recalled the scar on his stomach that even Recovery Girl couldn't heal. She had wanted revenge against All for One, but she never had the power to act on it. Closing her eyes, she smiled softly. It's not worth it. You wouldn't feel better if you killed Stain. She hesitated, the desire for revenge still lingering within her. This is way different, she thought to herself. The four of them left the building, each going their separate ways. Oaco and Izuku decided to hang out later in the day. In a dark room, the only light coming from a small television, Shigaraki scratched his neck while watching a video of the sports festival. That's the girl. The one who ruined my Nomu, he said, observing Oaco standing on the podium after her victory. Master, I'll kill All Might if it's the last thing I do, Shigaraki declared, a smile creeping onto his face as All Might appeared on the screen. A knock interrupted him, and the lights flickered on. Master, people have come to see you, Kurogyari announced. Shigaraki nodded and stood up, walking toward the bar stools. Kurogyari opened the door, allowing two figures to enter, a tall man in his 20s and a girl in her late teens. These two want to join the league, Kurogyari informed Shigaraki. I heard Stain was affiliated with you. I agree with his philosophy about fake heroes, the black-haired man said, a grin spreading across his face. His face was marred with stitches, as if he had been burned beyond recognition. She's the same, the man added, pointing at the girl. I want to meet Mr. Stain, the girl exclaimed, giggling wildly. Names? Shigaraki asked, eyeing them both. I'm Himiko Toga, the girl giggled, liking a knife she held. Dabi, the man replied, his expression serious. Quirks. Shigaraki continued. Blue flame, Dabi said, igniting a fire in his hands with a smirk. Toga recoiled slightly. I steal blood. With my knives, she said, her grin awkward. Shigaraki nodded. You're in, he said, an evil grin spreading across his face. Toga celebrated while Dabi took a seat on a stool near Shigaraki. So what's your real name? Shigaraki asked Dabi. Dabi chuckled and shook his head. That's for me to know. Meanwhile, Izuku felt his phone buzz in his pocket and quickly answered. Hello. Hey, Deku. Ochako's voice rang through the phone, startling him. Hey, Uraraka. What's up? Izuku laughed a little as he settled onto his bed. Come outside. Let's go somewhere and do something, Oaco insisted. Wanna get dinner? Izuku suggested. She paused for a moment. Yeah, sure, she replied, sounding a bit out of breath. You okay? Izuku asked, noticing her panting. Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to change real quick if we're going to dinner. Oaco laughed lightly. Good idea, Izuku agreed, chuckling as well. Well, I'll see you in a few? Oaco asked. Yup, it's a date. Izuku said quickly, not thinking. Yeah. It's a date, Oaco muttered, a smile spreading across her face. They both blushed and hung up. Oaco walked into her room and quickly changed. Meanwhile, Izuku dressed simply, opting for a black tee with a green button-up and nice black shorts, trying to stay cool in the warm weather. Why did I say that? Izuku thought to himself as he adjusted his shorts. I better wear this, Oaco decided, pulling a dress from her closet and snickering to herself. She put it on and texted Izuku to meet her at a nearby restaurant. Izuku rushed to the restaurant and waited outside, adjusting his collar as he saw a car pull up. The door opened, and Oaco stepped out. Izuku was stunned. She wore a maroon dress and black heels, walking toward him. "Hey, Deku," she said, smiling a little awkwardly. Izuku stared at her, his mouth slowly opening. "Beautiful," he managed to say before covering his mouth. Oaco giggled, blushing. "Thank you. You don't look so bad yourself," she replied, giggling again. Izuku smiled, glancing toward the restaurant door. "Would you like to go in?" he asked, opening the door and gesturing for her to enter. Oaco closed her eyes and smiled. "It would be my pleasure." She took his hand, and together they walked inside. Once seated, the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Neither Izuku nor Oaco had expected this outcome. It was a sudden decision to turn their outing into a date, even though both of them had secretly wanted it. Oaco glanced at Izuku, breaking the silence. "This is a nice place. I like the scenery," Izuku said, looking over at a fish tank filled with various colorful fish. Oaco nodded in agreement. "We're making this a lot more awkward than we need to, aren't we?" Izuku muttered, returning his gaze to her. She giggled and nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I don't know, I want this to be a date, but I have a feeling you said that as a joke or just accidentally," Oaco admitted, fidgeting with her dress. "It was an accident, to be honest. But it's not like I don't want it to be a date," Izuku confessed, his face turning a shade of pink. Oaco's eyes widened in surprise. She started to giggle again, making Izuku feel embarrassed. "It's not that funny," he said quietly, watching her laugh. Slowly, a smile crept onto his face. "Hey, IzuOcha, after we eat, can we talk somewhere privately?" Izuku asked, and Oaco's laughter ceased instantly. "Sure. Is everything okay?" she inquired as a waiter approached their table. Izuku simply nodded. They ordered their drinks and food, and a comfortable silence settled between them. "Why does it have to be private?" Oaco whispered, leaning closer to him. "Does it have to do with my quirk?" she asked even quieter. Izuku smiled and shook his head. "You'll see," he whispered back. Oaco blushed and smiled, nodding in agreement. When their food arrived, Oaco quickly dug in while Izuku took his time. "Why are you eating so fast?" he asked, swallowing a bite of his katsudon. "I want to hear what you have to tell me, duh." Oaco replied, sipping from her cup. Izuku chuckled softly before continuing to eat. After he finished, they left the restaurant. "So when can you tell me?" Oaco asked as they strolled down the street. "I might wait actually," Izuku teased, glancing at her. "Deku!" Oaco groaned, playfully punching his shoulder. I'm just messing with you," he laughed, holding his shoulder. "Just wait a little, okay?" "I'm still thinking," Izuku said, looking back at her. She nodded slowly. "Fine, but you better tell me tonight." Oaco insisted. Izuku shook his head, smirking. Yeah, I'll think about it," he replied, receiving another playful punch. As they walked, Izuku's mind raced. He had decided he wanted to make things official with Oaco. After the Hosu incident, he realized that either of them could die at any moment. If he hadn't miraculously awakened a quirk like he did against Stain, he might not have made it. Doubts crept in. What if Oaco didn't want that anymore? What if the stress was too much? What if his personality changes during quirk usage were a turn-off for her? He glanced over at her, seeing her walk with a smile, and his heart fluttered. He almost tripped on the sidewalk. "Deku?" Oaco questioned as he regained his balance. "Sorry. Guess I lost my footing," Izuku said, causing her to burst into laughter. Watching her laugh made him smile, and soon he was laughing with her. He found humor not only in his clumsiness but in the entire situation. He knew she liked him, yet he still felt nervous, which made him feel a bit pathetic. Eventually, they reached the apartments and sat by a fountain. "Tonight was great, Deku," Oaco said, smiling at him as they settled on a bench. She slipped off her heels, which had begun to hurt her feet after walking for so long. Izuku stared at the water in the fountain, a blush creeping onto his face. "It was," he agreed. "I think I'm ready." Oaco perked up at his words. First, though, I need to ask. Izuku fumbled his words, his face flushed. Do you still like me? Oaco stared at him before smiling and blushing. I do. Why? She asked. Even with my personality? You've noticed how it kind of changes when I use my quirk. Well, quirks now. Izuku's heart raced. Oaco smiled and looked down. Deku, I felt my first little spark of feelings for you before you even awakened your quirk. Your perseverance, how hard you trained to get into UA without a quirk. That's determination, and it's very admirable. It made me feel like I could also be a hero. Just the fact that you were willing to work that hard for your dream, even with all the odds against you, that's attractive, Deku. She sighed and stood up, looking at him. Izuku gazed at her, a tear forming in his eye. No matter how you act while you use your quirk, I know you well enough to know you have good intentions. You're a good person with a big heart. Not to mention big muscles, she laughed, flexing her arms playfully. I confessed to you that day for a reason. I had a feeling I would fall for you the day we met again. I just didn't expect it to happen so fast. So when I realized I did, I just threw it out there. That's just the type of person I am. Oaco sat back down next to him, placing her hands on the bench. When you told me that you wanted to learn to love yourself, that made me sad, but also happy at the same time. The fact that you're self-aware enough, and that even though we aren't together, you cared about not hurting me, she said, looking up at the stars. So I decided I'll wait for you, Deku, because I care about you. Oaco turned back to him, noticing his blush. I love you, Izuku, she smiled, tears beginning to form in her eyes. Izuku burst into tears but started laughing as well. Oaco blinked in surprise. Deku, she watched as he stood up, wiping his eyes. This was supposed to be my confession, not yours, he laughed, wiping his eyes again as tears continued to flow. Oaco's eyes widened. Uraraka. I want to be with you. These past few months have been amazing, and I know I said I wanted to love myself first, and I think I really do. After everything we've been through, I want to be with you now. Our line of work is going to be life-threatening every day. After the encounter with Stain, Izuku realized that life was fragile and could end at any moment. This realization hit him hard, especially when he jumped in front of Stain to protect Oaco. He knew he needed to cherish every moment with her. I want to be with you now, so I don't lose any precious time we have in our lives. I can't lose time with you, Izuku said, his voice filled with emotion. Oaco, overwhelmed with tears, stood up and hugged him tightly. I also want to be with you, Deku, she replied, smiling through her tears. They embraced in silence for a few moments, savoring the warmth of each other's presence. After a while, they pulled back, wiping their tears away. Did that really just happen? Oaco giggled, still in disbelief. Izuku nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Yeah, I'm happy I was able to say it. He held out his hands, and Oaco took them eagerly. So, Oaco, Izuku began, surprising her by using her first name. Would you like to go out with me and be my girlfriend? He finished with a hopeful grin. I would love to, Oaco replied, her heart fluttering as silence enveloped them once more. They gazed into each other's eyes, the moment feeling surreal. Hey, Izuku murmured, causing Oaco to smile wider. What's up? She asked, curious. Can I kiss you? Izuku stumbled over his words, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Oaco blushed too but kept her smile. Yes, you may. She closed her eyes in anticipation. Izuku leaned down slowly, his heart racing, and pressed his lips against hers. When he pulled away, he turned slightly, scratching the back of his neck. Gee, great weather we're having, wouldn't you say? He stuttered, trying to regain his composure. Oaco giggled, finding his awkwardness endearing. Come here, you didn't do that right. She spun around him, tilting his head gently. There you go. With that, she pulled him down into another kiss. As she backed away, laughter bubbled from her lips, while Izuku touched his lips, his face nearly matching the maroon color of her dress. Yeah, the weather's great, he replied, still flustered. The next day, Aizawa announced, your final exams for the first term are starting today. You will be taking a written exam, followed by a practical. The written test is right after lunch. You've known about this for a few weeks now, so don't be unprepared. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lunch arrived, and it had been a few weeks since Oaco and Izuku became a couple. Their relationship was blossoming, though their parents were still unaware, not because they didn't want to tell them, but simply because it hadn't come up in conversation. The two had studied hard for the written exams but were uncertain about what to expect from the practical. After Izuku got his lunch from the cafeteria, he and Oaco sat down at their usual table. So, do you think you're going to pass the written exams? Oaco asked, pulling out her bento box. I know I'll be fine. I was always average at school, but since I went to America, I've had to use my brain a lot more, and that carried back here, Izuku said, examining his tray as he began to eat. What about you? He asked after swallowing a bite. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm still a bit nervous, though, she admitted with a nervous smile. Don't worry about it. You're smarter than me, so you'll be fine, Izuku reassured her, chewing his food. Oaco raised her eyebrows. Izuku smiled, trying not to laugh. Sorry, I know, I should eat with my mouth closed. He wiped his face with a napkin. But for real though, you'll be okay. Oaco smiled back, feeling encouraged by his words. We'll both do great, she said, her confidence renewed. After lunch, they took their final exams and both passed with flying colors. The practicals were scheduled for that night, at 1 a.m, designed to challenge the students when they were most tired. The rationale was that if they could fight under difficult conditions, they would learn to adapt to hard situations. They were to face their teachers with teams selected based on student relationships. To their surprise, Izuku and Oaco ended up as partners. When they saw who they would face, they exclaimed in unison, "We're going against him," as they read the whiteboard. Izuocha chuckled, which was unusual for him. Yes, you will be. It would have been myself, but since you both have multiple quirks, I could only erase one at a time, he explained, while the other students looked at their partners. Almost everyone passed, except for a few. The final fight was set, Oaco and Izuku versus All Might. They were placed in a mock city and told they could either escape through the only exit or defeat All Might. Test begin, a voice boomed through the city. Izuku sighed. Alright, well, let's go I guess. He started walking into the city. I'll watch from the high ground. If we scout him out and sneak attack, we'll have a better chance of winning, Oaco said, using her quirk to catapult herself onto one of the buildings. Izuku nodded and walked down the dark street, illuminated only by a few streetlights. On the other side of the city stood All Might, preparing for the challenge ahead. Never thought I'd be fighting young Midoriya, let alone my own daughter, All Might thought, cranking back his arm. But that doesn't mean I'm going to hold back. Detroit smash, he yelled, punching toward the mock city. Izuku heard a massive boom and tensed, bracing himself for impact. He didn't expect the gust of wind that knocked him to the ground, destroying the surrounding area of the city. He fell onto his back as one of the buildings crumbled down. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly shot an explosion from his hands, breaking up the debris to avoid being crushed. The realization hit him that the attack had come from the other side and was still that powerful, making him anxious. He never imagined he would have to fight his idol, and just the thought of it made him nervous. Deku! Oaco yelled, pulling him out of his trance. Before Izuku could react, All Might appeared in front of him, a huge smile on his face. Oaco desperately shot Black Whip toward her father, trying to pull him back to her. That's not strong enough for me. All Might gritted his teeth and pushed through the Black Whip. Those Nomu might have been taken by Black Whip, but unlike them, I have a conscience, he yelled, turning back toward Oaco and latching onto the Black Whip before ripping her back down toward him. Oaco flew toward him, her eyes widening. All Might punched her in the stomach, sending her crashing into the floor below. In this match, I'm the villain, he smiled. So don't expect me to go easy on you, he finished, just as an explosion erupted behind him. All Might turned to see Izuku with a determined grin on his face. Meanwhile, Oaco lay on the ground, dazed. Why didn't my danger sense go off? She thought, looking up to see Izuku preparing to confront All Might. She stumbled to her feet, realizing that her father wasn't even at full power, yet he was still so strong. Determined, she charged one for all to 25% full cowling. She caught Izuku's glance and smiled at him before turning to run toward the exit. All she could think about were the countless villains her father had defeated. She felt she couldn't beat him no matter how powerful she became. Izuku had similar thoughts, but since he started using explosions, his perspective had shifted. The realization of how much stronger he was only fueled his desire to fight more. Izuku jumped at all might, a massive explosion in his hands, but was quickly smashed into the ground. Oaco watched in hesitation. Seeing him get overwhelmed made her want to help, but she also wanted to win. Her heart raced as instincts kicked in. She boosted her 1 for all percentage to 35, feeling a slight soreness but not enough to stop her. She bolted toward her father, attempting to punch him in the back. All Might heard her coming and dodged, causing Oaco to accidentally punch Izuku, who had just stood up. "Deku!" she yelled, realizing what she had done. Izuku was sent back a good 15 feet before falling onto his back. He began breathing heavily but quickly got back up, feeling nauseous. "Yeah, you're really strong, IzuOcha." Izuku forced a smile, though it looked more like a grimace. All Might laughed and looked over at Oaco. "See that, young IzuOcha? You have gotten stronger." He grinned before throwing a punch. Oaco barely dodged, thinking, "Why won't my danger sense activate? Is it because it's Dad?" Using float, she gained a height advantage as Izuku stared at All Might. "All Might, I've always been terrified of your power," he admitted, feeling his bruises heal thanks to his regeneration. All Might stared back at the boy, sweat dripping down his face. "Things have changed. I envy your power. I know what it really is." Izuku smiled as sparks flew from his hands. All Might smirked, "I want to beat you." Izuku launched himself at All Might. Oaco quickly stopped using float, turned her back to her father, and pointed her finger out. She flicked 30% and flew into All Might's back. He was caught by surprise, but as he turned around, Izuku punched him in the mouth. Blood fell from All Might's mouth as he looked down at his hand in shock. "These kids are something else," All Might thought, smirking before turning back and elbowing Izuku in the ribs, then backhanding Oaco. The two teens flew back from All Might. Izuku smiled even wider while Oaco felt a surge of fear. Izuku placed his hand on his ribs where All Might had elbowed him. "I think you broke one or two," he laughed a bit, though tears threatened to spill from his eyes. All Might looked confused before being grabbed by Oaco, who was now angry. "Calm down and control your output," she told All Might, smashing his face into the ground using Black Whip. Izuku stood 20 feet away, dazed. The regeneration took a toll on his stamina, similar to Recovery Girl's quirk, but much less taxing. All Might looked up at his daughter and grinned. "I'm not going to hold back," he declared, grabbing Oaco's foot and tripping her onto her back. She lost her grip on him, and the Black Whip retracted. Izuku snapped back to reality and ran toward All Might, who was still face down on the floor. "Go to bed," he shouted, smashing his fists into All Might's head and using an explosion to try to knock him unconscious. Smoke filled the area as Izuku shot himself back from it. Once the smoke cleared, All Might stood tall, while Oaco lay next to him, breathing heavily. Izuku gritted his teeth and used explosions to create more smoke. All Might was confused until he felt a huge blast hit his face. He blinked a few times before falling to one knee. Hearing more explosions, this time moving away from him, he got up and started to run toward the exit of the mock city, unknowingly passing right by Izuku, who grabbed Oaco and ran into an alleyway. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked, placing his hands on Oaco's face to make her look at him. "I'll be fine, just tired," she replied, blinking rapidly to regain her focus. "Same, I'm overtired if anything," Izuku said, falling onto his butt with a sigh. "Not only is it this late, but my regeneration takes stamina. I'm on the brink of passing out." He leaned his head on Oaco's shoulder, and she giggled. "Want to sneak out of here? We can go on the rooftops, and I'll use Black Whip to bring you with me," Oaco said as she stood up, smiling at Izuku, who shook his head. "We can beat him, but this time we have to work together." Before, we split up, and I think that's why he defeated us so easily, Izuku replied, getting up to stand next to her. If we work together, we can beat anyone, he added with a smirk, sparks flying from his hands. Oaco smiled and shook her head. Then let's do it. Grabbed his hand, and Izuku felt a blush form. They were dating, but even the simplest gestures gave them butterflies. Oaco latched Black Whip onto Izuku and used Float to bring both of them to the top of the building. We might as well get a sneak attack, she whispered, letting go of Izuku. Izuku nodded. I have a plan, Oaco said with a smirk. All Might looked around, noticing the exit to the city, but neither Oaco nor Izuku had left. He scanned his surroundings, and when he turned back, he saw Izuku flying toward him faster than he had ever gone on his own. Die! Izuku shouted, using an explosion to propel himself closer to the ground, dodging a punch from All Might. He punched All Might's knee, causing him to fall. Deepening! All Might grunted as Izuku rolled to the side. He glanced at where Izuku had come from and saw Oaco, a huge grin on her face, flying toward him. Stay down, All Might! Oaco yelled, delivering a powerful smash to his cheek that sent him crashing to the ground a few feet away. All Might blinked several times. That was great! Oaco exclaimed, looking over at Izuku, who wore a proud grin. Let's get out of here! Izuku urged, resisting the urge to fight All Might further. The two ran out and passed the exams. Once they realized they had passed, they both collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. They lay next to each other as All Might approached them. You guys are strong, to say the least, he said with a smile. The two looked at each other while still lying on the ground and laughed. We did it! Oaco celebrated, albeit half-heartedly. She was usually asleep by this time, so the fact that they had won felt miraculous. Oaco rolled over, resting her arm on Izuku's chest and ruffling his hair as she stared at the ground. I'm so tired, she groaned, prompting All Might to cough. Oaco rolled off Izuku, her face flushed. All Might extended his hands to help each of them up. Good fight, you two, he said, giving Izuku a sidelong glance, which made Izuku nervously laugh. All Might turned away with a smile, thinking to himself, is that what I think it is? He knew Oaco liked Izuku, but now his suspicions about the two being together were skyrocketing. That was embarrassing. Izuku muttered, glancing at Oaco, who was still blushing. She nodded slightly. Should we tell him? Oaco asked Izuku as they began walking toward the school. It's your dad, so it's up to you. Izuku mumbled. Maybe. I really don't know. He knows I like you, so I would think he'd be fine with it. Oaco sighed. He knows you like me? Izuku exclaimed, surprised by the revelation. Oaco giggled. The night I initially confessed to you, he was watching. I scolded him for it the next day, though. Tomorrow morning, let's meet up. I want to talk to you about it more, Izuku whispered. We have phones, Deku. Oaco shot him a teasing glance, and he chuckled. I'd rather talk in person, Izuku smirked at her, feeling oddly flirty. He quickly covered his mouth, blushing. Sorry, he mumbled, but Oaco could barely make out what he said. What are you saying sorry for? She asked, confused by his sudden embarrassment. He was overreacting, it wasn't as flirty as he thought. Oh, nothing, Izuku said, looking away and rubbing the back of his neck. I guess his regeneration is active, Oaco thought, smiling to herself before playfully punching Izuku on the shoulder. Come on, it's late. Let's go home. The rest of the class had gone home, and it was around 2 in the morning, so the two were extremely tired. All Might, on the other hand, had taken a nap during the day to be at full capacity now, but his sleep schedule was a bit off. He sat in his car in front of the school, waiting for the two. Oaco and Izuku walked to the front and spotted All Might's car. Guess I still have a ride home, Izuku chuckled while Oaco rolled her eyes. Don't act like he wouldn't have driven you home, Deku. You know him better than that, she replied. Izuku nodded, and they got into the car, Oaco in the front and Izuku in the back. Well, we're off now, All Might said as he started to drive. So, Dad, you said you didn't hold back, right? Oaco smirked at her father. All Might rolled his eyes. Yes, I didn't hold back. Oaco giggled. I'm stronger than you. Ha, she teased. Izuku sat in the back awkwardly as the two in the front bickered. If I still had one for all, I would have messed you up, girl, All Might said. Well, if you still had one for all, then I wouldn't even have it, so duh. Izuku started laughing, and the two in the front paused their bickering. Oaco turned to him. What's so funny? She glared. Nothing. Izuku quickly replied, shutting his mouth. Oaco looked back at All Might and started laughing. I'm just messing with you, Deku. Young Midoriya, you don't have to be so quiet. You're part of the family, there's nothing to worry about. All Might laughed as he turned onto the road leading to their apartments. The two teens fell silent at the mention of being family. All Might sighed. You guys are so awkward sometimes. Oaco looked at her father. I know you guys are together. The silence continued, and All Might glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing Izuku with a huge blush on his face. So when did you find out? Oaco mumbled, equally embarrassed. I mean, you got way more comfortable around each other. Before you two got together, there was more tension since you liked each other. You're not as sneaky as you both think, All Might said, chuckling. Oaco rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, that didn't answer the question. Like I said, you aren't sneaky, but I did find out that you two were together a week or two ago. Not exactly found out, but I had a feeling. That little stunt earlier just confirmed it for me. Izuku and Oaco sighed in unison. Yeah, I'm way too tired, so I kinda just... I don't know, it just happened, Oaco admitted, leaning her head against the car window as they pulled up to their apartment complex. Alright, I'm tired too. Let's get out of here, All Might said, shutting off the car and opening his door. Teenagers and their awkwardness. He thought to himself as the two got out of the car. Well, I guess I'll be off now. Izuku attempted to walk away, but Oaco grabbed his shoulder with her quirk, Black Whip. She turned him around, and he gave a nervous smile. Yes. Oaco stepped closer to him, followed by All Might. I want to discuss what we're going to do now, since Dad knows and all. She walked next to Izuku and took his hand. Dad, you know that I have had feelings for Deku, so please let us. All Might interrupted her with a booming laugh. Oh, Oaco, you're so oblivious. You definitely got that from me, not your mother. He continued to laugh heartily. Oaco just stared at him, a bit taken aback. If I had a problem with you too, it would have been known long before I stopped the car. All Might assured them. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank you, All Might, he muttered. You're welcome. All Might boomed, startling Izuku. All Might shook his head. Remember what I told you, Oaco? I trust your judgment. I also know that young Midoriya here is a good kid. I trust him as well. He looked at Izuku, who smiled back at him. Thank you, sir. Izuku said, bowing slightly. All Might playfully tapped his head. Izuku looked back up at him, cringing a bit. Oh. Yeah, don't call me sir. It makes me feel old, All Might replied before turning around and walking toward the apartment. I'm going to bed. Goodbye, you two. And with that, there were two, Oaco giggled as her father went inside. Man, that was stressful, Izuku said, plopping his head onto Ochako's shoulder. I bet, Oaco snorted, patting his head. I guess we don't need to meet up and talk about it tomorrow. Izuku chuckled as he lifted his head off her shoulder. Maybe we should anyway. Why not? Yeah, now we don't even need a reason to meet, Oaco agreed, shaking her head with a smile as she playfully grabbed Izuku's cheek. I get to see this face whenever I want, she said in a playful tone while squeezing his cheek. Izuku laughed. Yeah. Oaco took out her phone. Oh wow, it's 3 a.m. She showed her phone to Izuku, who sighed. I guess we should call it a night, she said, putting her phone back in her pocket. Izuku laughed. I could have called it a night 3 hours ago. I'm about to pass out. Oaco shook her head with a smile. Good night then, she hesitated and turned away. You forget something? Izuku called out, making her turn back to him. He held up her phone, and she smacked her pockets. How'd you get that? I just put it in my pockets. Izuku chuckled. Come here. Oaco smirked and used Black Whip to grab the phone. I don't see a need. Her smirk turned into a playful grin. Izuku rolled his eyes and walked up to her, pulling her into a hug. This is all I wanted. Oaco blushed and hugged him back. You didn't have to try and trick me into it. Izuku smiled. I know. I need to work on being upfront with these types of things. They broke the hug and smiled at each other. I'll see you tomorrow, Deku, Oaco said, smiling and waving as she walked away, running up the stairs to her apartment. Yeah. See you, Izuku replied, smiling as he headed to his own apartment. Man, I'm so grateful for how far I've come. Status on the quirk? A tall man asked, standing next to a very short old man. The quirk is starting to go out of control. It seems that the closer to death the boy is, the more his quirk reaches its potential, the doctor replied, adjusting his glasses. And when was the last time the boy checked in with you? The tall man asked, sitting at a desk. It's been a few days. He recently acquired a regeneration quirk. The kid is persistent. He asks me why I diagnosed him as quirkless when he was young, yet this is all happening. Do you question my methods of work? The tall man asked, standing up and walking toward the shorter man. Dr. Garaki, he leaned over and smiled at the doctor, his faceless grin unsettling the doctor. No, of course I don't, the man panicked. I would never betray you. The tall man laughed. But now figure out the real reason his quirk is awakening, even if you have to capture him to do it. At the same time, the class stood in the mall. All right, now that everyone is here, go get the things you'll need for the summer camp. Mina yelled to the class. Mina had set up a meeting time for everyone to gather supplies and bond as a class. Almost instantly, everyone split into groups. Shoto and Ida stood together. I need to get some clothes. And I also need. Ida began. Hey, do you guys know any good clothing shops here? I've never been here, and I don't really know what to look for, Izuku asked the duo with an awkward smile. Yeah, you can come with us, but we want to eat first. Do you want to eat with us? Ida asked Izuku with a big grin on his face. Sure. Oaco, do you want to come with us? Izuku asked, slipping up by calling her by her first name in front of the two boys. He quickly covered his mouth and Ida laughed. Sure, I'll join you guys. Let me just run to the bathroom quick. I'll meet you all at the food district, Oaco said, pointing over to the bathrooms. The three boys nodded in response. See you there. Izuku waved as Oaco waved back and hurried to the bathroom. So, first names, huh? Shoto remarked, stepping out of character. Izuku chuckled. It was an honest mistake. I've been to her house and had to call her by her first name to avoid confusing her family, he lied. The two nodded, and they all walked toward the food court. Oaco exited the bathroom and began to wander around. Maybe it would have been good to know where the food court is, she thought to herself while sitting down and pulling out her phone. Excuse me, can I sit here? A man with a hood asked. Oaco nodded and moved over. Sorry if I was in your way, she said with a smile, but it quickly faded as she recognized the voice. She felt a hand slowly clutch the back of her neck. Don't scream, don't make a scene, or I'll kill everyone in here, the man said. Shigaraki, Oaco whispered, fear creeping into her voice as the man laughed softly. I'm so glad you recognized me, Shigaraki said with a twisted smile. Sweat dripped down Ochako's face. Now, Oaco, I want to ask you a question, he continued, tightening his grip on her neck. What's the difference between a person like me and one like Stain? Tears formed in Ochako's eyes as she struggled to breathe. Stain killed with conviction. Even if I don't agree with his reasons, he didn't do it just to satisfy some weird FTSH, she replied defiantly. Shigaraki's grip tightened further. Just then, Izuku spotted them and immediately recognized Shigaraki. Oaco, he called out. Oh hey, I'm such a big fan. Shigaraki exclaimed, releasing Oaco and raising his hands in mock surrender. Izuku didn't respond, his fists clenched, ready to fight. Oaco shook her head, signaling him to stay calm. Oh Deku, don't get any ideas. Shigaraki said, stepping closer and grabbing Izuku's shirt, pulling him nearer. I could kill everyone here if you take a shot at me, he taunted. Thanks for meeting me, guys. I'm such a big fan of both of you. Shigaraki said, letting go of Izuku and walking away. Izuku quickly moved to sit next to Oaco, wrapping his arms around her as she began to cry. We have to tell the heroes, she sobbed. I know. Call him, Izuku said, referring to All Might. Oaco nodded. I'm going to tell them we have to go. Come on, I'm not leaving you alone again. Izuku extended his hand, and she took it. Later that night, Oaco and Izuku stood with the police, explaining the situation. All Might and Inko were there as well. My baby! Inko cried, holding on to Izuku tightly. Mom, I'm okay. I promise. Izuku reassured her, patting her back while still watching Oaco, who was visibly shaken. All Might approached her, gently patting her shoulder in his smaller form. Go comfort Oaco, sweetie, Inko urged, releasing her grip on Izuku. Why? Izuku asked, confused. Because she's your girlfriend. Inko said, wiping tears from her eyes. Izuku blushed. You knew. Of course. Who do you think hangs up the phone when you guys fall asleep on call? That little heart next to her name on your phone gives it away. Inko giggled, causing Izuku to blush even more. Maybe that wasn't the most discreet contact name, he thought to himself before smiling at his mom. He turned to Oaco and walked toward her. Hey, Mr. Uraraka, can me and Oaco take a walk? Izuku asked her father. He chuckled. Yes, you can, young Midoriya, he replied, patting Oaco on the shoulder. Oaco looked at Izuku and forced a smile, still horrified that she had been so easily caught off guard. She even questioned her danger sense since it had never activated. Izuku held out his hand, ignoring the crowd around them. Took his hand, and for the first time, she smiled genuinely, feeling at ease from his touch. They walked to the side. What's up? Oaco asked quietly. Izuku placed a hand on her cheek, making her blush. You're okay, he said with a smile. See? You're physically all okay, he added, pinching her cheek playfully, which made her laugh a little despite her tears. Izuku pulled her into a hug, allowing her to cry. You're going to be all right. I promise I won't let him hurt you, he reassured her, stroking her hair. Oaco shook her head. You don't get it, Deku. I don't want you to have to protect me. Izuku stepped back, looking at her intently. I want to be able to protect others. I want to be a hero and be the best one at it. Yet I can't even protect myself. Oaco clenched her fists tightly, frustration evident on her face. I've watched you protect so many people, and so many times you've almost died. The USJ, against Stain. Both times you barely clung to life, she exclaimed. Izuku looked down, feeling the weight of her words. Today was another time. If Shigaraki started a fight, I would have been useless. It would have been you against the world again. You're stronger than me, and it frustrates me so much. I'm tired of being the damsel in distress when I'm... Ochako's voice broke, and she fell to her knees, crying. Izuku understood her anger at herself. As All Might watched with a frown, everyone else stared, unsure of what to say. You aren't weak, Oaco. I hope you know that, Izuku said, placing his hand on her head. It was my choice to protect you when I did. Even if I hadn't done what I did, you would still be alive. I just have an extra eye with me, he said, trying to lighten the mood with a laugh. Oaco sighed and stood up. You just don't get it, Deku, she said, turning back to All Might. Can you bring me home, Dad? I need to lay down. She wiped the tears from her face. All Might nodded, and the two left together. The next morning, Izuku and his class sat on a bus, heading to summer camp. Izuku and Oaco hadn't spoken since the previous night, and she didn't sit next to him. He was lost in thought, staring out the window, while Bakugo sat beside him. What's wrong with you, nerd? Bakugo asked quietly, not even looking at him. Izuku glanced over, but before he could respond, the bus came to a sudden stop, nearly sending him into the seat in front of him. Oaco glanced over as Aizawa stood up. All right, class, we're here, he announced, getting up and walking outside. The class was closely following as they stood on a mountain overlooking a vast forest. Mina exclaimed, "Wow, this is steep," and clung to the bus for support. Welcome to your summer camp. A woman emerged from behind the bus, accompanied by 2 other women and 1 man. Who are you? Bakugo snapped, startled by their sudden appearance. Well, feisty little child, one of the women replied, crouching down and playfully extending her arms. We are, the others joined in, striking a pose. The wild, wild pussycats, she announced, while the class watched in silence. Tough crowd, muttered a blonde woman. I am Mandalay, the leader of the group. The brunette woman introduced herself. And I'm Pixie Bob, the blonde chimed in with a wide grin. Mandalay rolled her eyes. I'm Ragdoll, another woman with emerald hair, similar to Izuku's, stepped forward. I'm Tiger, the man said with a somewhat intimidating grin. A collective shiver ran down the spines of all the students. He's big, Izuku mumbled, and the entire class nodded in agreement. Well, now that we're all introduced, welcome to your camp, Pixie Bob exclaimed, throwing her hands in the air. The students looked around at the cliff they were on. This doesn't seem like much of a camp, Kaminari frowned, placing his hands at his sides. Well, it will once you really get there, Mandalay chuckled. Pixie Bob placed her hands on the ground. Hope you guys can run fast, she said just before the ground beneath them began to shift. They were all sent off the cliff. Oaco quickly used her quirk to keep everyone from crashing to the ground, looking back up the mountain in disbelief. What was that? She yelled while gently lowering everyone down. The ground returned to its original state, and the pussycats peeked over the edge. This is your first challenge. Get to the campsite in the next 2 hours, they shouted. The whole class turned to see a crash behind them and looked back at the trees. Beasts began to emerge from the forest. What the heck? Bakugo shouted, using explosions to fend off an attack. After a grueling 5 hours, they finally reached the camp. Oaco had been carrying almost the entire class with her quirk, as they had exhausted their abilities. You guys only took 5 hours. I'm impressed. Mandalay greeted them. Izuku grunted as he, Todoroki, and Bakugo followed behind Oaco. I thought you said it would take 2 hours. Bakugo and Izuku yelled in unison. Pixie Bob laughed. That was how long it would take us for. We didn't account for you guys, she smirked at Bakugo, who stomped his foot in frustration. Izuku sighed and dropped his head. He looked up and noticed a small boy standing next to Mandalay. As if reading his mind, Oaco spoke up. Whose kid is that? He's none of ours, he's my cousin's kid, Mandalay explained. Izuku approached the boy. Hey, what's your name? He asked with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. The boy pulled back his arm, and Izuku's heart sank as he realized what was coming. He couldn't react in time and found himself on the ground. The entire class gasped. Ida rushed to Izuku's side. Hey kid, a punch to a man's private area is a big no-no, he scolded the child. A fallen brother, may he rest in peace, Kaminari and Kirishima said, saluting Izuku. Ow! Izuku groaned, holding himself. The boy walked away but turned back. Like hell I'll be friends with a wannabe hero, he shouted before running into the building. DMN. Bakugo muttered as the class stood in stunned silence. Sorry about him. He has a past with heroes and isn't very fond of them, Mandalay apologized to Izuku, bowing slightly. It's fine, Izuku replied quietly, still in pain. Oaco winced at his discomfort but remained still. Ouch. Later that night, Oaco walked with an extra bowl of curry, following footsteps until she found herself in a secluded area. Ah, there you are, she smiled, approaching Koda. Noticing he hadn't eaten his food, she asked, What are you doing here? What do you want? Koda growled, turning away. Oaco frowned. I heard what happened to your parents. I'm very sorry to hear about it, she said gently. His anger flared even more. But kid, it happens. You shouldn't hate heroes just because something unfortunate happened while your parents were being heroes. My aunt fought someone really strong. She died in the process, and the villain got away, Oaco shared, referring to Nana. Though she had never met Nana, All Might had spoken of her fondly when Oaco was young. So instead of hating the hero, I hate the villain. One of the reasons I want to be a hero is to avenge the fallen and save others in the process. Oaco glanced back at Koda, whose expression softened. Despite this, he still refused to eat. Oaco felt a pang of sadness for him, recalling her own struggles when she was younger. As she neared the camp, she smelled smoke. Suddenly, her danger sense went wild. A piercing pain shot through her head, causing her to drop to her knees. Izuocha, who was nearby, rushed to her side. "Uraraka, what's wrong?" he asked urgently, helping her up. Someone's attacking," she managed to say, making Izuocha's eyes widen. She pointed toward the forest, where blue flames shot into the sky. Izuocha dashed back to warn the students. Meanwhile, Oaco struggled to stay on her feet, feeling a tingle in the back of her head. "Koda," she thought. Izuku stood up and yawned. "What's going on?" he asked as the others began to leave the building. "The forest is under attack," Bakugo said, hitting Izuku on the shoulder. "Huh?" Izuku snapped back to reality and followed the others outside. Flames were consuming the entire forest. "Midoriya, let's go. We need to figure out what's happening," Todoroki urged, grabbing Izuku's shoulder. He nodded, following Todoroki into the forest. "Four Eyes, let's go," Bakugo called to Ida, and the two ran in another direction. Meanwhile, Koda was being held up in the air by a blonde-haired man. "I'm looking for a kid, Izuku Midoriya. You got any clue where he is?" the man yelled in Koda's face with a sadistic grin. Koda cried and clawed at the man's hands. "Get your hands off me," he shouted, ripping at the man's shirt. The man laughed and cranked his arms back. "Fine, I guess if you don't know where he is, I'll just kill you first." A flash of pink appeared in front of the man's eyes. He said, "Get your hands off of him." Oaco punched the man using 40% of One for All. The man dropped Koda and was sent back a few feet into a wall. Wiping blood from his mouth, he grinned. "You drew blood." He began to laugh as muscles bulged out of his body. Oaco thought to herself, muscular. "I thought he was in prison." She covered her arms with Black Whip. "Fight me. I'm gonna kill you, but at least give me some fun before I do." Muscular cracked his knuckles and charged at Oaco. One for All, 50%. Oaco felt her arms strain, but Black Whip protected them. She jumped at Muscular and punched him in the face again, but received a punch in the gut in return. The two were sent to opposite sides of the cliff they were on, and Oaco fell onto her back, coughing up a bit of blood. Closing her eyes, she thought, "I gotta be stronger." Using Float, Oaco stood back up and removed Black Whip from her arms. "You have a weird power, kid. I've heard about you from the boss," Muscular laughed. "Multiple quirks, right? That's gotta be it." He continued to laugh as more muscles erupted from his body. "If I'm not strong enough with just Dad's strength, then I'll never be strong." Oaco activated 100% of One for All and jumped at Muscular. "I won't be the damsel in distress." Muscular tried to block the punch with his muscles, but Oaco went straight through them, causing blood to spew everywhere, some from him and some from her. Her arm shattered, and she held in a scream. Muscular's muscles ripped, but he immediately began to grow more, trapping Oaco's arm. She struggled to pull her arm out, but Muscular's grip was too tight. Oaco's eyes widened as she fought against him. "Can't get out, huh?" Muscular smirked and headbutt her. She screamed in pain, feeling a bruise forming on her forehead and a black eye as well. "Damn you," Oaco growled before cranking her other arm back and punching Muscular in the face with 100% of her strength. Finally, she ripped her arm out of Muscular's grip and jumped backward, glaring at him as he noticed blood dripping down her forehead. He began to chuckle. Oaco wiped blood from her forehead, tore the sleeves off her shirt, and wrapped them around her head like a bandana. "I won't lose to you." Meanwhile, Izuku and Shoto ran through the forest, trying to find the source of the blue fire. Suddenly, something was thrown at Izuku. He barely dodged as the small, ball-like item captured a tree. "Well, I guess I missed," a voice said. They looked to the right and saw someone with a mask, accompanied by another person with scars all over his body. Oaco ran through the forest, half-conscious, and in the distance, she saw a figure surrounded by ice. "Todoroki," she thought while speeding up using One for All. "Shoto, Are you okay? She paused as she realized it wasn't Shoto. Deku. Her eyes widened as the boy looked over at her. Ochako, he said in a strangely monotone voice as burns on his body began to heal. Flames from Dabi flew at Ochako, but Izuku jumped in front of her, blocking the flames with his back. What happened to you? He asked through gritted teeth, wincing in pain. I could ask the same, couldn't I? Ochako replied as Izuku covered his back in ice. His eye twitched. Die. Izuku turned and shot an explosion at Dabi, hitting him and sending him into a tree. He turned back to Ochako, smiling a crazed smile. Let's kill them. Izuku laughed maniacally as he shot blue flames at Dabi, who dodged. Izuku used ice to cool himself off and turned to Ochako. You should stay back, I got this, he said in a monotone voice. If you want, he stuttered as his regeneration started back up. He's awakening so many quirks. What's going on? Ochako thought while Izuku smirked. Suddenly, Black Whip shot out of Izuku's wrists, grabbing Dabi. He pulled back and flung himself at Dabi, deactivating Black Whip and activating his explosions. Die! He screamed before slamming Dabi into a tree. Dabi's scars opened up, and blood streamed down his face. Dabi laughed and used his fire to get Izuku off. Izuku turned and saw Compress throw a small ball at Ochako. He looked at her, seeing her staring back. No, he thought before shooting at Ochako and getting hit by the small ball instead. Dabi chuckled as Izuku was taken into Compress's quirk. Subject captured, Compress said, laughing as Shoto was released from his quirk, lying unconscious on the ground. Etwai. Ochako's voice cracked as she ran at Compress, only to be cut off by Dabi, who shot flames at her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? Dabi smirked as he shot more flames at her. Die. Bakugo flew in and kicked Dabi onto his back. Ida jumped in close behind and rushed over to Todoroki. Todoroki, are you okay? Ida yelled at the boy, who was just waking up. Guys, help He got trapped in that guy's quirk. Ochako yelled, and Bakugo immediately looked over. Bakugo dashed at Compress, who barely dodged the incoming kick. Get us out of here. Compress shouted as portals quickly appeared behind him. Dabi laughed psychotically. Don't worry. I'll be back to haunt you, he yelled as stitches fell off his face, making him look more like a walking skeleton. The four watched in horror as Izuku popped out of Compress's quirk, and Dabi wrapped his hand around his neck. Don't try anything, kid, you're coming with us, Dabi growled, tightening his grip. Do you? No. Ochako got up and ran toward him, using One for All to speed up. Please, not again, she begged as the portal began to close. Izuku gently smiled at her. I'll be okay, I promise. Then the portal closed, and Ochako fell to her knees. No. Izuku woke up and looked around, finding himself in a bar-like establishment. You're finally awake, a voice said. He turned to the right and saw Kurogiri sitting at the bar. Izuku stood up and attempted to use his quirk, but nothing happened. What the hell, he thought to himself. Why won't they work? Your quirk has been nullified, a man said. Izuku's gaze darted to a TV screen where a faceless man stood on the other side. Who the hell are you? And what? Do you mean nullified? Izuku got into a defensive stance. Izuku Midoriya, now 16 years old. 5'7" as of a few weeks ago. You weigh 143 pounds. And you were born quirkless. At least, that's what the records say. The man smiled sinisterly. But you found out that's not true. Now you're unlocking many quirks rapidly, isn't that right? How do you know all of that? Izuku stuttered, his stance faltering. Izuku Midoriya, do you recognize the name Dr. Ujiko? The man's smile widened as Izuku's eyes widened in shock. My childhood doctor. How do you know him? It's simple. I'm the only reason he's alive, and he works for me. The man clenched his fists. Who the hell are you? Izuku repeated. Before that, let me ask you a question. Would you like your quirks back? The man asked. Izuku hesitated. I wouldn't mind if I had them. All for One smiled. Then I have a proposition. If you work for me, I will grant you your powers back. I'll even help you get a replacement eye. If not, you'll be quirkless forever. The grin on All for One's face frightened Izuku. He grit his teeth and stared at All for One. I refuse. All for One's smile faded. Fine. Oh, and before you go, because I know you want to know, I am All for One. Izuku felt a pit form in his stomach. This is who Oaco is destined to fight, he thought. And I stole your quirks. Nullifying them isn't possible, All for One said before the TV screen went black. You're free to go, kid, Kurogyari told Izuku while walking over to the door and opening it for him. Izuku hesitated before dashing out of the building. He found himself in the middle of a city and felt his pants pocket for his phone. It actually survived. Izuku thought while dialing Oaco's number. Oaco was lying in bed. The camp trip had been cancelled, and all the students were moved into dorms. Tears streamed down her face. She wanted so badly to find Izuku herself, but she had no clue where he was. She felt like she had failed again. She couldn't save him. The thought tormented her. Just then her phone rang and she picked it up. Hello, Oaco said without looking at the caller ID. Oaco, are you okay? Izuku yelled through the phone, making her jump. Izuku! Oaco exclaimed, finally calling him by his first name. Yes, I'm okay. Are you? You were really banged up last night? Izuku looked around as people crowded the city. Izuku! You're alive! Oaco cried through the phone. I'm on my way to the apartments. Meet me outside? Izuku asked as he walked as fast as he could. Izuku, I'm not there. Go to UA. I'll explain when you're here, Oaco told him. Alright, I'll see you then. Izuku was about to hang up. Wait! Oaco stopped him. He put the phone back to his ear. What's up? He asked as he rounded a corner nearing UA. I love you, Izuku. Oaco blushed at her words but smiled. Izuku's phone hit the ground as he froze. He picked it up and saw that it had died before he could respond. Oh. He hung up. Oaco mumbled to herself as she got up. Izuku sprinted to UA outside. He found Oaco standing at the front door. They locked eyes, and Izuku ran up to her, tackling her into a hug. I love you too, Izuku said while holding Oaco close. Oaco's tears, which had been sad, were now tears of joy. I'm so happy you're safe, I was so scared, she said as they continued to hug. I was only gone one night, so I should be fine, Izuku smiled. Oaco backed up, sweat dripping down her face. Izuku, you were gone for a month. Are you serious? Izuku was baffled. Today is August 15th. A month and 4 days since you were captured, she continued with a frown. And a month to the day after your birthday. In a way, I was asleep for a month. Izuku was spacing out. I have to show you where the class is staying now. Oaco grabbed Izuku's hand and started to walk. Wait, what do you mean? Is the class staying together? Izuku questioned, and Oaco nodded. There's a dormitory now, they built it after the mall incident, but you never got to see it. Oaco frowned as they turned a corner and saw the dorm building. Whoa! Welcome to Heights Alliance, Oaco said as he walked in front of her. How did they build this all so quickly? Izuku asked, confused. Money talks, Oaco joked. Izuku smiled and turned back to her. Oh, by the way, have you talked to Inko yet? Oaco asked out of nowhere. Honestly, I called you first. So no. Oaco smacked him on the head. You idiot. That's your mother who's been worried sick. Call her now, she scolded. Yes, ma'am. Izuku replied before looking at his phone. Oh yeah, my phone died in the middle of our call, so I can't really do it right now. Izuku frowned, putting his phone back in his pocket. Here you go. Oaco pushed her phone against Izuku's chest. On her phone was Inko's contact information. Izuku pressed the call button and sighed. The phone was almost instantly picked up. Hi, Oaco, I'm sorry I can't talk right now, Mom, it's me. Inko stopped talking. I thought I lost you. After the failed rescue mission, I thought you were gone. Inko was trying to keep her composure but was clearly emotional. If you're busy, I don't want to. Oh hush, don't be dumb. You're my baby who's been missing for a while now. I need to see you. Where are you? I'm back at UA, Mom. At the dorms. Izuku told her. Izuku, you're not going back there. Are you out of your mind? You just disappeared because of them. Inko raised her voice, causing Izuku to look down. I know, Ma. I know. He accepted her concern this time. First, he lost his eye, and then there were the multiple times he was hurt more than Inko could handle. This was the final straw. I'm on my way. Stay at the dorms, I'll meet you there. I love you, Izuku. Izuku smiled. Love you too, Mom. The call ended. Well, Oaco said as Izuku handed her the phone. She's on her way. Somehow she knows the dorms are here. Izuku face-bombed. She's been here a few times, she and I are friends. Also, she wanted to see Bakugo and talk to him. Oaco started walking toward the dorms. You guys are friends? Izuku asked, surprised by the statement. Yeah, whenever you're in the hospital, we talk. It's been a thing since the USJ. Oaco smiled as she approached the door. Well, get ready to say hi to the others. Oaco opened the door. I am back, she yelled, and everyone quickly crowded around the entrance. Midoriya, half of the class shouted in awe. Hi guys. Izuku smiled awkwardly. After a little while of questioning from the majority of the class, Izuku heard footsteps coming from the stairs. He looked back to see Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida. Hey guys. Izuku smiled at the trio. Deku. Bakugo muttered while walking up to him. Todoroki and Ida stood close behind. You're alive. I'm very relieved, Ida said, adjusting his glasses as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Todoroki smiled softly. Bakugo approached Izuku and raised his hand. Izuku looked up at it, confused. Suddenly, Bakugo smacked Izuku on the head. You really made us worry, you dumb nerd. Bakugo yelled, reminding Izuku of the older version of Bakugo. But instead of hitting him with violent intent, it felt more like a brotherly gesture. Izuku laughed a bit before a knock on the dorm door disrupted them all. Everyone looked at the door, and Oaco nudged Izuku to answer it. Izuku got up and jogged to the door, opening it. There stood Inko with All Might next to her. Izuku! Inko ran and hugged him tightly. All Might smiled at the boy. Welcome back, young Midoriya. It's good to be back. Izuku smiled but looked at Inko, knowing she didn't want him at UA. About being back. Izuku, I will let you stay at UA. Not because I want you to, but because being at home with me won't be safe. Inko started crying. You can continue to train your quirks here so you can become a hero. Her words made Izuku go silent. I don't have a quirk anymore. Izuku said, causing the room to fall silent. Wait, what? Oaco got up and walked to the three at the doorway. What do you mean you don't have a quirk? You had like 5 in the forest. What happened? Oaco questioned him. Izuku gave her a look, and suddenly the reality set in for Oaco and All Might. All for one. They thought simultaneously. Well then, I'm not sure, Inko said, looking back at All Might. He should stay here. Remember, even before his quirk awakening, he was a student of Class 1A. All Might grinned. Inko sighed. Fine, you can stay here, but you have to visit me sometimes, okay? She placed her hands on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku smiled and nodded. Alright, Izuku, I will call or text you soon. I love you. Inko smiled, and Izuku hugged her. I love you too, I'll talk to you soon. He smiled as Inko left. Well, young Midoriya. Would you mind coming to talk with me? There are some things I'd like to discuss. All Might asked while looking at Oaco, who nodded. Yeah, sure, of course. Izuku smiled at the two, sensing that they knew about All for One's involvement. The three left, which confused the whole class since Oaco was never audibly invited. Once All Might found a secluded area, they began to talk. So it's him. All Might's mood shifted to one of despair. Izuku nodded and looked at Oaco. He told me that he knows about my quirk. That my old doctor, Dr. Ujiko, is really working for him. I don't know why he told me that, but he did. He told me he stole my quirk. But he didn't refer to multiple. Even so, when I try to activate any of them, nothing happens. Izuku said while holding out his hands, trying to spark explosions, but nothing occurred. Do you know why he let you go? All Might asked, pondering the situation. I don't. But it freaks me out. I woke up this morning, and after he interrogated me and asked me to join him, he let me go after I rejected him. Izuku scratched his arm. Oaco sighed. We need to get you out of you, she said, making Izuku confused. Wait, why? Izuku questioned. Deku, you were just let free by the most dangerous villain on the planet. Do you really think he'd just let you get off with nothing gained from his end? Oaco told Izuku, with All Might nodding in agreement. She's got a point. It's not like All for One to just let you go. All Might frowned. Strip, Oaco demanded, pointing at Izuku. What? Izuku yelled, along with All Might, who stumbled back into a wall. Oaco, what the hell? The two scolded her in unison. To check if he put anything on you. Oaco growled while smacking the two in the head. That makes sense. Izuku mumbled while rubbing his head. Izuku pulled his shirt off, slightly embarrassed. Oh my god. Oaco covered her mouth with her hands. What? Izuku asked, feeling his chest. He felt a huge scar. Oh. I don't remember getting that. He noticed the rest of his scar-ridden body. What the? Izuku paused as he heard Oaco cry softly. All Might frowned, noting the distress in her voice. They clearly didn't leave you without hurting you, he said, concern etched on his face. Izuku felt around his body, realizing the extent of his injuries. I never woke up. They did this all while I was unconscious. A shiver ran up his spine as Oaco touched his back gently. Was this some sort of statement? What was the point? Oaco was left speechless, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Once again, she felt the weight of her inability to protect him. There's also burn marks, All Might observed, looking at Izuku's arms. Oh, those are from me. I awakened 2 new quirks before I was captured, and I actually unlocked a third, Izuku explained, glancing at Oaco, whose eyes widened in surprise. You unlocked Black Whip, she recalled, remembering the night vividly. And Todoroki's quirk, along with that villain with the fire quirk, Izuku continued, examining his scars. Some of the burns are healed. I'm assuming before All for One took my regeneration, it had been trying to heal me. Izuku frowned, realizing he was back to being quirkless. Deku. Oaco looked him in the eye, searching for understanding. Yeah. Izuku replied, watching as she plucked a hair from her head. All Might's eyes widened in alarm. Oaco, what are you thinking? He exclaimed. Deku, I want you to eat this. It'll transfer my power to you. Oaco insisted, leaving Izuku baffled. His surprised expression shifted to a smile as he looked down at the hair. No way am I eating this, he chuckled, tossing it onto the ground. Oaco, I don't want your power. It's not mine, it's yours. After all, you received it from your father. But don't you want revenge on All for One? Oaco questioned, confused by his refusal. Izuku laughed lightly. Don't you? You told me yourself, you're destined to fight him. Plus, I want no part of him. He scared me through a TV screen. His laughter faded and he grew serious. If I want revenge on All for One, I'll get it myself. I don't want your power to do it. With that, Izuku opened the door and left the room. That kid's something else. All Might remarked as Oaco stood there, still processing. Yeah, she replied quietly. A small silence enveloped the room before All Might spoke again. So, are you going to tell him he forgot his shirt here, or should I? I guess he let the kid go, huh? Dabi said, sitting on a bar stool in the League's hideout, which was different from the one they had held Izuku in for obvious reasons. He got what he wanted done, that's all that matters, Shigaraki replied, hands in his pockets as he leaned against the wall. The kid's a weird one. He unlocked my quirk while we were fighting, along with 2 others, Dabi noted, sipping from a glass of red wine. His quirk. Master told me what it was. He tried to steal it from the boy, but he has an ability that prevents his quirk from being stolen. So instead, they nullified it again. Even though I wanted him dead, that didn't happen because Master wanted to see if he would work with us, Shigaraki explained, standing up straight. Shigaraki, he did tell us he put a chip on the boy. We will end up being able to use him when the time comes, Kurogyari said while pouring a drink. Once Kurogyari finished, he placed the drink in front of a scaly man. Wouldn't it be overzealous to think the boy would work with us at all? Spinner asked, taking a sip of his drink. Well, Master would have infiltrated his life when he was younger, but he assumed the boy would never get past the blocked quirk receptors. Once the USJ incident happened, he got an explosion quirk. From then until the forest attack, he acquired up to 5, Shigaraki explained, scratching his neck. This time, I'm hoping they used a better nullifier. Izuku sat in his new dorm room on his bed, staring at his hand as he once again tried to activate a quirk, but to no avail. "In it," he muttered, placing his hands on his face and falling back onto the bed. "I finally got a quirk. Well, quirks. And just like that, it's all gone." He continued to stare at his hand, pointing towards the ceiling. A knock on the door snapped him back to reality. "Come in," he called, sitting up. The door opened, revealing Bakugo. "Oh, hey, Kaken," Izuku greeted with a smile. Bakugo walked in and shut the door behind him. "So you're quirkless again," he observed, sitting down in Izuku's desk chair. "Yeah," Izuku replied, looking down. "What even was your quirk?" "No way, it was only a single quirk," Bakugo remarked, glancing around the room. "I agree. I noticed a pattern, but it's not fully consistent. All of my quirks, except for regeneration, were the same or variations of someone in close proximity to me," Izuku explained, with Bakugo nodding in understanding. "First was the USJ with explosion when I was near you. Then there was regeneration during the attack on Hosu, which didn't have anyone with regeneration, but it still happened. Maybe the Nomu?" Bakugo suggested. Now that I think about it, maybe," Izuku shrugged. "And then at the forest camp, I almost simultaneously got half hot, half cold, a stronger fire quirk from a villain, and then Black Whip from Oaco." Bakugo shook his head in disbelief. "Geez, man, you went from no quirks to 5 in what? A few months?" Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, I guess so." A silence settled between them. After a few moments, Bakugo stood up. "Well, I'll leave now." "Wait, can I ask you a question again?" Izuku interrupted, stopping him at the door. Bakugo backed up and closed the door again. "Shoot." Izuku sighed. "Why are you being so nice? Like you're acting like nothing in middle school ever happened. I don't get it." His tone turned serious. Bakugo stared at him for a few seconds. "I just grew up, I guess," he lied, turning away. "See you later, Deku," Bakugo said before walking out of the room and shutting the door. Izuku got an answer, but he wasn't satisfied. He shook his head and stood up. "They really did mess me up, huh?" he thought to himself while taking off his shirt. He also removed his pants and looked at himself in the mirror. He had lost a good bit of muscle because he had been starved while held captive and couldn't go to the gym. His stomach growled. "I am really hungry," he realized, recalling that he had eaten earlier in the day when he returned after All Might told him about forgetting his shirt. Still, he was hungry. Suddenly his door opened. Oaco peeked in, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Izuku checking himself out in his underwear. A small giggle escaped her lips as she scanned his body. "Izuku, please get out," he said, embarrassed, quickly covering himself with his hands. Oaco nodded, still smiling, and closed the door. Izuku hurriedly put on some clothes and opened the door to find Oaco standing there with a sly grin. "So, about going out to eat. Do you want to join us?" she asked, her grin unwavering. Izuku felt his cheeks flush and looked down. "Yeah, I guess." Oaco giggled again. "Don't worry, Izuku. You had underwear on, so I didn't really see anything I haven't before." She playfully nudged his shoulder. "I guess so. It's awkward though." Izuku rubbed the spot where she had pushed him. "What? You want me to show you what I saw?" Oaco teased, and Izuku froze, his blush deepening. "Well, you're out of luck. But someday, Izuku, someday," she said with a wink before turning around and walking toward the staircase. "Meet us downstairs in 15 minutes if you want to go," she called back, waving as she ascended the stairs. Izuku sighed and returned to his room, thinking, no need to tease me like that, his face still warm with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Oaco walked back to her room, ready to change into something more suitable. As she pulled her shirt off, she smiled to herself and made sure her door was locked. Just in case he wanted revenge, she muttered while fiddling with the lock. After quickly changing, she looked in the mirror, playing with her hair before deciding to tie it back into a ponytail. This will be nice, she thought, securing the ponytail with a hair tie. Satisfied with her appearance, she grabbed her things and headed out, meeting up with the others. You guys ready to go? Oaco asked as she spotted Izuku coming down the stairs. Yeah, we're all good, Momo replied, looking at the others for confirmation. They all nodded in agreement. All right, we're out of here, Oaco said, beckoning Izuku to hurry up. They all walked out of the dorms and Oaco smiled. Dinner time. All for one stood in a skyscraper, staring out at the city below. Kurogyri, he called without turning around. Yes, sir? Kurogyri replied, stepping closer. There's a quirk I need access to. I know where it is, I just need you and Tamura to retrieve it for me. All for one watched the rain pour down the window, placing his hand against the glass. What is the quirk you desire? Kurogyri asked, moving closer. All for one grinned. Rewind. Miles away, a man stood with a knife. Stay still, he ordered, his voice cold. Small cries came from the girl in front of him as he inflicted pain. Please stop, she begged, but he only responded with a harsh blow, sending her to the ground. He collected what he had taken and left the room, entering a lab where a woman greeted him. Mr. Chisaki, a new batch should be ready soon, she announced. Chisaki smiled. Good, business has been booming ever since All for One placed an order. Why, sir? The woman replied before exiting the room. Chisaki's smile widened. If All for One has to buy from me, I can become the new ruler of the underworld, he thought, laughing to himself. I can rid the world of quirks. I will bring the Yakuza back to its former glory. All right, Izuku, do you need help with this one? Bakugo asked as Izuku prepared himself. Nah, it's only one plate. I'll be fine. Izuku grabbed the bar and lifted it, bringing it down to his chest before pushing it back up. 1. Bakugo counted. The two were at the gym. Izuku had returned after losing a lot of muscle during his time away. 2. Bakugo counted again as Izuku began to struggle. Gritting his teeth, Izuku brought it down for a third time but almost lost his grip. Bakugo quickly helped him rack the weights, and Izuku sat up, frustrated. Demenit. Izuku clenched his fists. You need to take it slow, man. I know this used to be light work for you, but you've lost a lot of weight. You should focus on bulking up, Bakugo advised, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku sighed. You're right. I know I am, and I also know that's the last thing you wanted to hear, Bakugo chuckled, and Izuku smiled in return. Again, you're right, Izuku laughed. It's almost time for class. We better head back to the dorms, Bakugo said, starting to put the weights away. Yeah, we should, Izuku agreed, helping to put the weights back. As they walked back toward the dorms, Bakugo spoke up. I've heard they're going to announce another round of internships. Really? Izuku was surprised. Remember, you were out for a month, and it's been almost 2 months since you woke up, Bakugo reminded him. He was right, it was now October. Izuku still felt out of sorts since returning. His grades had slipped, and despite his consistent gym sessions, he felt stagnant. The only thing keeping him from spiraling into a depression was Oaco. Oh yeah, Izuku replied as they reached the dorms. Well, I'm going to shower before school. See you later, Izuku, Bakugo said, opening the door and waving without looking back. Later, Kaken. Izuku stood at the entrance, sighing to himself. I guess I'll shower as well, he thought, heading upstairs to his room. Upon entering, he found Oaco sleeping face down on his bed. He chuckled softly. I guess she came in earlier to wake me and fell asleep herself, he mused, grabbing his uniform from the dresser. He walked into the bathroom, closing and locking the door behind him. Oaco stirred awake, rubbing her eyes as she took in her surroundings. How did I end up in Izuku's room? She wondered aloud, hearing the sound of the shower running. A blush crept onto her cheeks. The two hadn't really advanced at all in their relationship. The first kiss they ever had remained their only one. There wasn't really a reason for it, besides Izuku not knowing when to make a move and Oaco not wanting to make one first at all. Her own personal fantasies held her back from doing so. Oaco had quite the imagination, which was one way to put it. Little did she know, Izuku was the same. Oaco looked down at herself and noticed she was still in her pajamas. She got up and dashed out of the room and up to her own. She quickly got dressed into her uniform and sat on her bed. She wondered if he was done and decided to check. She went back down to his room and opened the door to see him looking in the mirror, adjusting his tie. "Oh, good morning, Oaco," Izuku said, noticing her in his reflection. "Good morning." Oaco smiled at him and walked in, closing the door behind her. "How are you feeling?" Oaco asked while walking up behind him and peeking over his shoulder. "Feeling all right. What about yourself?" Izuku finished adjusting his tie and turned around to look at her. "I'm doing quite all right," Oaco smiled and giggled. "Why, you look good," Izuku said, smiling as he looked her up and down. Oaco snorted. "This is the same uniform I wear to school every day, but thanks. You don't look too bad yourself." She covered her mouth and continued to giggle. Izuku blushed, a bit embarrassed. "Speaking of, we should go, right?" Izuku glanced at the time. Oaco nodded. The two made their way to school, the only one in the class being Ida, who was early as usual. Once everyone showed up, Aizawa stood up from behind the podium. "Good morning, class," he said, making everyone quiet down. "As many of you know, today we will be deciding our next internships. You can go to the same place you went before or you can choose a new place. It's up to you," Aizawa announced, and the class buzzed with excitement. Izuku raised his hand, and Aizawa looked at him. "What's your question?" he sighed. "Since I don't have a quirk, can I train with you for the internships, Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku asked. Aizawa stared at him for a moment. "Yes, you can. You and one other student will be training with me." Aizawa accepted Izuku's proposal, and Izuku smiled. "Thank you, sir," he exclaimed, bowing his head almost hitting his desk. "Anyways, you have your options to choose from, and until you decide, I don't want to see your faces," Aizawa said, slumping onto the ground. "You're dismissed," he finished before cuddling up into his sleeping bag. Suddenly, All Might appeared at the door. "Young Uraraka. May I have a word?" he asked with a big grin. Oaco nodded and got up. All Might led her to a closet and closed the door. "Don't you have an office that you can bring me into by now?" Oaco complained as she turned on the light. "They're working on it." All Might smiled awkwardly. Oaco sighed. "So what's up? What do you need to talk about?" she asked, and All Might sighed. "There's someone that wants to meet you for an internship," he told her. "Who is it? And why don't you seem so excited to tell me?" Oaco questioned, concerned about who he was talking about. "It's Night Eye," All Might said, making Ochako's eyes widen. "Uncle Sasaki?" she almost yelled. "Essex." All Might put a finger over his mouth. Oaco quickly covered her mouth. "Sorry," she whispered. "But yes, Night Eye wants to see you and train you," All Might continued. "He knows that I have it?" Oaco looked at All Might, surprised. All Might nodded. "He saw you at the sports festival and recognized the power," he explained. "Well, why are you sad about him wanting to see me?" Oaco asked. All Might shook his head. "He's not happy that you have the power," he said, causing Oaco to become confused. "Why?" she questioned, slightly angry. "It's not because of who you are as a person, Oaco. It's just that you're my daughter. To him, you're little Oaco. So seeing you become the vessel of one for all, along with being my daughter, makes him mad at me," All Might explained. Oaco frowned. "Did he have someone else in mind?" she asked, thinking of Izuku. "Yeah, he did actually." Oaco's eyes widened. "A kid named Mirio Togata. He's a third year. His quirk is permeation. To be honest, it fits perfectly with One for All's base power." "But not the rest of One for All," Oaco cut him off. "The fifth told me that I was the last user of One for All, that the fact that I'm quirkless is why I won't die early. Why I'll be able to complete it. Oaco defended herself. Listen, Oaco, he doesn't know that. Even if he did, the fact that you're my daughter still makes him wish you didn't have it. Only you can prove him wrong and show that you deserve it, All Might said, putting a hand on her shoulder and smiling. Oaco calmed down and smiled as well. Then I'll have to do just that. Oaco walked up to a building and looked up at it. This was the place, she thought to herself before someone walked up behind her. Hey, you must be the new kid, a tall blonde boy said, startling Oaco. Hi. Yeah. Oaco smiled at the boy, confused. I'm Mirio Togata. I'm here for Night Eye's internship, just like you. Mirio smiled and held out his hand for a handshake. Oaco shook his hand. I'm Oaco Uraraka. It's nice to meet you, she said, smiling nervously. Nervous, huh? Mirio read her like a book. Yeah, I haven't seen Night Eye in a long time, Oaco blurted out before covering her mouth. Oh, you've met him? Nice. Mirio assumed they had met as fan and hero, not realizing the connotation. Oaco just nervously laughed. Yup, really cool, she said, giving a thumbs up. Alright, well, let's go in. Mirio turned around and went into the building, with Oaco following closely behind. The two entered an elevator, and Mirio stood there with a smile. So, I've heard you have multiple quirks? He started a conversation. Oaco stiffened up. I do, yeah, I have 5, she said. What are they? Mirio asked attentively. Well, I have a power-enhancing quirk, one called Black Whip, Float, Smokescreen, and Danger Sense. Oaco listed her currently unlocked quirks. Mirio put his hand on his chin. Interesting combination. Any idea why you have more than one quirk? It's very abnormal, he questioned her. Nope, it's a mystery, Oaco lied to his face. Over the past months, she had become very in tune with One for All and the past users. The One for All realm had become a commonplace she visited. The only 2 quirks she hadn't unlocked were the second and third. The 2 were almost ready to trust Oaco, but a hint of hesitation lingered. Mirio's confused expression shifted into a smile as he remarked, Weird, but pretty awesome. Oaco chuckled, nodding in agreement, her own smile brightening the atmosphere. The elevator came to a stop and opened its doors, revealing a blue woman beside a machine that looked rather intimidating. She was laughing. Hysterically, which caused Oaco to mutter, What the hell? Night Eye turned to them, greeting them warmly. Ah, it's you too. Welcome. He glanced back at the machine, pressing a button on a remote to turn it off. Tickle torture. Oaco exclaimed, her eyes wide. Night Eye smirked at her enthusiasm. I like you already, you're funny. As the blue girl stepped out of the machine, Night Eye extended his hand for a handshake. Oaco Uraraka, it's been a long time, he said. Instead of shaking his hand, Oaco leaped into him, wrapping her arms around him in a hug. Uncle Sasaki, she exclaimed, her smile radiant. The blue girl and Mirio exchanged bewildered glances. Who is this Night Eye? The blue girl asked, clearly confused. This is my niece. Not really, she's just a close friend's daughter, Night Eye explained as Oaco stepped back. Oaco, please call me Night Eye while we're in a professional setting, he requested, adjusting his glasses. I will, sorry, she replied, her smile unwavering. Mirio stepped closer, observing the interaction. I guess you guys go way back, huh? Yeah, I haven't seen him since I was about 8, so it's been a long time, Oaco said, beaming at Mirio before turning to the blue girl. What's your name? I'm Bubble Girl. You can call me Iwata, though, she said with a cheerful wave. Why can she call you by your name but not me? Mirio asked, looking at Bubble Girl, who simply chuckled. Because she's close with Night Eye, and if she's close with Night Eye, she's close with me. Bubble Girl declared proudly. Okay, now that you're here, come with me to my office. I want to discuss the plans for this internship, Night Eye instructed Oaco before leading the way. Oaco glanced back at the other 2, who nodded in encouragement, and quickly followed Night Eye. Meanwhile, Izuku was at UA, walking down the hall with Aizawa toward Gym Gamma. How's that new eye? Aizawa inquired. Earlier that day, Mei Hatsum had fitted Izuku with a robotic eye that enhanced his vision, allowing him to see clearly again. Although it wasn't as powerful as a quirk, it had a zoom feature that he was still getting used to. It's really nice being able to fully see again. I'll have to get used to the zoom feature, though, Izuku chuckled, playfully zooming in and out with his new eye. The technology was connected to a small chip implanted in his brain, allowing him to control the zoom with his thoughts. Good to hear, Aizawa replied as they continued walking. Sir, where is the other student? Izuku asked as they approached the gym. He's waiting for us. He's from General Studies and wants to join the hero course, Aizawa stated, not even glancing at Izuku. Izuku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Upon entering the gym, Izuku spotted the boy he would be working with. Oh, it's him, he thought, walking over and locking eyes with the boy. Good morning. Here's the first day of training for you guys. But first, introduce yourselves, Aizawa instructed as the two boys stared at each other. Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A, Quirkless, Izuku said, extending his hand for a handshake. The boy took his hand and shook it firmly. Hitoshi Shinso, my quirk is brainwashing. They both lowered their hands. Have you two met before? Aizawa asked, prompting them to look his way. Not formally, but I've seen him around, specifically at the sports festival, Shinso replied. Same for me, Izuku added, a hint of tension in his voice. Well, you two better get along. Let's get to work, Aizawa said, gripping his scarf. Oaco and Night Eye entered his office, and Ochako's gaze swept across the room, taking in the numerous All Might posters adorning the walls. Wow, she exclaimed in awe while Night Eye glanced over, a smile on his face. Yeah, before I worked with your father, I was a fanboy, Night Eye admitted as he settled into a chair. Just like Deku. Ochaco thought to herself, still admiring the posters. Some of these are really rare. How did you get your hands on these? She asked, moving closer to one poster that she recognized as a one-of-a-kind piece, signed by her father. Well, I did work for him, so I have connections, Night Eye replied with a smile. On to more important things, though, he said, shifting to a serious tone. Ochaco turned her attention back to him. Like, as I assume you know, I know about your quirk, and I also believe you shouldn't have been the one to inherit it, Night Eye stated, adjusting his glasses. I know that, and I disagree. I know I'm worthy of this power, Ochaco challenged, her determination evident. Night Eye stood up and retrieved a stamp from his desk. You know my quirk, correct? He asked. Ochaco nodded. Foresight, you can see anyone's future. Night Eye smiled, making eye contact with her. You've activated both requirements of my quirk. The first being physical contact, and the second, eye contact, he informed her, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down her forehead. So, the hero Ochaco, I say, prove to me that you're worthy. Izuku charged at Shinso, throwing a punch. Shinso caught it and twisted Izuku's arm, causing him to wince. In a swift motion, Izuku rolled over, realigning his arm and twisting Shinso's in return, a move he had learned during wrestling training. Shinso looked surprised before Izuku headbutt him, sending him to the ground. That's the match, Aizawa announced, standing up. Izuku approached Shinso, extending his hand to help him up. Shinso gritted his teeth but reluctantly accepted Izuku's assistance. The two had been sparring back and forth for hours, and Shinso had yet to win a single match. That's it for the day. Tomorrow, I'll have you guys spar against me. You're dismissed, Aizawa instructed before leaving the room. Izuku turned to Shinso. He remembered the words Shinso had said to Ochaco during their match, which left him with a slight grudge against the boy. However, Izuku was the type to forgive, and that's exactly what he chose to do. Good matches, Shinso, he said. Shinso scoffed. How do you do it? How did you get so good at close combat with an explosion quirk? It doesn't make sense why you would train something you didn't need. Izuku simply stared at him. Listen, we can be teammates or we can be friends. The third option is that we can be enemies. If you want to talk negatively about me or ask foolish questions, you can, but don't expect me to be nice about it, Izuku said calmly as he put his hands in his pockets and walked toward the door. He added that he was willing to forgive what was said at the sports festival, but he never forgets. With that, Izuku walked out and closed the door behind him. Shinso remained still for a moment before punching the ground in frustration. Oaco stood across from Night Eye, who held up a stamp. "Use your quirk and steal this from me," he challenged. "Seriously?" Oaco questioned, underestimating Night Eye. Night Eye smirked and told her to try and catch him. Oaco activated One for All at 20% to minimize damage to the room. She jumped at Night Eye, but he easily dodged her. As she turned back to avoid hitting the wall, she springboarded off it and launched herself back at him. Night Eye dodged again with ease. "Like I said, Oaco, my quirk makes you obsolete as an opponent," Night Eye remarked, adjusting his glasses. "If you can't beat me, what makes you think you can be a hero?" he continued, his tone growing cruel. Oaco felt a surge of anger but chose to remain silent. Ignoring the potential damage to the building, she activated One for All to 45% and jumped at Night Eye, managing to scratch him slightly before he escaped. "I see you're increasing your power," Night Eye said with a smile. Oaco landed on the wall, almost breaking through it. "Wait," she thought, looking at the wall. She jumped off and switched her output to 50%. This time, she barely grazed Night Eye again but used Black Whip to cushion her landing, preventing any damage to the wall. She smiled to herself before glancing back at Night Eye, who now had a small pool of blood trickling from a cut on his cheek. "I guess you got me, but you didn't get the stamp," Night Eye said, holding it up. "You still haven't won," he added, cupping the stamp in his hand. "Come and get it, Oaco." Gritting her teeth, Oaco decided to go all out. Smoke filled the room as she dashed back and forth, stirring it up. Night Eye dodged her strikes, his movements precise and calculated. Suddenly, Oaco stopped and flicked One for All toward Night Eye, clearing the smoke. "Darn it," she muttered as Night Eye placed the stamp on a table. "You're good, but you're not good enough. While I understand why All Might did what he did, I still don't think he should have transferred One for All to his daughter," Night Eye said, shooing the smoke away through a window. "He didn't have a choice. He had to transfer to someone quirkless, or the next person would have died." Oaco growled, but Night Eye merely stared at her. "Your little friend Izuku Midoriya would have been perfect then," he said before walking out of the room. Oaco's eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth, punching down on a desk in frustration. "Darn it," she thought. Night Eye returned with Mirio, who looked at the wall Oaco had nearly broken through. "Whoa, what happened?" Mirio asked, approaching the wall and poking it. Oaco jumped at it using her quirk and accidentally broke it, Night Eye explained, glancing over at her. Oaco felt embarrassed until Mirio turned back to her. "Oh wow, so your quirk really is super strong," he said, smiling. Oaco looked at Night Eye, who smiled before turning away. "All right, today you two will go on patrol. Lemillion, I trust you won't let Oaco get hurt, and that you won't engage any real villains, only help those in need," Night Eye instructed. "Yes, sir, of course," Mirio replied, giving a thumbs up before looking at Oaco and nodding for her to respond. "Oh, yes, sir," Oaco answered, catching on. "Good, now get your hero costumes on and get out of here," Night Eye said before walking away. Oaco sighed. "He's tough on us, but he only wants the best. Don't worry, he'll lighten up, especially if you've known him for so long," Mirio reassured her. Oaco nodded, thinking, if only you knew. They both went their separate ways to change into their hero costumes. "All right, ready?" Mirio asked as Oaco stepped out of the elevator. "Yup, let's go," she smiled, and together they walked out of the building. Izuku walked into the dorms and saw Bakugo sitting on the couch, confused because the internships had started and he was supposed to be there. "Kaken!" Izuku exclaimed, making Bakugo look over at the door. "What are you doing here, Deku?" Bakugo asked, puzzled by Izuku's return. "Mr. Aizawa told me I could stay at the dorms since most of our internship work would be at UA. Anyway, what about you? Aren't you supposed to be at an internship?" Izuku shot back. "Well, yeah, but I was told I couldn't stay there overnight because of my attitude," Bakugo replied, rolling his eyes at the thought before returning his gaze to the TV. "Oh, hi, Midoriya," Todoroki said as he walked back into the living room with a cup of tea in hand. Todoroki too? Izuku's eyes widened. I came back so Bakugo wouldn't be alone in a building where he could do anything he wanted, Todoroki explained, sitting down on the other couch and sipping his tea. So you guys are at the same internship? Izuku asked, moving closer to the couches. Yup, I'm at Endeavor's agency, and so is he, Bakugo replied, crossing his arms behind his head. I invited him to join me because Endeavor said to get someone from my class to intern with me, Todoroki added, glancing at Bakugo, who glared at him. That's cool, Izuku said, nodding awkwardly. He walked over and sat down on the other end of the couch where Bakugo was sitting. So how was the internship with IzuOcha? Bakugo asked, looking over at him. It was alright. You guys remember that guy from the sports festival? Izuku began. Shinso, Izuku asked the two. The one Uraraka beat up? Todoroki inquired, causing Bakugo to almost burst out laughing. Oh yeah, the brainwashing freak, Bakugo added, recalling Todoroki's comment. Izuku felt a bit awkward and nodded. He's the only other guy in Aizawa's training, so it's kind of awkward. He looked down at his bruised knuckle. Bakugo noticed and glanced at his own bruised knuckle as well. What did you beat him up for? Bakugo asked. Izuku chuckled. Yes, but no. We sparred, and he didn't win a single round over hours of sparring. Bakugo laughed a bit, and Todoroki smiled. At least you know you're still strong, Todoroki said, sipping his tea again. That's not it though. He made a remark afterward about why I was so good at sparring even though I had the explosion quirk. Izuku frowned. Bakugo, surprisingly perceptive, replied, so you're upset that he made a remark about something he had no clue about, since he didn't know you were quirkless until the USJ incident. Exactly, Izuku replied with a small chuckle. Easy fix, just beat him up, Bakugo shrugged, making both Izuku and Shoto sweat drop. Izuku smiled, thinking, there's the Kaken I remember. He started to laugh a bit. For real though, don't let someone's ignorance bother you. He'll be the person he is, and you don't have any obligation to get along with him. After all, you're just sparring partners for now. Bakugo said, looking away from the two and back to the TV. Izuku nodded, thinking, I guess he's right. You could also try to make up with him. After all, he has the same goal as all of us, to become a hero, Shoto added, and Izuku nodded again. I guess I'll just have to explore my options, he said, getting up. Thanks guys. I'm going to take a walk. I'll see you later. Izuku waved at the two and left. Meanwhile, Ochako and Mirio walked down the street, having spent the day doing good deeds for people, such as helping them unload trucks and assisting elderly women across the street. So, how do you like it? Mirio asked as they turned a corner. It's nice, the feeling of helping someone who needs it, Ochako replied with a smile and a laugh. Suddenly, Ochako felt someone run into her leg and looked down to see a silver-haired girl with tears in her eyes on the floor. The girl had band-aids all over. Ochako's eyes widened, and she immediately squatted down to the girl's level. Hi. Are you okay? Ochako asked while Mirio looked around for the girl's parents. Help me, the girl muttered while crying. She crawled over and put her head on Ochako's chest. Ochako hugged the girl gently. What's your name? Ochako asked, glancing at Mirio. Eri, the girl quietly answered. Eri, all right, Ochako said, patting her back. Please save me, Eri mumbled. Just then, a voice came from the alley next to them where Eri had run out from. Eri! The girl almost yelped. Sir, is this your daughter? Mirio asked the man who nodded in response. Yes, now come on Eri, we have to go back home. Man called to Eri, who squeezed Ochako's costume tightly. Ochako glanced at Mirio, who smiled at her. We have to let her go back to her father, Ochako. Let her go, Mirio said, sweat dripping down his face. Ochako looked back at Eri, who quickly let go of her hero costume and ran back to the man in the alleyway. Thank you, heroes, the man smiled, but Ochako could tell it was a complicated situation. Was fake. She clenched her fists as the man walked away with the girl. Once the two were out of view, Ochako looked at Mirio and stood up. She interrupted him before he could finish speaking, slapping him across the face. Tears flowed down her face as she expressed her frustration. She needed saving. Why did you send her back to him? She scolded Mirio, who held his face and looked back at her with concern. We're both on patrol. We have no right to follow a case we know nothing about, Mirio insisted, trying to reason with her. Oaco gritted her teeth, feeling the weight of her emotions. She told me to save her. What if she's not alive by the time I can? Her voice trembled as panic threatened to overwhelm her. Oaco, stop! Mirio exclaimed, grabbing her shoulders to hold her still. Oaco stared into his eyes, her anger flaring. With determination, she used her powers to free herself from his grip and walked away, feeling a mix of frustration and urgency. Oaco Uraraka felt a surge of frustration as she pleaded with Night Eye. Sir, you have to let me fight. I found Eri there, and she knows me. After she and Mirio had informed Night Eye about the situation with Eri, a rescue mission was planned, but it took 2 weeks before it was officially approved. Night Eye shook his head firmly. No, Oaco. You aren't a hero yet, you can't fight this battle. Oaco gritted her teeth, her determination unwavering. Then why is Togata allowed to fight, huh? He's a 3rd year and just as much of a hero as I am. Her voice rose in frustration. All Might, overhearing the exchange, stepped in to scold her. Oaco Uraraka, you don't raise your voice at a hero. Oaco turned to him, her expression a mix of disbelief and disappointment. I thought out of anyone, at least you'd be on my side. Oaco growled in frustration before turning around and walking out of the room, slamming the door behind her. She activated One for All, breaking the rules without a second thought, and jumped onto the roof. Using Black Whip, she flung herself back toward you. Talk about being a real hero, you're nothing but a fake. Letting that girl suffer while you have a faculty meeting instead of saving her, she thought to herself as she used Float to stay in the air and continue her flight to UA. Meanwhile, Izuku was at UA, sparring with Aizawa. He aimed a kick at Aizawa's calf, but Aizawa jumped to avoid it. While in the air, Aizawa rotated his body and landed a kick to Izuku's mouth before he could react. You're too slow, Aizawa remarked as Izuku quickly recovered, crossing his arms in an X to block the incoming follow-up kick. Izuku swiftly rotated his arm, grabbing Aizawa's leg in an attempt to throw his teacher over his head and onto the ground. However, as he pulled Aizawa over him, Aizawa rotated his foot, kicking Izuku straight in the nose before placing his leg over Izuku's chest. Izuku lay on the floor with Aizawa on top of him, using his leg to keep him down. You lose, Aizawa said with a small smirk. Izuku breathed heavily and smiled. Good match, you've improved greatly, Aizawa acknowledged as he got up and offered a hand to Izuku. Izuku accepted the help and stood up. You guys are dismissed, good job today, Aizawa told them. They both bowed and walked out of the room without saying a word to one another. Izuku made his way back to the dorms. Once inside, he walked to his room and opened the door. He closed the door and turned around to be tackled into a hug. What the? Izuku. Oaco called him by his first name, surprising him. Oaco? What's wrong? Izuku hugged her back. Oaco had been at Nitai's internship for the past 2 weeks and hadn't seen Izuku since. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oaco broke down crying. Izuku held her up from falling. Oaco, what happened? Izuku became alarmed and walked her over to his bed, sitting her down. Oaco looked up at him and tried to calm down, but to no avail. They won't let me fight. They won't let me save someone. Oaco cried, and Izuku sat next to her, putting his legs on the bed and holding his arms out. Once again, Oaco hugged him, the two laying down with her head on his chest. Who are you trying to fight? Izuku asked while caressing Oaco's hair. There was this girl. She said she needed saving. It was when I was on patrol. I want to save her and fight whoever I need to if I have to. Oaco sniffled, wrapping her hands around Izuku, basically crushing her own hands but not caring. She just wanted to hug him. And why won't they let you fight? And who is they? Izuku asked. They won't let me fight because I'm not a real hero. And it's my dad and Night Eye. Oaco squeezed Izuku a bit. Izuku's eyes widened. He was surprised to hear All Might's refusal. I mean, if he was willing to send his daughter against All for One, Why not let her battle against someone else? Not a real hero? Izuku questioned. Because I don't have a stupid hero license. Ochako sighed. Izuku didn't say anything and just held her close. I'm sorry, Ochako. I hate that this is happening to you. Izuku broke the silence. Then help me. Ochako sat up and rolled off of Izuku and onto her feet. Izuku sat up. How? He asked her as she smiled. I have an idea. The next day was the raid. Ochako brought Izuku to her room that night. What am I doing here? Izuku asked as Ochako closed the door. You're sleeping here, Ochako said, with Izuku's face immediately bursting into a blush. W, he said, backing up and knocking into the door. Tomorrow when we wake up, I'll leave early, and you'll sleep here. When someone comes to check on me, they'll see you under the covers and think it's me trying to hide. Ochako said with a huge smile on her face. Then I can sneak into the raid and save the girl. Ochako finished while laying back on her bed. Oh, okay, Izuku thought to himself, pushing away the naughty thoughts in his mind. Sound good to you? Ochako looked over to Izuku, who smiled and nodded. Yeah, it's good, he said before Ochako walked over and grabbed his hand. Thank you, Izuku, seriously. Ochako looked him in the eyes. Wait a minute. She scrunched her eyebrows. How do you have two eyes? She almost yelled at him. Izuku chuckled. When the internship started, Mei Hatsum finished making this. It's awesome. Izuku touched the eye, and Ochako cringed, imagining how it would feel if she did that to her eye. That's good. Ochako smiled. Izuku nodded. The two stood in an awkward silence, still face to face. Hey! Ochako mumbled while getting a little closer to Izuku. Yeah? He questioned as she kept getting closer. See, can you kiss me? Ochako blushed and closed her eyes. Izuku was baffled at this request. They hadn't kissed since the night they made it official, which had to be around 3 months ago. I. Izuku cleared his throat. Yeah. I can. Izuku slowly raised his hand and put it on her cheek. Izuku slowly closed the distance and saw Ochako's face get redder as he got closer. Izuku smiled, realizing she was just as nervous as he was. I love you. Izuku smiled at her, and she opened her eyes. It was the first time he had said it to her. When Izuku first asked her to be with him, he never said it back. And when he did say it back, it was only right after he had returned from being captured by the villains. So hearing it from him first made her feel butterflies in her stomach. I love you too. So much. She leaned in and kissed him. Once the kiss ended, Ochako leaned back and smiled at Izuku, who was blushing at her. I forgot how much I liked kissing you. Izuku mumbled before clapping his hands over his mouth. Ochako snorted. Guess we'll have to do it more often then, she flirted with a smirk. Izuku chuckled. I guess so, he said before Ochako grabbed his sleeve and dragged him back to her bed. Wait, aren't we? Don't get the wrong idea. We aren't gonna do that, but I liked laying with you earlier, so I want to do it again. Ochako giggled with a blush on her face. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and laid down with her. By the time you wake up tomorrow, I'll be gone, so I'll see you after I save her. I'll probably be on house arrest though. Ochako nervously sighed while snuggling up to Izuku. As long as you save that girl and don't get hurt, then I'll be fine. Izuku smiled and held her close. The next day would change everything. Ochako jumped from building to building before landing in front of a huge building. The Shai Hasaikai compound, Ochako thought to herself as she saw the heroes surround the entrance to the building. She watched as the heroes in the surrounding area evacuated people. This is big. Ochako thought to herself as she watched Kirishima and Fat Gum walk into the building. So it was a throwaway answer. Ochako thought back to Night Eye talking about how she wasn't qualified. Ochako grit her teeth and squeezed down on her shirt collar. She was completely covered in a black outfit besides her pink support items. She had a black mask on resembling Izuku's mask from his hero costume. The raid started, and Ochako jumped onto the top of the compound. She knew her father was part of the raid, but with how little of One for All was probably left, she felt like he'd be more of a liability. Of course, her father didn't think that. He was still under the impression that he was the strongest. He was wrong. The now empty part of the city was lifeless. Oaco could feel her stomach churn as she thought of what could be happening to that girl. What if she was too late? Oaco jumped down and snuck past the few heroes keeping guard, each falling down unconscious. Thanks, Izuku. She looked at her hand that she just used to knock them out. Izuku had taught her a technique to use for that exact moment. They'll be awake soon. Hopefully, no one finds them. Oaco ran into the building and saw someone standing at the edge of a staircase. He had long white hair and was sickly pale. A familiar voice asked, "What's the plan, sir?" The white-haired man laughed in response. Oaco peeked her head around the corner and saw a muscular Shigaraki and Kurogiri. "We wait for the heroes to save that girl, then I turn this place to dust," Shigaraki said with a laugh. "We need that girl, right?" Dabi asked while sitting in an office chair. "No, we just need her quirk, and with my new powers," Shigaraki replied, looking at the palm of his hand, which had a hole in it. "That shouldn't be a problem." He grinned. Oaco's eyes widened. He has all for one. Suddenly, a huge crash echoed below them, shaking the whole building. Oaco lost her balance and fell right behind the League of Villains. Shigaraki and Dabi turned around. "Who the hell?" Both Shigaraki and Dabi recognized Oaco and smirked. "Oaco, right?" Shigaraki asked, prompting her to confirm her name. Oaco remained silent and rolled backward onto her feet. "This is bad." Shigaraki raised his hand. "Perish." Oaco instinctively activated her smokescreen and avoided the punch aimed at her, using her danger sense. "This is bad." She looked down at the floor, took a deep breath and thought, smash. The floor beneath her burst into pieces, and she began to fall. "What the hell was that?" All Might's voice called out. "Dad. We have to Oaco was interrupted as she got punched in the gut and sent flying into a wall. "Shut up, Rat." "This was supposed to be a quiet mission," Shigaraki glared at her. All Might glanced at Oaco and then back at Shigaraki. Behind All Might stood Mirio, who was fighting Chisaki. "All Might, a little help." Mirio shouted as he used his permeation to dodge the tendrils flying at him. "This is really bad." Oaco noticed Shigaraki looking at Eri. As Shigaraki pounced, Oaco grabbed him with Black Whip. "I won't let you hurt her," she yelled, gritting her teeth and trying to maintain her footing. Shigaraki turned back to her. "You really are such a nuisance." He lunged at Oaco with his palm out, ready to take her quirk. Oaco's eyes widened, but before Shigaraki could hit her, All Might jumped in and punched Shigaraki into a wall. "Capture him," All Might ordered. Oaco wrapped Shigaraki fully in Black Whip, but he easily broke free. "That's not gonna work on me," Shigaraki said with an unimpressed expression. He raised his hand, and Oaco's eyes widened as he neared the ground. Suddenly, Shigaraki looked back at his hand. "Why won't it work?" he growled before looking over to the heroes and smiling. Oaco glanced back and saw Aizawa with his quirk activated. Shigaraki smiled. "Erase your head, you're still so cool." His voice trembled as a tendril appeared from his hand, which he shot at Aizawa. All Might grabbed Aizawa and jumped out of the way. Shigaraki looked back to where Oaco had been and saw nothing. "Where'd that brat go?" Shigaraki smiled. "They should be here soon." He continued to smile, almost bursting into laughter. Back at UA, Todoroki went to wake up Izuku. When he found Izuku wasn't in his room, he was confused. He decided to go ask Oaco, but when he knocked on her door, it opened. All that was in the room was a note on her nightstand. He picked it up, and as he read it, his eyes widened. "No way." Back at the battle, Overhaul and Mirio were both on their last legs. Eri sat astonished at the power in the building. Oaco had grabbed her and hidden behind a large pile of rubble. "Save me, please," Eri cried while Oaco did burpees and squats. "I will, don't worry, Eri," Oaco assured her, stopping to stand up and look over the rubble. "Third, I hope this works," she thought to the vestiges. "There's a good chance it won't, but if you don't try, you and everyone here will die," the third told her as sweat dripped down Oaco's forehead. "Second, we could really use you right now," Yoichi, the first user, said with the second hesitating. Since Shigaraki had revealed that he was there, other heroes had been called to action. Endeavor appeared and immediately clashed with Dabi, who had been mostly dormant since they fell through the building. Oaco looked at Eri and smiled. "You'll be okay. I promise I'll save you." Before she could say more, a huge crash echoed through the area. Oaco peeked out again and felt her heart sink. Izuku stood with flames coming out of his side and a devious grin. "Young Midoriya!" All Might yelled at the sight of Izuku. While the others didn't notice it, Oaco did. The expression on Izuku's face was one he had never made before. Shigaraki smirked at the sight of him. "You're finally here." Shigaraki walked toward Izuku, who approached him in return. "You got master's orders, yes?" Shigaraki asked, and Izuku nodded. "Kill them all," Izuku said, laughing maniacally. Aizawa and All Might were in shock. "Midoriya, what are you doing?" Aizawa yelled before feeling the air leave his body. Izuku appeared in front of him and kicked him back into a wall. Aizawa's instinct caused him to close his eyes, and Shigaraki regained the use of decay, attempting to use it on the ground. Oaco used Black Whip to lift him up, and Izuku looked over at her with a grin. "Uraraka, I'll finally kill you." Izuku shouted as he ran at her, using his explosions to try and blow her up. Oaco used Float to avoid Izuku and created a cocoon-like structure around Eri using Black Whip. "Izuku, what are you doing?" she yelled as Izuku used his explosions to propel himself into the air. "Doing what I should have done a long time ago," he replied, scratching toward Oaco and barely drawing blood from her cheek. Oaco felt tears threaten to spill from her eyes but gritted her teeth. "What's wrong with you?" Red energy began to form at Oaco's feet. "Fa Gene. Foe 100%. Oaco thought as she blitzed at Izuku Midoriya and kicked him into the rubble. She looked back at Shigaraki, who was uncontrollably laughing. Oaco gritted her teeth and wrapped Black Whip around her arms and legs. She shot herself at Shigaraki and punched him in the face. Blood spewed from Shigaraki, but he continued to laugh. Oaco turned back and shot herself at him again. "You can't kill me if you tried." Shigaraki taunted as he turned around and punched Oaco in the gut while she was flying at him. Oaco almost folded in half and went straight down to the ground. Subconsciously turning off all of her quirks, Shigaraki fell to the ground but landed on his feet. He smiled and put his hands on the ground, but once again, his decay quirk didn't work. Shigaraki instantly glared over at Aizawa, who was almost completely submerged under rubble but still had his eye open on him. Shigaraki stood back up and slowly walked toward Aizawa. "This will have been a long time coming, Eraserhead," he said, claws appearing on the edges of his hands. Suddenly, he was stopped in place. Shigaraki looked down at his chest and saw string-like lines ripping into his skin. He slowly turned his head and saw Best Jeanist, the number 3 hero, standing at the top of the hole that Oaco had originally created to get into the battlefield. Behind Jeanist was the newly crowned number 4 hero, Hawks. Hawks flew in and grabbed Eri before flying back out, leaving no time for anyone to stop him. "Got the girl," Hawks said, looking at Eri, who was beyond terrified. "Don't worry, little one. We're here to save you." He extended his hand, and Eri hesitated before grabbing it. Shigaraki glared up at the 2 top heroes. "She's supposed to be mine," he shouted, ripping Jeanist's fibers off of him and jumping up to fly at the 2. Oaco jumped up, using Black Whip to catapult herself. She smashed into Shigaraki's back, jumping off him and up to Eri. "I won't let you use my quirk, but I'll give you some advice," the second user said to Oaco as she neared the 2 top heroes. "A quirk that rewinds you can stop you from being hurt if you have a constant source of something that will hurt you." He said this before disappearing. "Eri, I need your help." Oaco called out as she ran up to her. "I can help." Eri seemed surprised. Oaco nodded. "I need you to use your quirk on me," she said, kneeling over. "Get on my back and hold on tight." The 2 top heroes looked at Oaco, confused. "What's your plan?" Hawk says, "My power hurts me. If Eri uses her quirk on me, then I can use the power that hurts me without it actually hurting me since she'll reverse the effects." Oaco explained. Eri nervously got on Oaco's back. "I'm ready," Eri said lightly. Oaco smirked as a yellow light started to surround them. Pain ripped through her entire body, and she cringed before activating 100% of One for All. Full power, she declared, looking down into the battlefield. She jumped down and landed on Shigaraki's back, who was still lying down. She heard a snap along with Shigaraki gasping for air. "You won't beat me," Oaco shouted, stomping on Shigaraki's head, desperate to defeat him. Suddenly, a small boy who resembled Shigaraki appeared in her mind, surrounded by hands. "Save him," a voice urged, and Oaco snapped back to reality just as she was kicked in the side and sent flying. Eri barely held on. Oaco looked over to see Izuku breathing heavily. He had been fighting all might and barely made it out alive, blood dripping down his face and a clearly broken right arm. Oaco flashed back to the USJ and the stain incident, but it was different now. Izuku was the enemy. "Izuku, please don't do this," Oaco begged, watching as he wiped blood off his mouth. Izuku jumped at her, and she dodged. "Izuku, please, what happened? Why you like this?" Izuku didn't answer and wildly threw his hands at her. Something clicked in Oaco's mind. This isn't Izuku, she thought, grabbing his wrist and flipping him over her and into the ground. His fighting style was abnormal. He didn't use any of his martial arts training. Oaco used Black Whip to pin Izuku to the ground. She got on top of him and punched him as hard as she could in the face. "Whoever you are, I won't let you ruin his name," she yelled, hitting him again and knocking him out. Oaco's danger sense went off, but before she could react, she was sent flying into a wall, barely blocking it from hitting Eri. "Dabi, come here, we're retreating," Shigaraki said, grabbing Izuku's unconscious body and starting to fly up. "Chase him." All Might yelled before a shockwave of energy pummeled him back into a wall. All of the heroes' stomachs turned as a masked man floated down toward them. "I advise you let them go," All for One told the heroes as Dabi let Shigaraki grab onto him. "All for One." All Might gritted his teeth. "It's a shame I couldn't get my hands on Rewind, but I got something even better. Izuku Midoriya is on my side now, and no one can change his mind on that." All for One looked over at Oaco and smirked. Not even his little girlfriend. All for One disappeared. A wall burst open, and Mirio flew through it, a small bullet hole in his leg making Oaco's heart sink. "He shot me and got my quirk," Mirio yelled. The hero's focus shifted back to Overhaul. Oaco felt Eri's grip on her back tighten. "Don't worry, Eri, I won't let him hurt you anymore," Oaco promised, trying to stay focused. Oaco blitzed at Overhaul and punched him in the face, sending him flying back into the other room where he and Mirio had been. All Might watched in awe as Oaco almost effortlessly beat up Overhaul. Night Eye watched with a hole in his chest. While fighting with Mirio, he had tried to tell the future of Overhaul but had paid the price. In the vision, he saw everyone dead. Night Eye's heart rate slowed. Kirishima ran up and tried to help Night Eye. Oaco flew up above Overhaul and used Black Whip to deflect his quirk. "You hurt Eri. I won't let you get away with that," Oaco shouted as she flew down and cranked her arm back. All of the emotions that had built up, seeing Izuku as an enemy, Shigaraki almost killing her, All for One's presence, terrified her, but it also enraged her. Oaco smashed Overhaul in the face with all her strength. His quirk started to explode around him, and he shot to the ground, barely alive. Night Eye's eyes widened as he looked at Oaco. She defied fate, he thought to himself before falling back to the floor. "Sir Night Eye." Mirio looked over and saw his master on the ground, bleeding from his mouth. Mirio ran over and knelt beside him. No, "I'm so sorry, sir." Night Eye placed a hand on his face and activated his quirk. He saw Mirio as a top hero and smiled. "You're the best student I could have asked for, Lemillion," Night Eye said just as Oaco rushed to their side. "And Night Eye." Oaco knelt down beside him. Night Eye coughed, feeling weak. "Oaco," he began as other heroes gathered around him. "I'm sorry I doubted your ability. During your fight with that white-haired man, my foresight told me you would die, but you lived, and you beat Overhaul and saved Eri." Night Eye smiled and closed his eyes. "You proved my quirk wrong." Oaco's eyes widened. You proved fate wrong. Night Eye opened his eyes one last time, thinking to himself that they would both become amazing heroes as the light faded from his gaze. Both Mirio and Oaco burst into tears. Uncle Sasaki, no! Oaco screamed. Night Eye! Bakugo walked into the dorms to find almost every student gathered there. Bakugo, big news, Kaminari said as Bakugo approached the group. What is it? Bakugo asked, noticing Todoroki holding a note. Bakugo walked up and ripped the note from Todoroki's hand. I have found my calling. Heroes aren't for me, I will kill them, and someday I'll kill you all. Beneath it was another small message. If you come and find me, I'll kill you even sooner. Bakugo gritted his teeth and dropped the note. That BSTRD, he muttered. The others agreed, but they didn't realize Bakugo wasn't talking about Izuku. The dorm door opened, and everyone turned to see Oaco. They had never seen her like this. Her hero costume was nearly destroyed, and tear marks stained her face. She wore a blank expression, not her usual smile. Oaco, the girls said, noticing her demeanor. Not only had she lost Izuku, but she had also lost Night Eye. Oaco glanced at the group. Did you hear? Izuku went rogue. Mina yelled, causing Oaco to grit her teeth and instinctively use one for all, punching a wall. The wall crumbled, and Oaco stared at the damage she had caused. Her mind was racing, and she ran upstairs to her room. The class stood in shock, all except Bakugo. Bakugo walked over to the stairs. Bakugo, you shouldn't, Momo said, trying to stop him, but Todoroki held her back. Let him do as he pleases, Todoroki said, and Bakugo glanced back at him, silently thanking him. Bakugo went upstairs and knocked on Oaco's door. What do you want? Oaco answered, sitting on the floor on the opposite side of the door. Uraraka, please, open the door, Bakugo pleaded, surprising Oaco. She got up and turned around. What do you want, Bakugo? She asked, not opening the door. We need to talk about Deku, Bakugo said, trying to open the door, but it was locked. It doesn't matter, Bakugo. I saw him myself, he's gone. All for One gave his quirks back, and he's fully gone. What's the point anymore? I got expelled from UA, I lost my boyfriend, I lost my uncle. What's the point? Bakugo heard Oaco punch the door. Please, let me in, he mumbled. The door finally opened, and Bakugo was met with Oaco, tears streaming down her face. Bakugo frowned, the first time she had seen him do so. Let's sit down, he suggested. Oaco nodded and walked over to her bed, sitting down. Bakugo closed the door. So you're expelled, he started, sitting at Oaco's desk. Oaco nodded, more tears welling in her eyes. Bakugo sighed. What did you do? He asked, glancing at her costume. I joined a raid I wasn't part of. Technically, it was an act of vigilantism, Oaco admitted, sniffling. Bakugo's eyes widened. Why the hell? He began, but Oaco cut him off. Shut up. Shut the hell up, she glared at him, her teeth clenched as if she might pounce on him. Listen, there was this girl I found at my internship while I was on patrol. I wanted to save her, she asked me to save her. But then, Oaco paused, unable to explain without revealing her secret. She started to cry again. I was selfish, and maybe if I hadn't been, Izuku would still be here right now. Oaco sobbed, and Bakugo clenched his fists. Oh, come on. Bakugo burst out, surprising her. You really think that nerd would do that? Seriously? Bakugo gritted his teeth and sat up in his chair. That kid wouldn't kill anyone if he was forced to, you should know that. You really think he'd leave this life behind? Hasn't he told you? He loves you. Oaco immediately thought back to the night before when Izuku had finally said it first. She also remembered earlier when he called her Uraraka instead of Oaco. It isn't him. I realized that when I was fighting him. Oaco mumbled, and Bakugo's eyes widened. You fought him. Bakugo exclaimed. Oaco nodded. It wasn't really him. He called me Uraraka, and he only calls me Oaco, and his fighting style was completely different. She explained urgently. The real Deku is out there. Bakugo smirked. Now that I'm not a hero student, I think I can find him, Oaco said, smirking as she went to her closet and revealed her real hero costume. This was a temporary one since I didn't plan to get caught. But if I'm out of here, then I'm going to do what I want, she laughed to herself. Listen, I won't leave you, but I'll help. Whenever you need a support item, I'll get it built for me and then you can take it, Bakugo said, feeling conflicted about breaking the law but determined to find Izuku. Oaco smiled, punching her own palm. I'll find Izuku, and I'll get my revenge on the League of Villains, she declared, looking out her window before turning to Bakugo. Don't tell the others, okay? She asked him. Bakugo smirked. Like hell I'd snitch. Now go, I'll act like you wouldn't open the door and I couldn't find you. Oaco smiled at him and nodded before grabbing her hero costume and phone and jumping out of the window. Izuku woke up in a dark room, looking around. Where am I? He mumbled. A laugh echoed from the other side of the room. A blonde girl approached him, a murderous grin on her face. Izuku, she cooed. Who the hell are you? Izuku tried to move but realized he was tied down. The girl suddenly transformed into Izuku. I'm you, silly, she laughed, a huge blush on her face. Izuku's eyes widened. How the hell, he thought to himself. The door to the room opened, and a familiar faceless man walked in. Izuku Midoriya. You've served your purpose. I truly do thank you. You were foolish enough to return to you after I released you, All for One laughed. I implanted a chip in you and heard everything that happened during the 2 months you were gone. Every conversation with your friends, and even with your little girlfriend, the 9th user of One for All. All for One grinned at Izuku, who was horrified. So seriously, young Midoriya, thank you, he mocked. Izuku gritted his teeth. What do you want from me? The boy yelled, struggling against his restraints. Oh, you serve no purpose anymore but to be bait for the 9th, All for One replied. I knew her plan to join the Shy Hasaikai hideout raid because of the chip in you. I knew you'd be alone, so either Tamura got rewind, and I captured you, best case scenario, or the worst being I only get you. Fortunately for you, it was the latter. All for One circled the table to which Izuku was strapped. You're in a romantic relationship with her, and she would do anything to save you. Right? Even challenge me before she has access to One for All's full power. Now, I can't act as if I expected the former user's quirks to emerge from her, but if I have the mental advantage. All for One turned around and walked toward the door, stopping in the frame. Then taking that quirk will be easier than ever. One for All. Oaco smirked while looking at the villain in front of her. She cranked her arm back as red energy flowed through her legs. Foe 100%. She slammed the giant villain in the side of the head, knocking it unconscious. She fell back down onto the building she had been on previously and deactivated FA Gene. It had been 2 years since Izuku was captured. The now 17-year-old Oaco had been a vigilante since then. Bakugo was a 3rd year at IzuOcha along with the rest of the former Class 1A. She breathed heavily and smirked as heroes surrounded her. Oaco Uraraka. You're under arrest. Kamui Woods yelled at her. She shrugged and fell back off the building. 5th. Oaco held out her hands, and Black Whip attached to the top of the building. 3rd. Ochaco's legs turned a bright red as energy flowed through them. Hey Woods. You're getting a bit old, aren't you? Maybe go chase the slower ones. Oaco yelled to the hero before catapulting herself away. Kamui looked at Oaco as she flew off. But I've only been a hero for 3 years. Woods thought to himself. Oaco flew through the air with a smile on her face. In the past 2 years, she had become known around the country as a vigilante. She hadn't seen her father in months, and even when she did, he almost denounced her. He was incredibly disappointed. No one but she and Bakugo believed Izuku was innocent, along with one more person, Izuku Midoriya, his mother. Oaco neared her hideout. Hopefully she's home. She wiped sweat off her forehead as she quickly changed into normal clothes. She had gotten a buzz cut to avoid suspicion in her day-to-day life. As long as it wasn't All Might or her mother who saw her, no one recognized her. Oaco entered Inko's apartment. I'm home, she yelled, looking around. Inko. Oaco took off her wig, which was identical to how her hair used to be. A pit grew in her stomach. "Oh hi, sweetie." Inko walked out of the bathroom with a smile and a wave. Oaco breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the overhaul incident, she had been hyper-paranoid. "Good evening, Oaco. How was your patrol?" Inko asked as she started to fold towels. "It was good. I fought some big guys today, so it was fun." Oaco smiled while walking over to Inko and hugged the older woman. "How was your day?" she asked. "It was great." Inko broke the hug and continued folding the towels. "Any updates on All for One?" Inko asked, with Oaco shaking her head no. "I've been trying to find leads, but there's nothing," Oaco sighed. Bakugo had discussed that Oaco needed a place to stay, and since All Might and Ochaco's mom moved back to their mansion full-time now that Oaco wasn't in Udai, she was free to live with Inko without being caught. A few months after moving in with Inko, Oaco came home with blood dripping down her face and a gash through her stomach. Inko decided she should stop going after Izuku. That's when Oaco decided it was time to explain one for all and the reason she was so determined to get Izuku back and seek revenge on the League. "What about Izuku?" Inko asked quietly, hoping for good news. Oaco looked down. "Nothing," she told her. Inko sighed. "I still have faith, you know," she said while finishing folding the last towel. "I do too, Inko. Don't worry, I'll find him. Even if it's the last thing I do, I will find him." Oaco placed a hand on Inko's shoulder, and Inko just smiled. "Then I'm looking forward to seeing my son again someday." Inko started to walk back to the bathroom to put the towels away. Oaco felt her phone buzz from her pocket and pulled it out to see a text from Bakugo. She immediately started a call and walked into Izuku's old room, which was now hers. "Hello." Bakugo answered the phone. "Hey, what's going on?" Oaco asked while sitting down at her desk. "There's a mission. We're raiding another Yakuza hideout. You have my location, and it'll be at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning," Bakugo quietly said before hanging up. Oaco smiled and put her phone back in her pocket. Even though she had defeated Overhaul 2 years ago with ease, the Yakuza in Japan had seen it as a declaration of war. They wanted their territory back, but Oaco wasn't going to let that happen, nor were the heroes. A lot of Yakuza members had connections to the League, so whenever there was a raid, Oaco was sure to show up in one form or another, either fighting the Yakuza or watching from afar. Oaco walked back out of her room and saw Inko on the couch watching TV. "Inko, tomorrow there's a mission at 6:30, so I won't be here when you wake up, okay?" Oaco told her. "More Yakuza?" Inko asked as she stood up. "Yup." Oaco nodded. "Okay, thank you for letting me know." Inko smiled and walked toward the kitchen. "Do you want food?" Oaco smiled and nodded. Izuku stood with a blank expression on his face. He had been in captivity, rarely allowed outside or able to interact with anyone other than the League. "Izuku Midoriya, enter my office now," All for One's voice echoed in his mind. A little over a year into his captivity, All for One had forcefully given him a telepathy quirk to summon the boy. Izuku had regained his quirks, but he had no reason to use them. He was even fairly certain he had unlocked more quirks as time passed. He stumbled into All for One's office. "Yes, Master," Izuku said, looking as if he might collapse. "Toga is going to need more of your blood for an operation tomorrow," All for One informed him. In the beginning, Izuku would cry while getting his blood taken, knowing his name was being tarnished and his power was being used to hurt others. Now, he felt nothing, numb to the pain of it all. He had accepted that he was going to die under All for One's control. He had no idea that Oaco was searching for him. He thought she had forgotten about him after Toga fought her using his powers. Toga approached him with a smile. "Zuku," she said, blushing as a machine on her back stabbed Izuku in the leg. He didn't react at all, his face expressionless as blood was drained from him. As more blood was taken, Izuku felt himself becoming lightheaded. Soon, he was too weak to stand and toppled over onto the ground. He stared at the wall in front of him as he slowly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Oaco walked up to a building and looked up at it. She thought to herself that usually, the Yakuza were more discreet. She heard explosions inside and checked the clock. It was 7:15 a.m. I'm a bit late, but whatever, she thought as she jumped onto the side of the building. She held onto a windowsill and attached Black Whip to the top of the building. She flung herself up and landed on the roof. Let's join the fight. Oaco raised her fists, ready to destroy the roof, but was suddenly tackled away and into another building, crashing through the windows and landing in an office. Everyone evacuate, she yelled to the office workers before being kicked in the jaw. Looking up, she saw Izuku with a grin on his face. Oaco Uraraka, good to see you again, he said, clenching his fists. Wish I could say the same, Oaco gritted her teeth. Using Black Whip, she pushed herself off the ground to dodge a punch from Izuku. Diminu, she shouted, grabbing a desk and throwing it at him. Izuku broke it in half with an explosion. Once the desk was destroyed, Izuku looked around the room and noticed Black Whip gripping his ankle. Oaco slammed him into the floor, causing him to bounce up. This isn't where the fighting was supposed to be, she gritted her teeth, grabbing Izuku and throwing him into the building where the heroes were fighting the Yakuza. She catapulted herself after him using Black Whip, and the two crashed through a wall. Once the smoke cleared, Oaco looked around and saw heroes. Izuku was up against a wall with a glass shard in his arm, blood spilling out of him as he seemed to panic. Slowly, his face began to change. Oaco's eyes widened as another person's eye appeared on his face. I was right, she thought. Izuku gritted his teeth and tried to run away, but Bakugo blasted him in the side of the head with an explosion. Stay down, Bakugo shouted, holding his gauntlet against Izuku's head. Izuku just laughed, unable to stop. Oaco Uraraka. Oaco looked over and saw her father standing there. Dad, she exclaimed, trying to activate the base power of One for All, but it wouldn't work. She looked behind her father and saw Aizawa with his eyes glowing red. Don't stop my quirk, stop his. Oaco pointed at Izuku, who had a smile on his face. Katsuki Bakugo, right? Your quirk is explosion. Izuku's laughter grew louder. Let's see how you like it. His body began to glow orange. Get down, Oaco yelled, trying to cover everyone with Black Whip. Izuku's body exploded, taking the whole building with it. Oaco felt a ringing in her ears as Black Whip retracted. Fire surrounded her, and she looked over to the heroes she had managed to protect, except for one. Bakugo stood still over where Izuku had been, barely alive. The blast had completely taken off his left arm. Bakugo! Oaco ran over to him, glancing down to where his feet were. There lay Izuku, his skeleton showing. He laughed as regeneration brought his body back to normal. This wasn't the typical regeneration Izuku had unlocked at 15. It was the super regeneration used by All for One and Shigaraki. Izuku stood up. I guess you guys are lucky, right? His face began to melt, and suddenly he stopped talking. No, he mumbled before his body completely reverted. Toga stood in full view of the heroes. Oaco's eyes widened. Where's Izuku? She yelled at the girl while tackling her to the ground. Toga laughed and blushed. Oaco felt a sharp pain and looked down at her leg to see blood being drained from her. What the hell? She shouted, punching Toga in the face and ripping the machine off her. What is this? Where's Izuku? Oaco shot questions at her as Bakugo stood there, still bleeding. She grabbed Toga's collar, but the girl just smiled again. So you're the Oaco he talked about back then? Toga giggled. Oaco grew angry and grabbed her neck. I should kill you, she shouted, raising her voice. Toga continued to smile. All Might ran up and grabbed Oaco, pulling her away from Toga. He looked at Toga and then back at Oaco. Oaco, this isn't Midoriya, All Might said, but Oaco, frustrated, slapped him in the face. I told you, she yelled, turning back to Toga as she began to get up. You're under arrest. Aizawa stopped her quirk, and she stood there, covered in blood. Oaco hesitated before running at him and kicking him in the face using One for All. Oaco, what the hell? All Might exclaimed, watching his daughter attack her former teacher. Toga seized the opportunity to jump out of the building, with Shigaraki appearing below to catch her. Oaco looked down at Aizawa, who gritted his teeth at her. All forces, he commanded the other heroes. Capture the villain. Ochako's eyes widened. Ochaco Uraraka. She turned to see All Might swinging at her, and she dodged. Dad, let me explain. Ochaco pleaded, evading attacks from him and the other heroes. She glanced over and saw Bakugo starting to collapse. Her heart sank, and she looked back at her father and the other heroes. Help Bakugo! He's dying, she screamed. She watched as Shoto and Momo rushed toward Bakugo, who fell onto his back. Dad, please. Ochaco clenched her fists and activated FA gene in her arm before punching All Might in the jaw, nearly knocking him unconscious. The heroes stared in awe as All Might fell onto his back. They cowered in fear as Ochaco looked at them. I'm on your side. I promise. Pew. Ochaco was suddenly hit in the side of the head and sent out of the building. What the hell was that? She thought as she fell from the tall building. Suddenly, she felt something below her and looked over to see Shigaraki. Her eyes widened, but before she could react, Shigaraki placed her on top of another building. The two locked eyes. Why did you save me? She asked him. Don't thank me, I only did it to return the favor. Toga's face appeared beneath Shigaraki's, and she flew away. Ochaco looked up at the building where the fight had been and saw heroes looking out around the city. She ran and ran, using one for all until she reached Inko's apartment. She burst through the door and rushed to her room, where she had a laptop. She opened it and typed something in. She opened an application and smiled. Now I'll know where Izuku is, she thought, looking at the tracker's location. Even though chaos had erupted, Ochaco now had the location of Toga. The only reason she helped her was to help herself. She had become a full-fledged villain in the eyes of the heroes, but she was closer than ever to finding the real Izuku. Izuku was horrified as he watched All for One hold Toga against a wall by her neck, strangling her. Why did you let yourself be revealed like that? Now the ninth knows this boy is still alive. All for One tightened his grip on her neck, and she began to turn purple. Izuku hesitated as Toga looked at him with pleading eyes, as if she wanted him to save her. He raised his hand, and immediately All for One turned around. Izuku Midoriya, are you daring to attack me? All for One grinned at the boy, who cowered in fear. All for One dropped Toga to the ground, and she immediately started coughing, tears streaming down her face. All for One walked up to Izuku and grabbed him by the chin, towering over him as Izuku watched the faceless man smile even wider. When the ninth inevitably finds us, I'll kill you right in front of her. All for One pushed Izuku back, causing him to bump into a wall. All for One left the room. Izuku trembled and approached Toga. Are you okay? He asked hesitantly. Toga looked up at him and nodded, standing up without saying anything. Izuku watched as she walked closer to him, her eyes shadowy. I want to help you. Toga whispered. Izuku's eyes widened. What do you mean? He asked, taken aback. Over the past 2 years, their relationship had been one-sided. Toga claimed she was head over heels for him but couldn't even tell him his favorite color, while he wanted nothing to do with her. I'm tired of being mistreated because of my quirk. The heroes never helped me, but now I see the League is just using me for my power. Toga turned around and backed up close to Izuku. What are you doing? Izuku asked, startled, but the girl shushed him. Look at the back of my neck, she told him. Izuku pushed her hair aside and saw a small chip in her neck. What is that? He questioned, poking it. Your friend Ochaco put it on me this morning when we fought. She knows where I am now. At first, I was angry, but now I'm happy she did it. Toga turned back around, blushing as she backed away from him. Izuku's eyes widened. She's looking for me? He couldn't believe it. He thought she had given up on him long ago. She has been since I first transformed into you. She picked up on the difference in our mannerisms. She's been on my trail since. Toga smiled at Izuku. I don't care what happens to me, so once she saves you, I'll use your blood to fight off All for One. Is that okay? Toga asked. Izuku looked at her with a serious expression. No, he replied, leaving Toga confused. Wait, why? She asked as he walked up to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. Why are you a villain? Izuku asked, and Toga blushed from the physical contact, looking away. Toga looked back into his eyes. Because of my quirk. The heroes wouldn't help me, my parents threw me away, and no one wanted to be friends with me. They told me to be normal, but it's not my fault. Toga teared up. You're the only one who's ever treated me like I'm a real human. Tears streamed down her face. Izuku gritted his teeth. When we get out of here, you'll come with me, and I'll get you help so you can live a normal life without having to hide from people because of your quirk, he promised, and she nodded in response. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. Toga's tear-filled eyes were genuine. Izuku nodded and turned back, sitting down on his bed. Get out of here. He'll get suspicious, he told her, and she obliged, leaving the room. Toga walked back into the main area of the hideout and saw the League sitting at the bar. Where were you? Shigaraki asked, raising an eyebrow at her. I was with the boy. Toga giggled as she lay back, playfully stating that she needed to refill on her blood. Shigaraki smirked at her enthusiasm. Dabi, sipping on a drink, commented on Toga's fondness for using the kid's power. Toga nodded, her smile wide, and declared that he was fun to use, though she was exaggerating a bit. Shigaraki informed Toga that they were discussing something important while their master was away. Toga, slightly nervous, asked what it was about. Shigaraki explained that they all had different goals than their master, who believed he was smarter than he truly was. He revealed that their master wanted to take over his body and remove his consciousness, which made Toga's eyes widen in shock. Shigaraki asserted that he wouldn't allow that to happen, but the longer they stayed, the easier it would be for their master to execute his plan. He concluded that they were leaving. Surprised by the sudden decision, Toga asked if it meant all of them were leaving. Shigaraki confirmed with a nod. Dabi laughed, telling Toga that she wouldn't have to run errands for their master anymore. Toga felt a bead of sweat trickle down her face and impulsively suggested they bring the kid with them. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow, suspicious of her request. Spinner, confused, asked why they would do that. Toga explained that if All for One had Izuku, he could acquire the quirk of a certain girl, making it impossible for them to stop him. Shigaraki smiled at her insight, realizing that she was right. He could ruin their master's plans to obtain One for All and achieve his own dream without interference. With determination, Shigaraki stood up and walked toward Izuku's room. Upon entering, he found Izuku backing into a corner, stuttering in fear and raising his fists. Shigaraki ordered him to be quiet and placed his hand on Izuku's head. Izuku struggled to escape Shigaraki's grasp, but suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot through his head. He realized Shigaraki was using the All for One quirk on him, and the pain gradually subsided. Shigaraki informed Izuku that he had taken the telepathy quirk their master had given him and commanded him to come along. Grabbing Izuku's wrist, he dragged him out of the room. Izuku protested, trying to break free, and for the first time since his kidnapping over 2 years ago, he activated a quirk. Flames erupted from his wrist and the side Shigaraki was holding. The League watched in astonishment. Shigaraki insisted that Izuku was coming with them to escape their master. Toga stepped in front of Izuku, holding a knife to his neck, her expression not matching her threatening words. As her outfit began to catch fire, Izuku extinguished his flames and nodded in compliance. Dabi teased Shigaraki about his use of the term master, which made Shigaraki growl in response. He opened the door to the hideout, and Toga took Izuku's hand, signaling him to follow. Shigaraki looked back at the group and urged them to leave. Meanwhile, Oaco was at her laptop when she noticed Toga approaching her location. She quickly closed the laptop, activated One for All, and dashed out of her room and the apartment. She leaped to the top of the building, spotting Toga below. With another burst of power, she jumped down, landing on Toga and pinning her to the ground. "What are you doing here?" Oaco demanded, pressing her forearm against Toga's neck. Toga quietly replied that she had a message from Izuku, prompting Oaco to back off slightly. Toga conveyed that Izuku wanted her to know he could be saved and that he would always be near her. This confused Oaco, who questioned Toga's motives. Toga explained that she was tired of being treated like a monster and was determined to save Izuku, no longer wanting to be a villain due to her nature. She warned Oaco that the League and All for One were no longer allies and that they had Izuku because All for One was using him as bait to steal her quirk. Toga urged her to be ready when All for One attacked, as that would be the moment to save Izuku, and perhaps even save Toga herself. With a smile, Toga vanished. It had been 2 months since Ochako's last encounter with Toga during the raid. She had been monitoring Toga's movements but had refrained from acting due to uncertainty. Now, with a chance to find Izuku, she was determined not to let it slip away. Returning to her apartment, she called out to her mother, Inko, announcing her departure. Inko responded cheerfully from the other room. After changing into her hero costume, Ochaco rushed out of the house and sent a text to her contact, confirming her approach. She prepared herself physically before launching into the air using her quirk. Landing on UA grounds for the first time since her expulsion, she made her way to Bakugo's room, entering through an open window. Bakugo was lying on his bed when he noticed her. "What's up?" he asked, sitting up and locking the door behind him. Ochaco sat on his bed, ready to discuss everything that had happened, but first, she expressed her concern for him, apologizing for not having spoken in so long. Bakugo, showing the nub where his left arm used to be, reassured her that he was doing fine despite the loss. Ochaco frowned, feeling guilty for what had happened to him. She wished he would stop blaming himself for the circumstances they found themselves in. "It's annoying," Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Sorry," Ochaco chuckled. "So, what is it you needed to meet for?" Bakugo asked, looking at Ochaco. "Big news on Izuku," Ochaco smiled, making Bakugo curious. "Well, go on, spit it out," Bakugo urged her. "I know how we're going to find him." Ochaco let her excitement get the best of her and accidentally yelled. "Sheet!" Bakugo muttered, hearing footsteps toward his room. A knock was heard on his door. "Bakugo, who are you talking to?" Shoto's voice came through the door. "I'm on the phone, icy hot." Bakugo lied to Shoto. Ochaco looked at Bakugo, who looked back, and the two nodded. Ochaco jumped out of the window and flew away. Bakugo walked up to the door and opened it. "What is it?" Bakugo asked Shoto. Shoto looked at him. "May I come in?" he asked. Bakugo nodded, and Shoto walked in before turning around and closing the door, locking it behind him. "So, what's up with you?" Bakugo asked as Shoto walked over to him. "You were just with Uraraka, weren't you?" Shoto confronted Bakugo. Bakugo felt his heart sink. "Nah, I haven't seen her since the raid a few months ago," Bakugo lied, with Shoto glancing over at him. "Mchim." Shoto got up and walked over to Bakugo's desk. "What the hell are you doing?" Bakugo got up and walked toward Shoto. Shoto grabbed a pen and started to write something down. "She said Midoriya was able to be saved. Did she elaborate?" Shoto wrote, with Bakugo's eyes widening. He ripped the paper out of Shoto's hands. "No, she left before she could." Shoto took the paper back. "Did you guys exchange contact information?" Suddenly, Bakugo's phone buzzed, and he immediately grabbed it from his pocket. Bakugo looked at Shoto and nodded. "Meet me near Izuku's house later and let me know when you're here," the message said. Bakugo and Shoto looked at each other. "You're coming with me," Bakugo told Shoto, who nodded in response. "Good." Bakugo smiled. Even though he had grown less egotistical and crazy, he still had the same smile that made it look like he wanted to kill you. A knock on the door interrupted the two. Shoto threw out the piece of paper and beckoned Bakugo to open the door. Bakugo walked over and opened it. "Hey Bakugo, is Shoto in here?" Momo tried to peek over Bakugo's shoulder, but he didn't let her. "Don't be so nosy, but yes, your boyfriend is in here," Bakugo teased, making Momo blush in response. Shoto walked over to the door. "Hey there," he smiled at Momo. "Hey, I told you to come get Bakugo for dinner, not a hangout session," Momo scolded Shoto. Shoto just chuckled. "Sorry, got sidetracked," he lied to the girl, who just pouted in response. Shoto moved past Bakugo and grabbed Momo's hand while starting to walk back toward the stairs. "Don't worry, Bakugo, we can hang out later." Shoto looked back at Bakugo with a playful smirk. "Good. Demon icy hot." Bakugo nodded. He then followed the two to dinner. Izuku stood in front of Shigaraki, breathing heavily. "Keep going," Shigaraki told him before almost instantly appearing in front of him with his leg in the air, ready to kick. Izuku breathed slowly and dodged the kick by sliding to the side. Die! Izuku yelled before shooting an explosion out of his hand, sending his elbow back into Shigaraki's jaw, almost dislocating it. Shigaraki jumped into the air, and regeneration brought his jaw back to normal. Izuku threw out his hand, and black whip spewed into the air, latching around Shigaraki's waist. Izuku smirked and started bringing Shigaraki toward him. He jumped up and met him halfway. Izuku crashed his fist into Shigaraki's face, and Shigaraki smiled. "You're getting better." Shigaraki grabbed the black whip as Izuku started to fall back to the ground. "But getting me like that means I can use black whip against you." Shigaraki ripped black whip back toward him, and Izuku flew up into the air. Shigaraki flew up to Izuku and put his hand on his face. "You're dead," Shigaraki said before taking his hand off of Izuku's head, and the two fell to the ground. Once they regained their footing, Izuku looked at Shigaraki. "Thanks. This is helping a lot," Izuku said as Shigaraki slowly melted, revealing it was Toga. "Of course, Izuku. You will probably have to fight him someday," Toga replied with a smile. The two had been sparring almost daily to prepare Izuku to defend himself against All for One when he attacked, and so he could defeat Shigaraki and not let him get his wish of ultimate destruction. Since Izuku had been malnourished prior to leaving with the League, they had been helping him regain his former physique. Of course, 2 months wasn't enough to get back to his former glory, but he was better in combat than ever. Toga was the only member of the League who got along with Izuku for obvious reasons, so the two were attached at the hip, platonically, of course. Since Izuku had new quirks over the 2 years that he didn't know how to control, he was trying to stay safe. His quirks, while being used, still changed his personality, which made using multiple very difficult with the conflicting thoughts in his head. But he had gotten better at being tame and calm during fights to minimize how much his personality could affect them. "Are you ready to go back?" Toga asked as she picked up her knives. Izuku nodded while walking toward her. "All right, let's get out of here. Now I have plenty of allies to assist us against All for One." Shigaraki smiled and stared down at the army he had accumulated. While Toga and Izuku were sparring, Shigaraki and the rest of the League were in the trenches. After fighting Redestro and taking over the new Paranormal Liberation Front, Shigaraki was ecstatic. "And now, no one can stop me." Bakugo and Shoto walked down the street toward Izuku's apartment. "So this is the place?" Shoto asked Bakugo as he went to take his hood off. Oaco pounced at Shoto from the roof and pinned him to the floor. "Who are you?" Oaco held Shoto down while pressing a knee on his back. "Demon," Shoto said while trying to move his hands. Bakugo looked at the two and burst out laughing. Oaco looked up at Bakugo. "What the hell are you laughing at? You were being followed." Oaco growled while looking back down at Shoto. "IzuOcha, it's me," Shoto said, with Oaco gripping down on his hood. "Who?" Oaco didn't let up. "Shoto Todoroki." Shoto started to get fed up and rolled, sending Oaco off of him. "Todoroki?" Oaco rolled back to her feet and walked up to him, offering a hand. "I'm sorry, I had no clue it was you. You sound so different." Oaco helped the boy up, noticing how he towered over her. "And you're a lot taller," she remarked, observing the boy who was at least 6 feet tall. Shoto chuckled. "That's what aging does to you," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "Anyways, why are you here? Did Bakugo tell you about this stuff?" Oaco asked urgently, glancing at his now short hair. "Well, no. We're both here so you can tell us," Shoto replied. "Also, my hair is shorter, yeah. Not only have I gotten bigger, but I decided it was getting in my eyes too much," Shoto explained as Oaco slowly reached to touch his hair. Shoto bent down slightly so she could actually reach. "Whoa!" Oaco poked his head, causing him to laugh. "Good to see you haven't changed too much, IzuOcha." Shoto continued to laugh. "I've changed a little bit," Oaco exclaimed, ripping off her wig to reveal her relatively short hair. "Whoa!" Shoto walked over and tapped her head just like she had done to him, and they both laughed. "Wait, you're not mad at me for being a vigilante?" Oaco questioned, backing up a bit. Shoto sighed. Listen, the whole class knew it was coming once we saw how you left you. Even if we weren't all the closest friends at the time, we knew you well enough, he reassured her, and she smiled in response. Then why don't we get all of Class 1A in on this mission? Oaco exclaimed, clenching her fist and smiling at the two boys in front of her. Class 3A, Shoto corrected. Bakugo snorted a laugh and nodded. First tell us the plan though, he instructed. Oh yeah, come with me, Oaco said, feeling excited that her classmates didn't hate her as she had come to assume. She led the two boys into Inko's apartment. I'm back, Oaco called out, and Inko walked out of her room. Whoa! Bakugo couldn't help but say. Katsuki? It's been so long. Inko exclaimed, running over to hug him. Auntie Inko, you look great. Bakugo said, noticing her significant weight loss over the 2 years he had been away. Thank you. Inko stepped back and smiled at him. And who might you be? Another vigilante? Inko asked, extending her hand to Shoto. Actually no. I'm in Bakugo's class and IzuOcha's former class, Shoto replied, shaking her hand and smiling. Wait a minute. I think I recognize you. Inko said, placing her hand on her chin. I'm Shoto Todoroki. I was a decent friend of Midoriya back in our first year, but I'm not sure we've ever met, he explained with a smile. Also, he fought me at the first-year sports festival, Oaco added, and Inko immediately snapped her fingers. That's it. You and Oaco had that awesome match. Inko said happily, recognizing him. Shoto chuckled and nodded. That too, he said before Bakugo clapped, gaining their attention. Oaco, you need to explain your plan now. Our curfew is soon, Bakugo said, prompting Oaco to quickly run to Izuku's room and bring out her laptop. See this? Oaco opened the tracking app. Yeah. Shoto and Bakugo said in unison. That's where Himiko Toga is, the girl who is with Izuku. She met me this morning and told me that she knew she was being tracked and that she was going to turn her back on the villains and give us the chance to save Izuku in the process. Oaco smiled at the two boys. Wait, so you're saying you have the exact location of Midoriya and you haven't told anyone? Shoto raised his voice slightly in surprise. Well, yes and no. I have his location, but right now isn't the optimal time to get him. The League has drifted away from All for One, and Toga said the perfect opportunity for us to get Izuku back is when that war starts. Oaco grinned at the two. I have an idea, Shoto said, making everyone look at him. IzuOcha, do you have another one of those trackers? Shoto asked, and she immediately reached into her pocket and pulled one out. Yeah, right here, she said. So, you use that on yourself and give us the thing to track it. We can tell the school we got a tracker on you. We decide when the battle will be when you tell Bakugo you know when All for One is attacking. Until then, we'll be ready, Shoto explained, smiling at Oaco, whose eyes widened. You're a genius, Oaco exclaimed, jumping up and down a bit before taking the chip and breathing deeply. How do you put the chip so it can track yo? Shoto froze as Oaco stabbed herself with the chip, lodging it into her arm. There we go, Oaco smiled, while Shoto and Bakugo cringed at what they could only imagine would be a painful action. All right. Here, Todoroki, give me your phone, Oaco said, holding her hand out, and Shoto obliged, handing her his phone. Shoto watched as Oaco typed something. Here you go. Oaco handed his phone back, and he saw her contact info saved in it. Cool, then it's a plan? Shoto asked the two. Bakugo nodded, and they both looked at Oaco. Oaco smirked. Let's get him back. Meanwhile, All for One sat at his desk. Is it done? He asked with a smirk as Dr. Garaki held a syringe in his hand. Yes, sir, it's ready for you, the old man replied with wide eyes. All for One rolled up his sleeve, and Garaki stuck the syringe into one of his veins. A smile spread across All for One's face as the liquid entered his system. A glow surrounded him as he rewound. Slowly, the upper half of his face returned, and his body regained its prime strength. The rewind stopped, and All for One stood up with a huge grin. He had returned to his prime fully. Now, I can fight Tamura with my real power and take his body for my own. All for One declared, looking in a mirror and seeing himself for the first time since his battle with All Might almost 10 years ago. Remember, sir, eventually if you take enough damage you will die, so don't have too much fun, Garaki warned, laughing as All for One looked back at him with a grin. I can't make any promises. Meanwhile, Oaco flew through the city and suddenly felt her danger sense go haywire. This was nothing she had ever felt before, not since All for One back at the overhaul incident. Oaco's eyes widened as she fought back the pain, tumbling onto the top of a building. It's happening, she thought, pulling out her phone and calling Bakugo. He quickly picked up. Hi, Mom, I'm in class. What do you need? Bakugo answered the phone. Bakugo, you have to tell them you have a tracker on me now. All for One was back, and Oaco could feel a presence she hadn't sensed since the overhaul raid. She yelled through the phone, expressing her concern. Bakugo glanced at Shoto, who nodded and stood up. Mr. Izuocha, I have a confession. Shoto shouted, but before Oaco could respond, Bakugo hung up. Looking around, she saw nothing and thought to herself, I better find Toga. Suddenly, she felt a hand wrap around her neck, causing her eyes to widen. Seriously, did you think I didn't have tabs on you? Ninth, All for One smiled menacingly. Meanwhile, Izuku and Toga were at the Paranormal Liberation's hideout when Izuku felt a sharp pain in his head. What the hell is that? He exclaimed, clutching his head as a voice in his mind warned him of danger. He stumbled to a window and saw a dark force rapidly approaching. Suddenly, someone crashed through the window. Izuku jumped and tackled Toga out of the way just as All for One appeared, smoke clearing to reveal him. You got away with Tamura, All for One said, reaching for Izuku, but Black Whip shot out and attached to All for One's arm, stopping him. Izuku's eyes darted over, and for the first time in over 2 years, he saw Oaco. Stay away from him. Oaco gritted her teeth, blood trickling from her head. Oaco! Izuku nearly cried, but All for One laughed. What a reunion, he exclaimed, grabbing the Black Whip and throwing Oaco into Izuku, knocking them both against the wall. Toga watched as Oaco quickly got back to her feet, while Izuku took a few seconds longer. Toga transformed into Shigaraki. Oaco! Toga called out, and Oaco's eyes widened at the sight. I'll hold him off, Toga declared, sending tendrils at All for One, but he swatted them away. You think an even less superior version of my quirk can compete with mine? You foolish girl. All for One taunted, sending tendrils at Toga, who narrowly avoided them using her flying quirk. Toga, no. You can't. Izuku yelled as Toga flew over, grabbing both him and Oaco, and they escaped the building. She flew as far as she could before setting them down on another rooftop. Trust me, I got this. Toga smiled at them, but as she turned around, a huge tendril pierced through her stomach. Toga! Izuku yelled, blood splattering on him as Toga transformed back to her original form, falling forward onto Izuku's chest. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell open. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish I could have seen where you brought me once we escaped, Toga whispered before going silent. It felt as if the whole world stopped as the light faded from her eyes. Oaco gasped in horror. All for One approached, laughing. That brat had it coming, he jeered, shooting it. Tendril at Izuku. Izuku was frozen in shock, tears streaming down his face. Izuku! Oaco cried, reaching for him with Black Whip, but someone tackled him out of the way, crashing into another building. Oaco's eyes followed them, confusion clouding her mind. Danger sense flared, and she dodged a tendril just in time. All for One laughed, taunting her. I wonder which user that danger sense is from, he said, charging at her. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice appeared in front of her, and she turned to see Shoto. Shoto! She exclaimed, relief flooding her voice. Looking back at the building where Izuku had been tackled, she saw Bakugo holding him up with one arm. Bakugo! Oaco smiled as heroes began to emerge in the scene. Yes, she celebrated, but the ice wall shattered as All for One growled, more pests. Before he could retaliate, Oaco punched him in the face. All for One snarled and attempted to hit her, but was sent flying back by a shockwave. Danger sense went haywire again as Oaco looked up to see Shigaraki with an angry expression. Sheet, she thought, watching as Shigaraki flew at all for one. From a distance, she recognized two figures approaching. Hawks, she called out, and as they got closer, she realized one of them was her father. Hawks flew in and dropped All Might next to Oaco. Dad, she stammered, backing up slightly, but All Might rushed forward and embraced her. I'm so happy you're safe, he said, and tears welled up in Ochako's eyes. Dad, she hugged him tightly. Deku, are you with me? Bakugo shouted at Izuku, who was still staring blankly, covered in Toga's blood. She's dead, Izuku mumbled, and Bakugo slapped him across the face. Don't let her death be in vain. Fight with us. Izuku snapped out of his trance, gritting his teeth. Before he could leap at all for one, a man jumped into the building. I've heard you were strong, Muscular said, standing across from Izuku and Bakugo. And I heard you were in prison. Bakugo shot back, smirking. Tartarus is in shambles. All for one broke everyone out last night, Muscular explained, and Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. Izuku, however, was consumed by thoughts of revenge for Toga. He could take out anyone in his way if he had to. Right now, that person was Muscular. War had fully broken out. All for one versus the Paranormal Liberation Army versus the heroes and Oaco. Izuku began to walk toward Muscular. You have a lot of quirks, right? Muscular laughed. Izuku's eyes darkened as he extended his hand. Tendrils shot out, piercing through Muscular's stomach. Muscular's eyes widened as he coughed up blood. What the hell? Bakugo watched in disbelief as Izuku defeated Muscular effortlessly. Izuku turned to Bakugo, his eyes red and Toga's blood still dripping down his face. He looked ready to take on anyone. Can you fight alone? Izuku asked, glancing at Bakugo's new robotic left arm. Bakugo felt his throat dry up. Yeah, I can hold my own. What are you planning? Izuku ignored the question and walked past Muscular, who collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Shigaraki held All for One by the face. Master! Your time is done, he shouted, trying to use the All for One quirk, but All for One sent tendrils through Shigaraki's stomach, sending him flying back. Shigaraki's super regeneration quickly restored him, and he growled, Why can't you just go down? As he flew at All for One. All for One smiled and lasers shot from his eyes. Shigaraki barely dodged and gritted his teeth. He declared that he wouldn't let anyone ruin his dream as he punched All for One in the stomach. All for One grinned in response, stating that Shigaraki could not touch him because he had made him as strong as his prime, and he was at that same point. It was an even bout, or at least it would be if All for One didn't have the experience. He activated his Hard Flame quirk, creating a giant wall of flames around him, flames even hotter than Dobby's. You are my creation. I won't let you defeat me. All for One laughed as he activated his air cannon, shooting Shigaraki into the fire. He then used his hypertrophy quirk to enlarge his arm and grabbed Shigaraki's face, holding him in the flames. Shigaraki's skin started to burn, and he quickly became a mere husk of himself. He screamed in pain as he attempted to regenerate, but the flames continued to scorch him. See, Tamura, you are no match for me, All for One smiled. Suddenly, he heard the flames to his right become more prominent and looked over to see Izuku, encased in ice. I'm going to defeat you. Izuku roared as he broke free from the ice and used an explosion to hit All for One. All for One smiled and used another quirk, Impact Recoil. The attack aimed at him was absorbed by this quirk and sent back at Izuku, who couldn't react in time and faced the full force of his own explosions, knocking him back through the fire. All for One then grabbed Izuku as well, holding him in the flames. None of you are a match for me. All for One yelled with a laugh. At this point, the story took a turn. The second user's quirk would come into play. Oaco, she said, touching her fingers together. Gear shift. Oaco changed her speed and flew through the fire, kicking All for One with a powerful smash. He lost his grip on Shigaraki and Izuku, and the flames subsided. Remember, Oaco, you don't have long. After you stop using this meta ability, you will be out of the fight, the second user communicated. Oaco nodded and activated her next move. Third. Red energy flowed through her legs as she jumped at All for One. The surrounding people couldn't even see her because of her immense speed. All for One recognized the power but couldn't believe what it had become. This ability. It used to only be able to shoot tiny objects, he thought to himself before trying to put his hand out to use impact recoil. But Oaco was too fast. Quintuple. Detroit Smash. Oaco hit All for One 5 times before he could even see her. All for One was sent crashing into the ground, feeling something for the first time since he fought the original second user. Doubt. All for One gritted his teeth as Oaco flew at him again before he could react. First gear. Oaco sped herself up and slammed her leg into All for One's face. He bounced off the ground, blood shooting out of his mouth. Second gear. Oaco sped up again and kicked All for One into the ground, breaking multiple ribs. Angered, All for One used impact recoil, holding it for the next impact. Third gear. Oaco slammed down onto All for One but felt a resistance. What the hell? She exclaimed before being blasted away. Pain shot through her body as she flew into a building. The impact was so severe that she was almost unconscious, lying in the rubble as the building began to collapse around her. Is that really how strong I am? Oaco thought to herself before closing her eyes. Don't die on me, damn it, she heard a voice. Oaco opened her eyes to see All Might in his muscular form. Dad? She cried. All Might picked her up and jumped into another building. It hurt so much, Oaco muttered, trying to stay conscious. She had never been hit like that before. All for One's impact recoil dealt just as much damage as he would have taken. Oaco, you're going to be okay. All Might gritted his teeth as he set her down. How are you using One for All? It's been over 2 years. Oaco coughed up blood, and All Might just stared at her. This BSRD. All Might thought of All for One. I never exhausted the rest of my powers, but I can only last around 20 minutes per day, he said, clenching his fists. Never fear, Oaco. All Might looked over to where All for One had been. Because I am here. All Might stood up, and All for One looked over at him. A huge grin appeared on his face as he saw All Might in his muscular form. Dad, stop. You'll die. Oaco begged. Oaco, what kind of father would I be if I didn't put my life on the line to protect my daughter? All Might replied, causing Oaco's eyes to widen. He prepared to jump down. Dad, please. Oaco screamed. All Might, All for One watched as All Might jumped down. Texas Smash. All Might yelled, attempting to hit All for One. All for One dodged, his eyes widening. You're slow, Toshinori. All for One activated his spear-like bones quirk and punched All Might in the side, piercing him. Blood spewed from All Might's body as he coughed up more blood. He jumped up, holding his side. Damn it! All Might tried to back away, but tendrils flew out from All for One's fingers, puncturing his stomach. Flashes of a younger Oaco filled All Might's mind. I'm sorry. I wish I spent more time with you back then, he thought, looking over at Oaco, who was crying and trying to stand. Izuku sat up alongside Shigaraki. The two watched as All for One and All Might clashed. It was a one-sided bout, with All for One completely dominating. All Might, you truly are weak. All for One kicked All Might in the stomach, knocking him onto his knees. All Might leaned over, holding his stomach. All for One watched him. Part of me pities you. You used to be such a formidable foe, and now you're pathetic. He walked up and kicked All Might again, sending him onto his back. Do you have anything to say for yourself as you let yourself die in front of your daughter? All for One grinned. All Might smiled. I was just the distraction. All for One was suddenly pierced by tendrils from both sides. He looked to his left and saw Shigaraki, then to his right and saw Izuku. He looked back at All Might, who was now laughing. Oaco watched from afar in awe, tears still flowing down her face. Don't get cocky, she thought, determined to fight back. You haven't even got the brunt of their power. All Might yelled as All for One pointed his hands at him. Oaco watched in horror as All for One prepared to attack her father. Come on. Get up, damn it. she scolded herself internally, pushing herself up onto her feet. Her previous blast had done significant damage, and she felt extremely exhausted from the fight. One for all, she muttered, gathering her strength. 100%, she shouted just before leaping at All for One. All for One glared at her and shifted his focus. You're also bait, he declared to All Might. Before he could unleash his attack, Shigaraki kicked him in the side, sending him into a powerful kick from Izuku that nearly snapped his neck. The final hit came from Oaco, who sent All for One crashing backward into a building, smashing right through it. Izuku glanced at Shigaraki and then at Oaco. Don't think this means I'm on your side. Shigaraki warned as he attempted to strike Izuku, but Oaco punched him out of the way. The trio turned to see All for One emerging from the wreckage. Izuku, take Dad and get him far away, Oaco ordered, holding off Shigaraki as he tried to touch the ground and use his decay ability. Izuku hesitated but then rushed over to grab All Might, who had reverted to his smaller form. Young Midoriya put me down, All Might mumbled weakly. Izuku gritted his teeth as he dashed away. No, All Might, I won't let you die, not when Oaco is already going through enough. He ran behind a building and set All Might down. What do I do? Izuku thought, watching as his idol bled in front of him. The weight of the situation hit him, and he began to cry. He sprinted back out to where the heroes were. Help! A man is dying, please help me, he screamed. Someone landed beside him, carrying another person on their back. Midoriya! Aizawa called out, and Izuku looked over. Mr. Aizawa, he beckoned. Aizawa followed Izuku and saw All Might on the ground. Deepening it! Aizawa exclaimed as he laid the person he was carrying on the ground. Izuku looked at the young girl who approached. All Might, Eri said, gazing at the man. Eri! All Might coughed, managing a smile. The now 9-year-old girl took his hands. You're gonna be okay, All Might. Eri closed her eyes, and the horn on her head began to glow. Aizawa approached Izuku. Are you the real Izuku Midoriya? He asked with a serious expression. Izuku nodded firmly. Even if I wasn't, now isn't the time. He turned to observe the chaos of All for One, Shigaraki, and Oaco's battle. He saw Shigaraki grinning as he reached toward the ground, while Oaco was preoccupied with All for One, leaving them unable to stop him. He's going to use decay. Izuku mumbled, panic rising within him. Stop, he shouted, running toward the fight. Stop using that quirk. His eyes turned red, and his hair lifted into the air. Shigaraki touched the ground, but nothing happened. What the hell? He muttered, trying again with the same result. Frustrated, he scanned the area and spotted Izuku, smirking. I knew I should have killed you instead of taking you with me, he yelled at Izuku, but before he could act, Black Whip wrapped around his neck, choking him. Don't you dare! Oaco gritted her teeth, maintaining her grip on Shigaraki. Shigaraki glared at her, anger flashing in his eyes. Tell me, is Tenko still in there? Oaco demanded. While Izuku was with Eri, All for One and Shigaraki continued their fierce battle as Oaco slowly regained her strength. Ninth, you saw Tenko, didn't you? Nana's voice echoed in Oaco's mind. Oaco gritted her teeth as she stood up. Yeah, I did, she replied. The choice is yours. Will you save him, or do you think he's too far gone? Oaco recalled the moment she saw Tenko, surrounded by hands and looking terrified. Suddenly, Shigaraki's hand was on her face, and her eyes widened as she was pulled into the One for All realm. There, she saw Shigaraki, with All for One clinging to him like an extra limb. I don't care about this power, but Master does. If Master wants it so badly, then I'll take it for myself and kill him with it. Shigaraki declared within the realm. Oaco glanced to her sides, seeing the past users pushing Shigaraki away. A flash occurred, and she saw Tenko again, this time crying. Help me! Oaco snapped back to reality just in time to see All for One kicking Shigaraki off of her. That quirk is mine, Tamura. All for One smiled, turning back to Oaco and throwing a punch. Oaco barely dodged. She was still fatigued from using gear shift but managed to keep up. This quirk isn't anyone's but mine. Oaco used Black Whip to drag herself back a bit so she could compose herself. She glanced over at Shigaraki, who was standing up in a pile of rubble with a smile on his face, looking right back at her. If Tenko really is in there, then can I save him? Oaco saw Shigaraki start to fly at her with a huge smile on his face. She braced herself and took the brunt of an attack from Shigaraki. Before Shigaraki could follow up on his attack, All for One shot Oaco in the side with tendrils. Oaco gritted her teeth as tears streamed down her face. Doesn't feel so good, does it? All for One laughed before looking to Shigaraki, who seemed angry. Stop interfering! Shigaraki shouted, attempting to use decay on All for One, but All for One used an air cannon to shoot Shigaraki away. All for One then turned back to Oaco. Unlike those rats, you don't have regeneration. He looked closely at her and saw bruises forming all over her. You can run on empty. His smile widened as he ran at Oaco, activating spear-like bones and an air cannon to almost instantly appear in front of her. Oaco put her hand out and touched All for One. Seconds. All for One froze in place, his eyes widening. Gear shift. Oaco felt herself become heavy and struggled to stand. Ninth, I told you it was only for dire situations. The second user scolded her. If I didn't use it there, I would have died. Oaco felt it become harder to breathe but walked up to All for One. The man smiled as she neared him. Black goo flew out of his mouth, and he disappeared. Oaco halted to a stop and gritted her teeth. Damn it! She turned back around as her body almost gave out. Blood dripped down her face along with tears. Ninth, you need to rest. If you keep going at this rate, you'll die. Nana urged her, but Oaco shook her head. No. I can't stop. I didn't go this far just to clock out early. Oaco thought while looking over and seeing Shigaraki about to charge at Izuku, who had red eyes similar to Aizawa. She touched her hands again. Second. Ninth, stop it. Nana begged, but Oaco ignored her and flew at Shigaraki. Fifth. Oaco grabbed Shigaraki before he could touch the ground. Don't you dare. She pulled back on Black Whip, strangling Shigaraki. Tell me, is Tenko still in there? Oaco ripped Shigaraki back toward her as she saw Izuku's eyes become watery. Izuku, how long can you hold on to erasure? Oaco yelled to him while Shigaraki growled and threw her off of him. I don't know. Izuku felt his eyes try to close on their own. Tenko is dead. Shigaraki yelled at Oaco while trying to use rivet stab, red and black tendrils flowing from his fingers. Don't worry, Midoriya, I got it from here. Aizawa put a hand on his shoulder and activated erasure. The tendrils stopped before they could pierce Oaco's stomach, and she looked back over to see Aizawa. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa. Oaco looked back to Shigaraki. All for One. I know you're in there. Oaco gritted her teeth and used 100% of One for All to hit Shigaraki in the face. Shigaraki's expression shifted, his grin turning from sadistic to calculated. Oaco continued to punch him over and over, blood splattering all over them as Shigaraki continued to regenerate again and again. Damn it! Oaco activated FA gene in her arms and used a smash even more powerful than 100%. Once the smoke cleared, she saw All for One's real face through a gash in Shigaraki's face. Her eyes widened, and she immediately went to punch the small version of the real All for One but was pierced through the stomach by the rivet tendrils. Her eyes widened as she looked at Shigaraki, who had a huge grin on his face. Die, he said before being kicked in the jaw. His jaw broke completely off, and the bottom half of his mouth flew onto the ground before quickly regenerating. Shigaraki let go of Oaco and looked over to see Izuku breathing heavily. Izuku, how the hell? Oaco watched as Izuku pressed his fingers together. Her eyes widened. It looks like he not only has the fifths. Nana started. The second user looked at Izuku. He also has my quirk. Izuku stood, breathing heavily. I don't know what the hell just happened, he said out loud to no one in particular as he activated erasure again. Izuku smiled. But I think this fight just became a lot more in our favor. Izuku looked over to Oaco, who was still baffled at the sight. He didn't know why, but he could feel power coursing through him. Oaco. I think I have it. Izuku looked at his hands, and a green aura started to surround him as energy crackled. Oaco was even more confused. How the hell? Even if he gets quirks, there's no way he has the normal one for all strength that's been accumulated since the first user, she thought to herself while Shigaraki became even angrier. Now there are 2 one-for-alls. He growled before flying at Izuku with his hand out. Izuku couldn't even react as Shigaraki put his hand on his face. Die! Shigaraki tried to use Decay, but Aizawa had still been using Erasure. Damn it! Shigaraki pulled his hand off of Izuku and clenched his fists. He brought his fists down and punched Izuku in the nose, completely shattering it. Izuku yelled in pain as he was crushed to the floor. He opened his mouth to breathe, but smoke filled his lungs. He started having a coughing fit, and Oaco flicked her finger with one for all to clear the smoke. Shigaraki was on top of Izuku, and a red aura could be seen coming from his hand. Give me that DMN quirk. A mix of Shigaraki and All For One's voice could be heard. Izuku was scared until he remembered the last time All For One took his quirk. He never took it. Izuku smiled. I don't know why it would be, but I don't think my quirk is able to be stolen, no matter what. Izuku gripped Shigaraki's face and squeezed down, blood splattering all over them as he almost completely ripped off his face. Shigaraki screamed, and the black and red tendrils flew out of Izuku's palm, through Shigaraki's eyes. Shigaraki fell backward off of Izuku and onto the ground, screaming in pain as regeneration slowly brought him back. I can also use the tendril quirk. But unlike them, it's from my palm, not my fingertips. Izuku rolled back up to his feet and felt the pain he felt slowly subsiding, as super regeneration quickly brought him back to full health. Izuku was confused. He didn't feel his personality change when he used the rivet stab quirk, nor had he for many of the quirks he had been using. Izuku looked at his hands and activated explosions, but he felt nothing happen. He wondered why he would not hesitate to hurt someone so badly as he looked at Shigaraki, whose eyes had regenerated. Izuku recalled Muscular, whom he had almost killed. The man was still in the same building Izuku had left him, bleeding. Bakugo stood nearby, staring at him, clearly troubled. Bakugo gritted his teeth, uncertain of what to do, when a man with a red mask around his eyes approached from behind, wielding a blade. Leave him to me, the man said, walking up to Muscular. Bakugo's eyes widened as he realized who it was. He's evil, he doesn't deserve life, the masked man declared, raising his blade and striking down into Muscular's neck, ending his suffering. What are you doing here? Bakugo asked, frustration evident in his voice as the man liked his blade. The masked figure ignored him and walked out of the building, leaving Bakugo fuming. Can you people stop ignoring me, damn it? He shouted. Meanwhile, across the city, Dabi sat in a chair, surveying the landscape. He noticed Shoto engaged in a battle with a villain named Kai Chisaki, who had recently escaped from prison after the raid where Oaco had defeated him. With the chaos caused by the fight between All For One, Shigaraki, Oaco, and Izuku, Chisaki had free rein to unleash his quirk. Dabi smirked at the sight of Shoto and decided to join the fray. He leaped off the building, flames erupting from his body. Shoto, he yelled, excitement evident on his face. Shoto looked up, confused, just as Overhaul shot his quirk toward him. Damn it! Shoto exclaimed, noticing Overhaul being tackled into a building, explosions marking the path of his attack. His eyes widened as he turned back to Dabi and shot ice toward him. Dabi melted the ice almost instantly, and the two clashed fists. You good over there? Shoto called to Bakugo, who had just jumped in to join him. Don't be dumb, of course I'm fine. Bakugo smirked as Overhaul stumbled out of the building. Oh, what's this? A little reunion, Dabi said, flames flickering on his body, causing the scars on his face to become more pronounced. A one-on-one wouldn't be possible without it, older brother, Shoto replied with a smile, prompting Dabi to laugh. And why should we let villains have fair one-on-one bouts? Let's make it 3 against 2, Ida said, landing next to them with a smile visible through his mask, thus completing the current big three of UA. Let's win this! Oaco shouted as she fought alongside Izuku against Shigaraki, who was slowly becoming overwhelmed. Suddenly, black goop appeared, and Izuku vanished. Oaco's eyes widened as Shigaraki grinned. "It's just me and you," he said, disappearing. Oaco looked over and saw Aizawa with Shigaraki's hand on his face. "Aizawa, no!" Oaco cried out, but Aizawa smiled as his eyes turned red and his hair stood on end. Shigaraki growled, "DMNU," and punched Aizawa aside, sending him crashing into a building. As Shigaraki felt a click in his head, he turned to see Eri, terrified and frozen in place. A smile crept across Shigaraki's face. "Rewind. One of my master's most sought-after quirks," he exclaimed, lunging at Eri with a crazed grin, trying to touch her head. Before he could reach her, All Might punched him in the face, but it had no effect since All Might was not in his muscle form. "Eri, run!" Oaco yelled, and the young girl obeyed, fleeing the scene. Shigaraki turned to All Might, his smile widening. "Master's most sought-after kill." All for One landed in a field, breathing heavily. He thought to himself that they were ready for this. He needed to separate them. Fighting them all at once would lead to defeat. A grin formed on his face as he decided to separate and conquer. Using his warp quirk, he brought Izuku in front of him. Izuku looked around, confused. "Where the hell are we?" he asked, his eyes widening as he recognized the place. "Back where it all started, right?" All for One smiled. "This is where your quirk first awakened, right?" he continued, using hypertrophy to enhance his strength. "Let's finish this." All for One declared, using an air cannon to propel himself at Izuku, swinging his arm down at the boy. Izuku quickly jumped out of the way, memories flooding his mind from his first year at UA. Tears glistened in his eyes as flashbacks began. He remembered working with Bakugo before his quirk awakened at the USJ, the chemistry they had despite the years of torment. He recalled losing his eye and All Might barely defeating Anomu. He thought back to when he was quirkless at UA, still holding his own. He remembered meeting Oaco again, hanging out with her, and seeing her smile at the beach when he truly fell for her. Izuku felt numb as he faced All for One. "You're the reason I could stay there," he shouted, evading another swing from All for One. "All for One," Izuku called out, using spear-like bones to cover his body. "You're the reason I ever got hurt," he thought back to Dr. Garaki telling him he was quirkless. All for One smiled at him. "I will kill you and take that demon quirk," he yelled, desperate for Izuku's power. Izuku's quirk enhanced every quirk it touched, making Bakugo's explosions more powerful and allowing spear-like bones to be applied anywhere. All for One wanted that power. Izuku grinned back at the crazed man, clenching his fists. "Try me." "Jet burn." Dabi screamed as he attacked Shoto. Shoto blocked Dabi's fire attack and began using ice to cool both himself and his older brother down. "Toya, stop!" Shoto pleaded, freezing Dabi in place. Dabi smiled back at him, flames bursting through the ice, sending Shoto flying backward. "Shoto, the perfect child!" Dabi exclaimed as his skin began to melt off his face, revealing his skeleton beneath. "Little brother!" Dabi confronted Shoto, flames swirling around him, filling the air with heat. "You were made to replace me," he shouted, his anger palpable. Shoto responded, determination in his eyes. "No matter the reason I was made, my purpose now is to stop you." With that he ignited his own flames, shooting them high into the sky. Dabi smiled at the sight, reveling in the confrontation. "I'll kill you and bring your body to Dad in hell," Dabi declared, leaping into the air. "Prominence burn." Dabi unleashed his father's signature move. Flash Fire Fist. Shoto countered with his own version of the attack. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, Overhaul was engaged in a fierce battle with Bakugo and Ida. Ida, concerned, asked, "Katsuki, are you sure we should have left Shoto with Dabi? That's a family matter." "None of our business," Bakugo replied, pointing his gauntlets at Overhaul. "AP shot," he shouted, sending explosions toward Overhaul, who stumbled but managed to maintain his balance. Ida gritted his teeth, activating his engines. He sped toward Overhaul, delivering a powerful kick that sent the villain's face into the ground. Overhaul growled, "I'm going to kill you both." Oaco watched in horror as her father struck Shigaraki, who was in a smaller form. No, she thought, witnessing Shigaraki send tendrils through All Might. "Dad!" Oaco cried out, stumbling to her feet. She activated 100% of One for All and dashed at Shigaraki, landing a punch on his neck. Shigaraki flew 50 feet through a building. "Dad!" Oaco turned back to see All Might on the ground, blood pouring from his chest. "And no," she gasped, noticing Eri's wide-eyed expression. Eri was in distress as Shigaraki placed his hand on her head, a sinister smile on his face. "Rewind is mine," he declared, stealing Eri's quirk. Eri screamed in pain as her power left her. Oaco glanced at Aizawa, who had tears streaming down his face but still maintained his quirk. "You either cancelled Decay or cancelled One for All," Shigaraki taunted, causing Aizawa to grit his teeth. "Either saving her life or saving her quirk," Shigaraki continued, laughing as he glanced at the barely alive All Might and Oaco. "And I finally killed All Might." His laughter echoed, revealing his descent into madness. A tiny horn appeared on Shigaraki's head. "Bringing this girl here was a mistake, erase your head," he said, his laughter subsiding as Eri fell unconscious to the ground. "So not cool," he smirked. Izuku charged at All for One, his body covered in spear-like bones. He cranked back his arm and activated hypertrophy, making it 10 times larger. Suddenly, All for One vanished. Izuku scanned the area, searching for him. All for One reappeared at the fight with Shigaraki, grabbing the young man's head. "I see you've received a quirk I've wanted for quite a long time, Tamura," he exclaimed, using his power to take Rewind from Shigaraki. Before All for One could leave, he noticed All Might slowly losing his life. A smile crept across his face as he used his quirk to send Shigaraki to where Izuku stood. "I'll kill that brat later. For now, let's see what we have here," he laughed, approaching All Might. All Might struggled to sit up, his strength waning. "I saved people until the last moment, All for One," he said, a grin on his face as he gazed at the sky. "Don't talk like that. Please, Dad, don't die." Oaco pleaded, worry etched on her face. "Please, come back home to me and Mom," she begged, her voice trembling. All for One grinned at her desperation. "You're naive, Ninth." He struck her side with his finger tendrils, causing her to fall back, coughing. Oaco rolled onto her stomach, crawling toward All Might. "Dad, please don't leave me," she cried. All Might turned his head, a gentle smile on his face. "Oaco, I truly wish I never condemned you for being a vigilante. You were a real hero, through and through." The light in All Might's eyes began to fade. "Dad, please." Oaco's voice cracked with emotion. All for One reached All Might's feet, and Oaco looked up at him in horror. "I truly wish I were the one to deliver the final blow," he said, glancing at her. Of course, he would die with a smile on his face. That's so like him. Fueled by grief, Oaco stood and punched All for One in the face. He laughed in response. "Not even going to use One for All when hitting me? Little girl, I put your father into the hospital during his prime, and I could have done more," he taunted, but Oaco only looked back at her father. All Might was dead. Tears streamed down Oaco's face as she closed her eyes, trying to suppress her sorrow. "Dad," she thought, fighting against her emotions. Her eyes opened, a pink aura surrounding her as black whip tendrils wrapped around her body. "All for One," she shouted. Memories flooded her mind, recalling how, despite being a hero, All Might always made time for his family. After his first battle with All for One, he had been bedridden for months, using that time to strengthen their bond. She remembered the day he offered her One for All and the training it took for her to handle it. Oaco took a fighting stance. "Be prepared to fight." She recalled their training sessions, finally being able to hold her own in a spar. All the birthdays, anniversaries with her mom, the good times and the bad, they were all in the past. She realized she would never experience those moments again. You better be prepared to lose, Oaco declared, taking a deep breath. And that's because a smile formed on her face, reminiscent of her father's iconic grin. I am here. Shigaraki appeared in the USJ, spotting Izuku in front of him. Shigaraki! Izuku yelled, jumping backward. Shigaraki gritted his teeth as the horn on his head vanished. Damn it, he shouted, punching the ground, which shattered into pieces. Izuku leaped up, and Shigaraki glared at him. You, he yelled, using decay on the ground, turning the area into dust. Izuku floated above the chaos, sighing in relief as Shigaraki charged at him. Demon you! Shigaraki shouted, fists raised. Izuku countered with impact recoil, sending Shigaraki flying backward, stirring up dust. As Izuku saw Shigaraki's outline, he thought, must be searching, and shot rivet tendrils from his palm, pulling himself toward Shigaraki. The dust settled around them as Izuku glanced at Shigaraki, noticing the tendrils still embedded in him. Shigaraki pulled Izuku closer, but Izuku quickly retracted the tendrils to maintain his distance. He tapped his fingers together, activating gearshift. Though he wasn't entirely sure how the quirk worked, he knew it made him incredibly fast, perhaps even faster than light. With a burst of speed, Izuku charged at Shigaraki and landed a punch squarely on his nose, shattering it. Shigaraki instinctively held his face, cursing under his breath. A shattered nose doesn't feel so good, does it? Izuku smirked, relishing the moment as Shigaraki growled in frustration. I'm going to get you for this. Shigaraki's nose began to regenerate, but Izuku activated erasure, causing Shigaraki's eyes to widen in surprise. Got you! Izuku exclaimed, charging at Shigaraki once more. As he neared, Shigaraki swung his hand down, but Izuku halted with gearshift, dodging the attack. The ground began to decay again, prompting Izuku to float above it. Shigaraki smiled, kicking the ground, sending dust flying toward Izuku's eyes. Izuku flinched and instinctively closed his eyes, deactivating erasure. In that instant, Shigaraki's nose fully regenerated. Try again. Shigaraki laughed, while Izuku floated higher and rubbed his eyes in frustration. Izuku thought to himself, this isn't good, just before Shigaraki punched him in the gut, sending him crashing through the roof of the USJ. He opened his eyes to see a hole in his stomach quickly healing. An explosion caught his attention, and he turned to see a building crumbling as three figures fought atop it. Using his robotic eye, Izuku zoomed in and recognized Bakugo and Ida battling Overhaul. Katsuki! Ida called out as Bakugo blasted one of Overhaul's arms off. This is life or death, and I'm not losing to some villain. Oaco fought with half her power. Bakugo's competitive nature flared as Overhaul screamed in pain. The building beneath them began to collapse, and Ida dashed toward Bakugo, propelling them both to the ground. Are you all right, Katsuki? Ida asked, releasing Bakugo from his grip. Yeah, I'm fine. Where did Overhaul go? Bakugo scanned the area until a loud crash drew their attention. The two heroes in training approached Overhaul's unconscious body when a green spark appeared in front of them. Izuku stood over Overhaul, staring intently at the man. I can't let Shigaraki get this quirk, he declared, placing his hand over Overhaul's face and using all for one. Deku! Bakugo shouted, glancing at him in surprise. Kaken, Ida! Izuku acknowledged, run. He finished taking Overhaul's quirk and vanished from their sight. Did he just steal Overhaul's quirk? Ida exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Bakugo looked back at the USJ, noting the massive hole created when Izuku was sent flying. They were fighting in there, he said, urgency creeping into his tone. We need to help him. He'll die if he fights alone. Ida insisted, trying to rush back to the USJ, but Bakugo grabbed his shoulder. We need to help Shoto. We'd only get in the way of Deku or Oaco. Bakugo's gaze shifted as he saw Izuku approaching the USJ again. Meanwhile, Shoto and Dabi continued their fierce exchange of fire attacks. Toya! Shoto shouted as their fists collided. Dabi, now little more than clothes and a skeleton, seemed to defy the odds of survival. He had become almost nonverbal, his jaw nearly detached, the stitches from Dr. Garaki finally giving way after so many years. As the heat intensified, Shoto felt his skin begin to burn. He winced in pain but pushed through, cooling himself with ice to prevent further injury. He struggled to balance his output of fire and ice, feeling his blood circulate rapidly. A cold breeze emanated from him, and he noticed his flames burning higher than ever, not orange, but blue, a sign of their cold intensity. Shoto's eyes widened as Dabi became engulfed in the cold flames. Dabi raised his other hand, repositioning his jaw before laughing maniacally. "Rest now, brother," Shoto shouted, unleashing a torrent of ice-cold flames that engulfed the entire block. Dabi continued to laugh, taunting, "I have a resilience to ice. You should know this." He shot his hot flames through the streets, igniting buildings in their path. Shoto gritted his teeth, determined. "Fine, then how about the opposite?" He closed his eyes, hearing his brother's laughter echo around him. From his right side, a massive glacier formed, radiating heat almost as intense as Endeavor's flames. Dabi's eyes widened as he became encased in the glacier. Shoto screamed. As he looked at his brother, "Glacier Hephaestus." In another part of the battlefield, All for One grinned at Oaco, taunting her with his confidence. "You really think that silly catchphrase would make me nervous?" he said, a horn sprouting from his head. Oaco maintained her smile, refusing to let him break her spirit. "Let me fill you in on my plan," All for One continued, laughter escaping him. "I'm going to use rewind and erase myself to nothing." His grin widened as he revealed his intentions. "Once I'm done, I'll fully take over Tamura's body, and then I'll become the most powerful being the world has ever seen." His calm demeanor shattered as he shouted, "But first, I'm going to take that quirk of yours. I will become the demon lord with it." He unleashed an air cannon, propelling himself toward Oaco. Gritting her teeth, she prepared for the impact, but suddenly, objects flew in and struck All for One in the throat. He halted, and the wounds began to close due to his rewind quirk. "Sorry we're late. Got caught up with some things," Hawks said as he landed beside Oaco, smiling at her. "Hawks," she stammered, surprised to see the number 3 hero, who had once fought alongside her as a vigilante. Oaco turned around to see Endeavor approaching. "Oaco Uraraka, we are here for support as ordered by the Hero Commission," Endeavor stated, glaring at her. Oaco had encountered Endeavor multiple times during her vigilante days, and he had never managed to catch her. This hurt the man's ego. Oaco looked back at All for One, who laughed. He asked the group if they were done monologuing as he ripped feathers out of Hawk's neck. The wounds healed once again, and Hawk and Endeavor got into fighting stances. Oaco smiled and also assumed a fighting stance. All for One activated spear-like bones and charged at the 3 heroes. Endeavor and Hawk separated, while Oaco jumped up. All for One's punch connected with the ground, causing it to shake. Hypertrophy made All for One's arm grow in size. "You stupid heroes don't have a chance." All for One glared at Oaco, who used Black Whip to wrap it around his neck. They needed to hold him off until he was gone. All for One ripped the Black Whip off and Oaco flew down at him. Before she could land a punch, Hawks flew in and brought her to the side. "You're the 9th, right?" Hawks said with a smile, and Oaco's eyes widened. "How do you know?" Oaco began while staring at Hawks. "All Might told us before we got here. Right now, the best plan of action is for you to recoup your energy because if he fuses with Shigaraki, you're going to need to be close to full power to fight him." Hawks looked down and saw Endeavor and All for One exchanging punches. "Prominence burn." Endeavor shouted as he burned All for One. He pushed past his limit, and his flames turned blue. All for One's body began to turn to ash, but regeneration brought him back. He appeared younger this time, maybe in his 50s. All for One gritted his teeth and swung at Endeavor, grabbing onto his face. "Enji Todoroki." The yellow light of rewind started to bring Endeavor back in age. Hawks shot his wings at All for One, stopping him from fully rewinding Endeavor. Endeavor fell backward and hit the ground, having reverted to about 25 years old. "Demon it!" he yelled as flames shot from his entire body. Oaco thought about whether they also went back mentally or only physically, recalling Shigaraki and Tenko. If Izuku had almost every quirk that was in close proximity to him, then that must mean. Oaco thought about the tiny boy inside of Shigaraki, and her eyes widened. I can save him. Izuku dodged a wild punch from Shigaraki and elbowed him in the jaw, breaking it completely. He realized he had some sort of strength enhancement quirk. Izuku looked at Shigaraki, whose jaw quickly regenerated. You're so annoying. Shigaraki gritted his teeth and grabbed Izuku's foot, slamming him into the ground and stomping on his stomach, creating a huge hole. Izuku held back tears as pain shot through his entire body. He started to regenerate, but Shigaraki's foot was still where he was regenerating. His eyes widened as Shigaraki grinned. Now you can't run from me. Shigaraki slammed his fists into Izuku's face, crushing his nose and jaw repeatedly. Izuku thought desperately, barely staying conscious as regeneration rushed to heal him. Shigaraki stopped for a moment, and his grin widened. Gearshift can control anything I touch, right? Izuku's face quickly regenerated, and he smiled. Shigaraki looked at him, confused, before Izuku reached out and touched Shigaraki. Shigaraki went to hit Izuku again but found he couldn't move at all. What the hell? He growled, stuck in place. Izuku started to laugh a bit, mostly out of relief. Shigaraki glared at the boy. Izuku touched him again and boosted his speed. Shigaraki couldn't react and flew through the front of the USJ faster than the eye could see. His leg ripped off, and Izuku grunted in pain. He stood up and ripped Shigaraki's leg out of him, the wound quickly healing. A shiver ran down his spine. What is that? Explosions flew around the USJ. Izuku's eyes widened. Bakugo! We need to help Midoriya. You really think he stands a chance against Shigaraki alone? Ida begged Bakugo, who tried to walk away. We will only get in the way. Bakugo insisted before Ida grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back to look at him. Katsuki! He's your best friend. We need to help him. Ida stared down at the boy, who was a few inches shorter. Bakugo ripped himself out of Ida's grip and looked at the USJ before launching himself at it. Damn it, let's go. Cluster! Bakugo shouted as he shot his explosions at Shigaraki, sending the man flying back into the USJ. For eyes, let's go. Bakugo started using his explosions to propel himself toward Shigaraki and Izuku. Ida used his engine to keep up and arrived next to Bakugo and Izuku. Ida! Izuku noticed Ida, who smiled back at him. We're here to help you, Midoriya. Ida told the boy, who was still smiling. Thank you. Izuku replied to the two boys. Strings flew in and wrapped around Shigaraki. The three boys looked over to see Best Jeanist and Shoto Todoroki. Shoto was in decent condition as he had a small window to recuperate after defeating his brother. Bakugo smiled as he saw Best Jeanist. Sorry I took so long, I had to finish evacuating civilians. Best Jeanist split Shigaraki into multiple pieces. He quickly regenerated and looked around. Shigaraki smiled. Looks like you have the numbers advantage. Shigaraki directed at Izuku, who grinned back at him. Izuku chuckled as the rest of the heroes stood by his side. I told your other body this earlier. Izuku began, and Shigaraki's eyes widened. Izuku raised his hand and beckoned Shigaraki toward him with a crazed grin. Try me. Oaco jumped down at All for One and wrapped Black Whip around his arms. Endeavor used this opportunity and activated Flash Fire Fist, smashing it through All for One's torso. All for One's regeneration activated, making him de-age faster. The three heroes had come to that conclusion and started bombarding him with devastating attacks. Oaco played a mostly supportive role, conserving her energy before All for One and Shigaraki fused. All for One shot rivet tendrils at Oaco, but she easily avoided them, thanks to her quirk warning her to dodge before the tendrils even activated. Hawks sent his wings into All for One's eyes, and All for One ripped them out. The horrifying sight of his eyeless eye sockets made Oaco hesitate. All she could think of was the USJ with Izuku, a similar sight. Black Whip retracted, and All for One grinned as he shot tendrils into Endeavor and Hawks, pinning both of them to separate walls. No! Oaco watched in horror as both Hawks and Endeavor struggled to move. You can't help us. If he gets you, we'll all die. Endeavor screamed at Oaco, who hesitated. Demon it, she mumbled, starting to lose hope. Suddenly she heard a chuckle. Someone appeared behind All for One with a huge grin on his face. Oaco's eyes widened, and a smile formed on her face. Mirio! Oaco yelled out as Mirio hit All for One in the back of the head, shouting, Power! All for One gritted his teeth and turned around, swiping his hand at the boy, who used his quirk to become untouchable. Oaco. It's been a while, Mirio said as he landed next to her. She smiled at him, noting how he towered over her, now a grown man at least 6 feet tall. It has. No time to talk though, we have a fight to win. Oaco stood her ground, clenched her fists, and got into a fighting position. Yeah. Mirio disappeared underground. That brat won't stop me. All for One declared before dodging fire from Endeavor. You talk a lot. Endeavor launched himself at All for One, who put up his hand. Oaco shot Black Whip at the man, restraining his hands and pulling them to the side. Endeavor landed a flash fire fist, sending All for One flying backward. Mirio appeared behind All for One as he flew back and kicked him into the ground. Hawks used his wings to pin All for One down. Endeavor jumped up and looked down at the man. Prominence burn, he yelled while landing on All for One and holding him down. All for One's body burned, but he laughed in the meantime. All for One de-aged again, transforming into a young teen version of himself, even younger than Oaco. This has been fun, and I wish I could have done more before leaving this body, he said, starting to laugh. Goodbye one for all. All for One began to glow. Oaco's eyes widened. Hawks and Endeavor ran toward her, knowing she was their only way to win. Oaco, watch out. You have your little hero friends around. Shigaraki smiled at the group of heroes that had gathered in front of him. Where's the fun in playing fair? Izuku smirked at Shigaraki, whose smile faded. Suddenly, Shigaraki's body began to change. His muscles seemed to overgrow, and the smile on his face returned, but it didn't seem like Shigaraki's smile. It looked more like All for One's. What the hell is happening to that thing? Bakugo braced himself while standing next to Izuku. Izuku looked at Bakugo. That airy girl's quirk is rewind, and if I'm right about how my quirk works, he started to glow yellow, and a horn appeared on his forehead. The light transferred to Bakugo, who grunted in pain. What the hell are you doing? Bakugo yelled in pain as Shigaraki looked at him, intrigued. You have the girl's quirk as well? All for One smiled as his face became more prominent. Bakugo's arm returned to his body, and Izuku stopped using rewind. How the hell? Bakugo yelled, looking at his arm before immediately making an explosion. He smirked. Hell yeah. Izuku looked back at Shigaraki, who now looked more like a giant. You'll never be able to kill me. A mix of All for One and Shigaraki's voices came through the creature's mouth. Izuku chuckled, and Shigaraki looked at him, confused. What the hell is so funny? Shigaraki clenched his oversized fists. The bigger you are, Izuku got back into a fighting stance, the more opportunities there are to hit you. He smirked and shot himself forward, starting something that was long overdue, the final battle. Dark Shadow. All for One exploded, and his body completely disintegrated. Oaco, who had put her hands over her head, looked up and saw Tokoyami covering her and the other heroes with Dark Shadow. This put Dark Shadow completely out of commission, as his weakness was light. Oaco looked around and saw the rest of the former Class 1A. Tokoyami, Tsu, Jiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, Ojiro, Hagakure, Momo, Shoji, Kuda, Sato, Siro, and a boy with purple ball for hair. Who the hell are you? Oaco asked, looking at the boy, who suddenly made a horrifically ugly face at her. You don't remember me. Tears flowed down Mineta's face, and Oaco immediately recognized him. Mineta, she exclaimed. The boy had grown a lot. Yeah. He looked away while Kaminari patted him on the back. Don't worry, buddy, you'll be fine, he insisted, but Mineta ignored him. Oaco shook her head and looked around as Dark Shadow retracted to Tokoyami's body. She grit her teeth. Danger sense then went off, and Oaco looked to the right, seeing a huge explosion shoot through the top of the USJ. I think I know where they are, Oaco muttered before turning back to the class. Let's go, guys. She looked at the USJ, and they all started running toward it while yelling. Right. Howitzer impact. Bakugo spun in the air toward Shigaraki, who had a big smile on his face. Insignificant, All for One's voice shot through Shigaraki's body, but it soon switched back to Shigaraki's normal voice as his smile became crazed. You're weak. Shigaraki put his hand out to catch Bakugo, but Izuku used Erasure, turning off whatever quirk Shigaraki was using. Shigaraki smirked. You only erase the quirk that's active when you use Erasure. All for One's voice shone through again. Before Bakugo could hit Shigaraki, Ida flew in and backflip kicked Shigaraki's hand up into the air, making Shigaraki lose his balance. Bakugo hit him with the howitzer impact, and as regeneration started, Izuku activated Erasure. Half of Shigaraki's head was unrecognizable, resembling All for One after the All Might fight years prior. That quirk is the most important to erase. Izuku smiled at the man, who glared back at him. Best Jeanist wrapped strings around Shigaraki and pulled at them, but nothing happened this time. Shigaraki had incredibly tough skin. Shoto slid on his ice toward Shigaraki. Flash Fire Fist, he yelled before punching Shigaraki, who burst into flames. As Shigaraki burned, he flailed his arms before jumping backward, stomping on the ground and kicking up dust, which stopped Erasure. There's no point in using the quirk, he has ways to counter because of the terrain, Ida told Izuku, who nodded in agreement. If we're going to do this, we have to break through his regeneration and deal enough damage to fully end him, Izuku muttered. He didn't want to kill, but at this point, it felt like the only solution, as he doubted he could knock Shigaraki unconscious. Even if he did, he didn't think the prisons in the surrounding area could handle Shigaraki in their current states. A hole appeared in the USJ, and Izuku immediately looked over to see the rest of Class 3A, followed by Endeavor, Hawks, and Mirio. Oaco! Izuku smiled as the girl used One for All to dash at Shigaraki. Shigaraki and All for One now inhabit the same body. Oaco yelled as she neared Shigaraki, who looked over at her with a grin. One for All. Shigaraki and All for One's voices echoed as he reached out his hand. Izuku appeared next to Shigaraki and punched him in the face. Oaco then struck Shigaraki's nose. Shigaraki flew backward and landed on his back. Izuku, I know how to beat him, Oaco started, but Shigaraki punched her away and glared at Izuku. That's not gonna happen. The man reached down and activated Decay before Izuku could cancel it out. Sheet! Izuku exclaimed as he jumped up and turned back to see the others being lifted by Ochako's black whip. Oaco floated, wiping blood off her mouth. I can't hold them for long. But while I do, this is your fight, Izuku. Oaco told him. Izuku looked back at Shigaraki, who was smiling. Izuku gritted his teeth. Nice try, he told the man as he activated spear-like bones on his arm and used hypertrophy to make his arm huge. You've mastered my quirks pretty quickly, All for One's voice came from Shigaraki. Izuku smirked. I guess I got your genius quirk too, huh? He said as wings sprouted from his back. Hawk's quirk, he thought to himself as the red wings continued to grow. He flew toward Shigaraki, who did the same. You're dead! Shigaraki shouted, shooting rivet tendrils from his fingers, but Izuku flew around them. Izuku smiled at the man and shot tendrils of his own from his right hand as his left arm grew larger. Shigaraki dodged to the left, but as he did he was met with Izuku's bone-covered arm, which punctured his side. Regeneration quickly began to heal Shigaraki, but Izuku hit him again, slowing the regeneration. If anyone's gonna die here, it's you. Izuku smiled as Oaco appeared behind Shigaraki and kicked him in the side of the head. Izuku, use Rewind. Oaco urged, and Izuku's eyes widened. If I do that, then he'll be back to before he had All for One. Izuku glanced at Shigaraki, who became even angrier. You beach! Shigaraki shouted, flying at the two, but Oaco evaded, jumping back to the group of heroes. Izuku, on the other hand, was surrounded by a yellow glow as he began to use rewind. Shigaraki noticed this and immediately backed away. Sheet, he thought as he turned away, soon realizing he was surrounded by heroes. This time it's for real, Izuku declared, clenching his fists as he approached Shigaraki, who tried to escape but was bombarded with attacks. This is the end. Izuku touched the man's head and activated erasure to ensure he couldn't use a quirk. Shigaraki. Panic finally set in for Shigaraki as he looked around at the heroes. He felt his body changing due to rewind and gritted his teeth. No. Not after all my hard work. All for One's voice escaped Shigaraki's mouth. All for One, this body isn't yours. Your reign of terror is over. Rewind took effect, but Shigaraki tried to run. First, he was met with a kick from Ida, sending him into the air. Recipro burst. Ida yelled as Shigaraki was thrown upward by the kick. Shoto slammed his foot onto the ground. Heaven-piercing ice wall, he shouted as a wall of ice shot up and captured Shigaraki. Bakugo placed his hands on the ground and activated his explosions, propelling himself up the ice wall and right in front of Shigaraki's face. Die UBSTRD. Bakugo yelled, using his explosions to spin himself around. Howitzer impact. The attack heavily affected Shigaraki, leaving him almost limp. Behind Bakugo, Oaco flew, having flung herself off the ice wall. Memories flooded her mind. The first time she had seen Shigaraki, she never thought he would amount to this. The crusty blue-haired man had turned into a full-fledged monster. The mall incident, the overhaul incident, 2 whole years of being a vigilante because of him and the League. She hated him, yet all she wanted to do was save him. The vision of little Tenko within All for One appeared in her mind. All for One. Give Tenko back. And go to hell. Oaco pulled her fist back and used FA Gene to punch Shigaraki in the face as hard as she could. Something in Shigaraki's eyes changed as regeneration stopped working. Get this off of me, Shigaraki said, trying to move. There was no remaining tone in his voice that resembled All for One. Shigaraki! Izuku called out to him, and Shigaraki looked over. Where's my master? He yelled at Izuku, who smiled. Let up the ice wall. Izuku ordered Shoto, who made the ice disappear. Oaco grabbed Shigaraki with Black Whip and brought him down to Izuku's level. All for One, if you're still in there, Izuku said, getting close to Shigaraki. It's been a long time coming. Oaco appeared next to Izuku. After generations of my quirk, we finally defeated you. You did all you could to ruin the lives of innocent people, but we aren't gonna let you do that anymore. Shigaraki looked at the two as tears flowed down his face. You're in the way of my dream, he gritted his teeth as he reached out his hand. Izuku used erasure, and Shigaraki looked at his hand. Why won't it? You really are gone, aren't you, All for One? Izuku looked at Shigaraki, who looked back at him. Why the hell are you talking about my master? Shigaraki asked, looking like a teenager now. Oaco smiled. Tamura Shigaraki. Goodbye. The boy's eyes closed, and the glow of rewind blinded everyone as it powered up. A few seconds of silence passed. The lights stopped emitting from Izuku, and everyone looked around. On the floor in front of Oaco and Izuku lay a black-haired boy. Tenko Shimura, Izuku called out, and the young boy's head shot up. WMI, he mumbled, looking at the surrounding heroes. Oaco looked at the boy and smiled. I did it, Nana. Oaco was taken into the One for All realm. Nana paused. Oaco Uraraka, daughter of the 8th, you have completed One for All. You defeated All for One, Nana told the girl who had now fully become visible in the One for All realm. We appreciate your work and sacrifices. The rest of the users bowed down. Oaco smiled at the group of vestiges. Thank you, she said to them. Oaco, a familiar voice said from behind her, causing her eyes to widen. She turned around. Dad. She looked at All Might's vestige. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you to celebrate, but you did what I couldn't do. You and Izuku Midoriya completed the mission I gave you the moment you inherited One for All. All Might told her before bowing down. Thank you, he said as Oaco started to cry. Dad. she said again while running to him and hugging him tightly. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm so sorry. Oaco sobbed, but All Might just smiled. Don't apologize, Oaco. We did what we had to do to save the world. He patted the back of her head. Rest now, he told her as she left the One for All realm and fainted from her injuries. Izuku watched as Oaco began to fall and quickly ran up to catch her. He looked down at the beaten and battered girl, surprised to see a smile on her face. What happened to her? Tenko asked, walking up to Izuku and looking at Oaco. Izuku chuckled and replied, Maybe we'll tell you when you're older, kid. He looked back at Oaco and hoisted her onto his back. Everyone, he called out to the group of heroes, who all felt a sense of relief wash over them as Tenko began to act like a normal child. They all looked at him. Let's get out of here, Izuku said before grabbing Tenko. Oh, wait, what are we doing? Tenko exclaimed, looking at the boy, who smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, kid, you're safe. Just hold on. Izuku sprouted hawk wings and took off into the sky. All the heroes followed him as they made their way back to I'm finally out of captivity. All for One and Shigaraki are gone. We defeated the villains. Now what? With the future uncertain, the heroes returned to UA. The sun set behind them as the day came to a close. Oaco woke up and looked around, noticing Recovery Girl at her desk typing something on the computer. Recovery Girl? Oaco almost yelled but stopped when a sharp pain shot through her torso. The woman turned back to her, her eyes lighting up. Oh my! You're awake! Recovery Girl rushed over to check Oaco's vitals. Oaco held her stomach as tears streamed down her face. The pain was excruciating. What happened to me? She mumbled, trying to keep her composure. Adrenaline is the only thing that kept you alive during your fights, Recovery Girl explained, placing a glass of water and a few pills on the table next to Oaco. Oaco looked at the items but just stared at Recovery Girl. I shouldn't be alive, is what you're saying? She asked, and the older woman nodded, bringing out a chart. 4 fractured ribs, 2 of which punctured your left lung. All 4 of your limbs are broken, severe concussions, cuts all over causing severe blood loss. She read aloud as Oaco's eyes widened, glancing at the arm she had used to hold her stomach. Then how am I moving this? She said, but pain shot through her arm. Gah! She yelped, and Recovery Girl sighed. Reflexes, I guess, she answered, grabbing the water and placing it in front of Oaco's mouth. Oaco took a sip, and Recovery Girl placed the pills in her mouth. Reluctantly, she swallowed them. Ugh, she groaned. Those will calm the pain for a bit, Recovery Girl said, stepping back to observe her as she closed her eyes. Is everyone else okay? Oaco asked, and Recovery Girl chuckled. Yes, everyone recovered relatively quickly besides you. Oaco groaned again. Where is everyone anyway? She thought of Izuku, and a smile appeared on her face. He's finally back with us, she thought to herself as Recovery Girl began to speak. Your class is graduating right now. Deku is there with them, she informed Oaco, whose eyes widened. Wait, how long was I asleep? Oaco asked, and Recovery Girl sighed. It's March, and you've been out since December, she replied. Wait, so I'm 18 now, right? Oaco questioned, and Recovery Girl nodded. Oaco began to think about everyone, especially her mother. Where's my mom? She asked Recovery Girl just as the door burst open. Oaco, her mom stood in the doorway, tears streaming down her face. Oaco smiled and started crying as well. Mom. Izuku watched as the students of Class 3A walked toward the stage. Present Mike stood on the podium with a smile on his face. And finally, last but not least, the heroes of Class 3A. Present Mike announced. Here to speak is Class 3A's representative, Tenya Ida. Ida walked onto the podium, and Present Mike handed him the microphone. The microphone squeaked, causing a loud noise to ring throughout the graduation ceremony. These past 3 years have been interesting for all of us, to say the least, Ida joked, and the crowd responded well to his lightheartedness. Well, I never thought I'd be doing something like this. I went from being an uptight boy back in first year to, well, this. Ida rubbed the back of his head. I actually have a request, Ida said, looking over to Aizawa, who nodded. Izuku Midoriya, can you please come to the stage? Ida called, glancing at Izuku, who was taken aback. Izuku stood up and walked past his classmates, who all patted him on the back as he made his way to the podium. Hi, Izuku muttered into the microphone. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My hero name is Deku. The crowd watched him intently. His mom had tears in her eyes as she held Tamura, who had become Izuku's adoptive younger brother, not legally, but it was all but confirmed. I entered Class 1A as a quirkless student, the only one in UA, actually. Izuku paused, unsure how to continue. The USJ training incident is when I unlocked my quirk. At first, I thought it was an explosion quirk similar to one of my classmates, but recently I found out the true nature of my quirk. My quirk is proximity power. The quirks in my general vicinity will merge with mine. At one point, the downside was that I'd pick up whatever personality the quirk's original owner had, but at some point, that went away. Izuku looked at his hand, attempting to activate All for One, but nothing happened. I found out that after a quirk's original user dies, I can no longer use that quirk. I've lost a few pretty good quirks, but it's better in the long run, he chuckled. In the middle of our first year, I was actually taken by the League of Villains, though you all probably know that already. I was held captive for a little over 2 years. During that time, my former classmates grew as people and heroes. He smiled at his former class and they smiled back. When I was found, it was another former student turned vigilante, Oaco Uraraka, who rescued me. She had started fighting All for One and ended up in the building where I was held. Izuku chuckled at the memory. That's when the war started. The topic was sensitive for some, but Izuku had every right to speak about it. Oaco saved me from All for One and Shigaraki. So did All Might. Sadly, as we know, All Might didn't make it out alive. His tone darkened as the crowd visibly saddened. Toshinori Yagi, the man who single-handedly lowered crime rates for 40 years. My idol, the reason I wanted to become a hero and ended up becoming one in the first place. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes. Thank you, All Might, wherever you are, and if you can hear me, thank you. He tried to hold back his tears but couldn't help himself. Oops, sorry, he said, trying to laugh it off as the crowd began to clap for him. Izuku took a deep breath while scanning the crowd. Suddenly, he noticed Oaco standing at the door of the auditorium on crutches, tears streaming down her face, and his eyes widened. The class here in front of you is filled with some of the strongest heroes the world will ever see. It would be my honor to appoint the person I want to announce the names. He glanced over at Aizawa, who nodded. Oaco Uraraka. Izuku's voice cracked and he laughed. Would you come up here and announce the names of the graduates? He let his tears flow freely as Oaco nodded, and with help from her mother, she made her way to the stage. Oaco stepped onto the stage. Hi, I'm Oaco Uraraka. The crowd fell silent. She looked at her mother, who nodded. I'm All Might's daughter, she admitted, causing the crowd to murmur. I was in a coma since the end of the war. I only woke up maybe 30 minutes ago. Oaco laughed lightly. Izuku, thank you for wanting me to do this. She looked at Izuku, who smiled and nodded. Here goes nothing. Oaco glanced down at the list. Yuga Aoyama. Aoyama walked up to the stage and received his diploma along with his hero license. He bowed to present Mike and the other teachers gathered, smiling at Oaco as well. A chair on stage held a photo of All Might, commemorating his contributions not only to UA but also to Hero Society. Mina Ishido. Mina walked onto the stage with tears in her eyes. I missed you, Oaco, she said while receiving her diploma and hero license. Oaco smiled and nodded at her. Tsuyu Azui. Tsu walked onto the stage and looked at Oaco, who smiled and waved. Tsu waved back. Katsuki Bakugo. Oaco turned to see Bakugo walking onto the stage. He looked at her and grinned, then walked past Mike and Aizawa to hug Oaco, catching her by surprise. Missed you, kid, Bakugo said, prompting an awe from the crowd. Izuku smiled at his childhood friend, admiring how much he had changed over the years. After the war, Bakugo finally revealed to Izuku that he was the one who saved his life when he jumped, and it was nice to finally know why. Toru Hagakure. The invisible girl turned visible and waved at her parents. She ran up, grabbed her things, and extended her hand to Oaco, who hesitantly shook it while trying not to fall off her crutches. Tenya Ida. Oaco looked over as Ida walked closer. Thank you, IzuOcha. He smiled and she nodded back, returning his smile. Ida saluted her before walking away. Kyokujiro. The girl walked up, smiled at Oaco and whispered, "Thank you," as she took her diploma and hero license. Denki Kaminari. The yellow-haired boy posed as he walked up, taking his diploma and hero license before holding his phone up for a selfie with Oaco. Good to see ya, hero. Kaminari waved at her while walking off stage. Eijiro Kirishima. The red-haired boy walked onto the stage, tears streaming down his face. He took his diploma and hero license before approaching Oaco and bowing. So manly, he sobbed, and Oaco smiled at him. Good job, Kirishima, she told him, and he nodded as he walked off stage. Koji Koda. The tall boy walked onto the stage, rushing across. He was still incredibly shy. He glanced at Oaco. Good job, he mumbled before exiting the stage. Oaco smiled at him. Minoru Mineta. The purple-haired boy walked on stage. Izuku and Oaco were not used to seeing him as a taller boy who wasn't overly perverted. Thanks, IzuOcha, he said while bowing before walking away. As the names continued, Oaco reached the last three. Shoto Todoroki. She looked over at the half-hot, half-cold boy who approached her with a grin. I'm happy you're back, IzuOcha, Shoto said, making her chuckle. If only I had returned before graduation, right? She replied, causing him to snicker. Yeah, he said as he walked off the stage. Fumikage Tokoyami. The dark shadow user walked up and took his diploma and hero license. IzuOcha, class hadn't been the same since you and Midoriya left. I'm happy you guys are safe, he told her, and she smiled and nodded. Momo Yaoyorozu. The tall raven-haired girl walked onto the stage, received her awards, and approached Oaco. You skipped two of us, Momo smiled. Oaco looked around, confused. What? She asked. Aizawa approached Oaco and signaled for Izuku to come over. What's up? Izuku asked Aizawa. Momo grabbed the mic, and the last two students graduating from Class 3A. The new Pillars of Peace began with Momo announcing, Izuku Midoriya and Oaco IzuOcha. Both Izuku and Oaco exchanged surprised glances before turning back to Aizawa, who handed them their hero licenses. You will need to return for regular classes, but as for hero work, you have proven yourselves more than any training could. I am proud to call myself your teacher, even if it was only for a year. Aizawa smiled, which startled the students. Thank you. Izuku bowed deeply. Oaco smiled through her tears. Give it up for them. Bakugo shouted, his voice booming even louder than the microphone. The crowd erupted into applause, and Izuku and Oaco looked at each other, tears streaming down their faces. Izuku. Oaco called, capturing his attention. Yeah, he replied, surprised as she dropped her crutches. She fell into his arms, and his eyes widened in shock. Hug me, please. That hurt really bad to do, so at least make it worth it, Oaco laughed. Izuku smiled as the crowd grew louder. It felt as if everything else faded away, leaving just the two of them in their own world. I love you, Izuku, and I've missed you more than you could imagine, Oaco whispered in his ear. Izuku blushed. I missed you too, Oaco. He pulled back slightly, leaning closer to her face. I love you. They shared a kiss, and the curtain in front of them closed, marking the end of the ceremony. Tenko ran through the house, holding a Deku figurine in his hands. Boom. Bam, he exclaimed, creating his own sound effects. Tenko! Stop playing with those. It's so childish. Eri scolded, frowning at him. But he's so cool. Tenko insisted as Eri approached him. I agree, but I think Oaco is cooler. Eri revealed an Oaco figure she had hidden behind her back. Now 11 years old, Tenko was close to his 15-year-old sister, Eri. Since the war 6 years ago, They had grown as close as siblings, and they were technically siblings now. Kids, can you quiet down? I'm trying to sleep, Izuocha called from the couch, wrapped in his sleeping bag. But Uncle Izuocha, we're having fun. Tenko complained. Fine, but just lower the volume a little, Izuocha replied, zipping up his sleeping bag. Okay. Tenko mumbled, disappointed. Don't worry, Tenko. Mom and Dad will be back soon. It's already 3 and their shift ends then, Eri reassured her little brother, patting his head. Tenko smiled and nodded. Just then the door opened. I'm home. Izuku called out, and Tenko immediately jumped up and ran to him. Izuku knelt down, allowing Tenko to run into his arms. Welcome home, Dad. Tenko greeted, hugging him tightly. Hey, Tenko. Were you good for Mr. Izuocha? Izuku asked, and Tenko nodded enthusiastically. They were good, don't worry, Midoriya, Izuocha said, appearing in front of them with Eri by his side. He was sleeping, Eri teased, and Izuocha sighed. Rat, Izuocha muttered, making Eri raise her eyebrows. Don't call me that, she retorted, annoyed. Izuku chuckled as Tenko stepped back. Oaco will be back in a few. She decided to run to the store. Izuku informed the kids, who nodded. Dad, Koda asked me to hang out. Can I go? Eri asked, and Izuku nodded. Sure thing, he replied, and Eri immediately smiled, pulling out her phone. Can I leave now? Izuocha asked Izuku, who laughed. Yes, sir, you can. Thanks for watching them, Izuku said gratefully, and Izuocha nodded. I think they're old enough to take care of themselves, to be honest, Izuocha remarked, glancing at Tenko, who was back to playing with the figurine of his father. You're right, but Eri specifically asked me to have you watch them, Izuku admitted, looking over at Eri, who had a blush on her face. Dad, I told you not to tell him. Eri complained. The first 2 years Eri was free, she spent by Izuocha's side at UA, so he was like a second father to her, and she had a soft spot for him. Izuocha chuckled. Alright, I'll be going. See you later. He left the house, and Eri turned to Tenko. Well, I'm going to meet Koda. I'll see you guys later. Eri grabbed her bag and tried to run past Izuku, but he stopped her. Be home by 8 at the latest, okay? You have exams tomorrow, and I don't want you to fail, Izuku reminded her, and she nodded. He let her go, and she sped away. He sighed and looked back at Tenko. Why can't you guys stay small forever? He asked. Don't worry, Dad. I'll always be your boy. Tenko declared, beaming up at him. Thanks, Tenko, Izuku said, ruffling the boy's hair. Hey boys, Oaco said as she walked into the house. Mommy! Tenko ran up and hugged her. Hey little man. Oaco hugged him back. When they were 20, Izuku and Oaco officially adopted 11-year-old Eri and 7-year-old Tenko. They got married at 22 and had been working as heroes while raising the kids. Izuku was the number 1 hero, and Oaco was the number 2. I saw Eri running out of here. Is she going to be with Koda? Oaco asked, and Izuku nodded. Do you think they're together? Oaco inquired, making Izuku sigh. The thought of that makes me uncomfortable, he admitted, rubbing his head. Izuku, you have to get over that. Remember, by this point at our age, I had already confessed to you, Oaco laughed. Yeah. Honestly, I admire your father even more for being able to handle letting go of his little girl, Izuku said, leaning against the wall as Oaco smiled. I mean, tomorrow is her entrance exams for UA. Whether we like it or not, she's growing up fast, Oaco observed. The two had a habit of referring to the kids as if they were their biological children. I know, and that's a bit scary. She's a talented girl, and I bet the support course would let her live up to her full potential, but I can't help but worry, Izuku confessed, frowning slightly. It's not that I don't have faith in her, I just worry a lot, you know? I get it, Oaco said, placing her hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry, guys. Big sis is super smart. She'll do great. Tenko exclaimed, raising his arm in the air with a huge smile. Izuku and Oaco looked down at him and smiled. That's why I want to be a hero too. But I don't want to be in the support course, I want to be in the hero course. Tenko declared, and Izuku's eyes widened. It seeks that I'm quirkless, but I know I can do it. Tenko continued, and Izuku exchanged a glance with Ochako, who nodded in understanding. "Hey, Dad!" Tenko exclaimed, turning back to the two with a bright grin. He ran up to them, his enthusiasm palpable. "Do you think I can be a hero even though I'm quirkless?" His smile remained unwavering. Izuku glanced at Ochako, who nodded in encouragement. Kneeling down, Izuku placed his hands on Tenko's shoulders and smiled as widely as he could. "You can be a hero, I'm sure of it." The end.